on holiday, does it? Nah. Do you want double your profit in this season of celebration? We bring to you our Pay Less and Get More December promo. That is, you can now pay for 3 jingles and get 1 free. Pay for 5 and get 2 free. Best of all, you can pay for 10 and get 5 free. Wonderful, fantastic. Do you also want to record your program or do it live? You can now pay for 3 recorded live programs and get 1 free. Better still, pay for 5 recorded or live programs and get 2 free. This is best Christmas for you and your business. This promo lasts from December 11 to January 15. Terms and conditions apply. For more inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. 0818-389-2850. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today95.1fm. We're talking because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Okay, thank you for staying with us. Time check in our studios, a minute now past the hour of 8. Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment on today's quest. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Let's go back to the papers. Premium Times, where we stopped. FG Transportation Rebate Program, a huge success. Alake, the chairman of the committee on the implementation of the end-of-year transportation subsidy program of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Dele Alake, has described the program as a huge success, saying it has benefited over 160,000 passengers across the country. It should end today, tomorrow, January 4. Alake, who is also the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, made this known in a progress report on Monday, January 1. Okay. Alake says the program, which was approved by the President on December 19, provided free transportation on the routes of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, a 50% subsidy on transport fares for passengers traveling on 30 routes serviced by bus operators under the Umbrella Association of Luxury Bus Owners of Nigeria. He also added that the program was a demonstration of the President's empathy and love for the Nigerian people, who are culturally and emotionally committed to traveling to their hometowns at the end of the year. According to him, the program was also aimed at easing the financial burden of the citizens who are facing some economic challenges due to the global pandemic and other internal factors. He says the committee took some remedial measures to address some identified gaps in the execution of the program, such as adding 2 more routes, engaging other bus-owning stakeholders such as the National Union of Road Transport Workers, NURTW, the state-owned transport companies, and Private Transport Operators Association, and collaborating, sensitizing Nigerians through the press and other media platforms. Also, he said the program recorded impressive results as between December 21 and December 31, 2023, the NRC conveyed 71,000 passengers, while buses operating under the auspices of Albon carried 122,000 passengers. The minister in the report also revealed that 652 bus trips originating travels from Oshodi Interchange in Lagos carried 15,766 passengers. Between December 21 and December 31, 2023, figures available show that the NRC conveyed 71,000 passengers, quoting him now, while buses operating under the auspices of Albon carried 77,122 passengers, and 652 bus trips originating travels from Oshodi Interchange in Lagos carried about 15,776 persons. This means no fewer than 163,878 passengers benefited from the presidential yield-tied transportation subsidy in the first 10 days of the program. Secondly, while train-bound passengers enjoyed free total service or total free service, road travelers paid only 50% of the fares. The subsidies depended on the fares ranging from a saving of 21,500 naira on a Lagos-bound trip with a fare of 43,000 and 15,000 on the Lagos Onitsha bus fare of 30,000. Mr. Aleke put out in that report. He appealed for cooperation from the passengers and bus companies to manage the return of passengers from their respective locations back to their bases till Thursday, January 4, as the program is still ongoing. On the overall assessment of the scheme so far, Mr. Aleke enthused that it has been a huge success, emphasizing that the transportation rebate was a demonstration of the level of love President Tinubu has for Nigerians. Tribune, that was me actually clearing my throat. Okay. Tribune, releasing Nnamdi Kanu achievable, Reps Deputy Speaker Kalu speaks. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, on Tuesday gave a ray of hope on the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from detention, saying releasing the latter is achievable. It will be that the Supreme Court, you'll recall that the Supreme Court had recently ordered the retrial of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, who has been in detention for a long while now. Deputy Speaker's position was confirmed via a statement issued by his Chief Press Secretary, Livinus. Consequently, his incarceration has generated a lot of agitations, including the sit-at-home observed on Mondays in the Southeast region. Honorable Kalu says that talks are ongoing to free Kanu. He, however, advised the youth of the Southeast to ensure that the observance of the sit-at-home must stop, emphasizing that it is becoming scary to many investors who want to contribute to the development of the region. Honorable Kalu also spoke on the gains of the recent unveiled Peace in Southeast Project, PSP, in Benda local government area of Abia State, asked those carrying arms to lay down their weapons and join the non-kinetic approach being canvassed by the initiative to end the security challenges and other agitations of the people. Guardian opens with this story. Been a long time I looked at the Guardian. Minister slams absurd process for married women to change passport data. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has expressed shock at the cumbersome process married women go through to change the data on their travel passports. Tunji-Ojo, at a recent dinner with members of the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu Media Center and some social media influencers in Abuja, expressed displeasure at the numerous man-made difficulties Nigerians encounter when trying to change their passport data. Speaking, he called it nothing but a stupid practice to subject Nigerians, especially married women, to the rigors of traveling all the way down to Nigeria Immigration Service headquarters in Abuja just to effect a data change. He says, there is one stupid thing I have seen, and it is that a woman gets married, changes her name, and then she has to come to Abuja all the way from, say, Kuranamoda or Enugu just to come and effect a change of name in her passport. It is absurd. I can't just figure it that you want to change just your name and you have to be in Abuja. I've asked the immigration people, is it that immigration people in Abuja have more than one head than those in the States? According to the minister, there is nowhere in the world where women are subject to such inhuman practices on account of marriage. Meanwhile, the federal government has announced that it will begin automating the passport application process on Monday, January 8, 2024. With that, Nigerians can apply and complete their passport application process online without human contact. Tunji-Ojo made the announcement during a recent inspection of the NIS facilities alongside Comptroller General Wura Ola Adepoju. The Punch newspaper has the last set of stories. Oshomole remains my father, despite our political differences. Shuaibu. Edo State Deputy Governor Philip Shuaibu has apologized over his utterances against the former governor of the state, Adams Oshomole, during the former governor's face-off with Governor Gordon Obaseki. Shuaibu, who stated this while featuring on a TVC program on Monday, also insists that Oshomole is still his father, despite their political differences. Shuaibu, who fell out with his boss over his governorship ambition on Monday, says his ambition to succeed his principal Obaseki is born out of a divine conviction to serve the state and take governance back to the people. He says, I express remorse over my choice of words against Comrade Adams Oshomole in terms of past, and I insist that the former governor, now a senator at the National Assembly, remains my father, despite our political differences. Okay. FRSC redeploys corps spokesman, names replacements. The Corps Marshal, Federal Road Safety Corps, Dauda Biu has approved the redeployment of Corps Public Education Officer, Deputy Corps Marshal BC Kazim. Kazim was replaced by the Assistant Corps Marshal in charge of Command Administration and Strategies, Assistant Corps Marshal Jonas Agu. Jonas is still in service. Tuesday statement disclosed that the deployments were done to boost existing efforts of the Corps toward creating a safer motoring environment. Statement signed by Charles Edem, Corps Commander, Deputy Corps Public Education Officer, FRSC, headquarters in Abuja, adds that the redeployments are part of the FRSC's strategic initiatives targeted at ensuring full realization of the corporate strategic goals of the Corps for 2024. So those are our stories for today. Let's begin our conversation as we, of course, we continue to put our eyes on the news feeds as we get gists that we think is necessary for us to talk about. We'll talk about it. Even if it's not necessary to talk about, we'll just tell you what the development is. Let me introduce panelists for today. First, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe is getting better and better, like I told him. Morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Telly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, Lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Port Harcourt. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
The drama so far, has it brought you surprises?
Escape surprises, but what is important is how we actually arrest those surprises to turn it into positive moves for the growth of our society. That's what is important.
Okay, so while we're fighting, these reports that we looked at from Daily Trust about foreign investment in states so far, in 3 months, only 5 states have been able to rake in something. I say maybe 3 states. If you remove the FCT, you'll be 2 states. What the figures I see for Akwa Ibom, Ekiti State, is something that anybody can gift them. A big boy, perhaps Aliko Dangote can write off those checks to those states. Just write it off. And they're not even up to $100 million. Not even up to $100 million. Trying to get to the story, but at least they brought in something. One investor came and gave one state $1 million. Ogun State $1 million. Akwa Ibom State, one investor came and gave them $65 million. Ekiti State, another investor came and gave them $12,750 million. That's $12,750 million. I'm wondering why this should even be in the list. A state attracted $12,750 million, $12,750. It's so at least they attracted something, I suppose.
Yeah.
So while we're busy doing peace and no peace, fighting structure and no structure, at least a state like Ekiti was able to attract $12,750,000. Just say $12,000. Let me because confusing myself. I'm looking for a way to make the money seem tangible and big for a state, but it's not working. So when are we going to learn and say, okay, or perhaps the better question would be, is there a thing as a people's interest as against an individual's interest? Prof.
Yeah, that's correct. But I think that time will come when, especially when we begin to look at the faulty federal system of government we're operating. Because we're operating that pseudo-federalism, states that are supposed to be autonomous in terms of looking ways to also generate their own revenue, are now dependent on federal government as big brother to share. And so the idea of looking inwards seems to have vanished from the mentality of leaders of those various states. We have a situation where we have feeding bottle federalism, where these states rely on allocations every month to do things. And of course, the federal government's exclusive list is over bloated. And so you find states, dependent on, solely on this allocation from federal government. But whereas, in ideal situation, the federal system of government, these states are expected to generate their own revenue, particularly in terms of attracting investors to the government. I've said it before now. that the states and even local government are supposed to be generating their own fund, to enhance the development of their various areas. Because the collectivization of these efforts at the levels of local government and state government will ultimately contribute to national development. And what we see in Nigeria is that you find a situation where it's only about federal government. States, local government, as soon as they get their allocation, is enough. But the development challenges facing us are not there. We need to look inwards and see how we can protect the interests of. Look at the economy now. When local government, state government are supposed to be doing something to actually, complement the efforts of federal government. I've suggested time with that number that what stops, for instance, local government from embarking on business in terms of, establishing at least mechanized farms in some of the communities that have very fertile arable lands. What stops also the state government from doing that? We need to invest. Investment is important in the business world. The business of government is also business because you need to generate the required resources, vis-a-vis the population of the people you have. You need to generate. You need to look beyond what you are getting from the federal government to also see how you can, invest. Investment is, creating opportunities to improve the resources, the wherewithal available to the government and the people. Okay. Even though we know that, even if you attract more of investment, and if these investments accruable from, the profit accruable from the investments are not properly, distributed in such a manner that it trickles down to impact positively on the lives of ordinary citizens, it will not also make meaning. But at least, let's make effort. Okay. When you were talking about Ekiti State and other, I said that's important because that's essentially what we are looking for.
They're making effort.
Yeah, they're making effort.
Even if it's $12,000.
Exactly. And I know that if they continue consistently with that, they are going to improve over time.
But they have political stability.
Yeah, they have.
They had election over 2 years ago.
Yes.
There's a governor that's been in office over 2 years ago.
Okay.
And over 2 years, he's only been able to attract. Okay, at least they say in the last 3 months. They didn't say the entire period. The last 3 months, only $12,000.
Well, as infinitesimal as that may be, but I think it's commendable.
That's less than somebody's school fees in UK.
No problem. But we must start a journey of 100 miles starts with a step. I commend them seriously because if you also compare that with what other states who don't even bother, yes, they don't bother of anything. All they know is that they get allocation from federal government. We have opportunities for investment in this state, which of course will create job opportunities.
Okay.
To help our teeming youths.
All right, Prof. Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, I think for me, it's an effort that deserves commendation, no matter how little. The reason is simple. Okay, if you have 20,000, and then that 20,000 is left, let's say that even the banks in Nigeria are not poachers into the accounts of their customers and all that. Now, it remains that 20,000 for you. For years and years and years, it remains because you have not added another one. Eventually, you brought in maybe 5,000. It will start growing. And as you continue, it will continue. But one thing is that, when we look at it as estates, is it all that you can do? But what about those who are not even making such efforts? And that is why political stability in any state is very important. Because, see, Kelly, you cannot have your house in flames. Then all you do is just to rush out through the window or so, chasing rats. I mean, people will look at your sanity if it's intact. So, forget about everything, political problem, instability and all that. Then you will be able to make effort. Take, for instance, this state. Naturally, I must say, if whatever it wants to do, it will achieve it. Because by its natural endowment, you also see the allocation it has being on the high side. But it cannot do it. It will only be after that allocation because it has not allowed stability to be within its area. So that's why I think those who manage, whether it's $1 or whatever, $1 million,
$12,000.
Kelly is commendable because if you check it, you don't have anyone coming because perhaps you are docile or complacent or whatever. Then you won't have addition.
Isn't that an insult to even someone like Kayode Fayemi, the former governor of the state, former minister, that in 3 months the state was only able to attract $12,000?
Let him make it up.
Foreign investment. They should tell them to refund the money so that he will give it to the state. $12,000. It's not to the school fees that some Nigerians in US and UK they pay. $12,000. Anyway, let me introduce Dr. Obidima. He's looking like he has a lot of things to say. And usually he does. Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst. Morning, doctor. Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Happy New Year, Kelly. Happy to see you. Happy New Year to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Happy New Year to our worthy listeners.
Fantastic. Let me also introduce Amy Faiga, political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Happy New Year, sir. Good morning.
Happy New Year, Kelly. Happy New Year to everybody in the house. So good to see you. And Nigerians out there, I'm always loyal. Happy New Year.
Good to see you, too.
It's not taking Tinubu now.
Is it not?
It's not the thing.
Election time.
Oh, that one is
over.
gone.
So now it's time for governance. So we look at it.
I don't even know what.
Placement now.
Eh?
No placement yet.
Dr. Man,
Very soon.
this one. Welcome,
And the other guy is looking for trouble.
You can't stop him. You cannot stop him. So, doctor, let me ask you about this. While we are fighting in River State, the governor is barely in office 7 months, or maybe slightly above 7 months, and it's been political unrest. At least the state is like Mr. Ndukwe and Prof said, at least they're able to generate something, but we're fighting. Is it time that we begin to ask ourselves the cost of the fight we're fighting?
Well, the fight in River State is not just affecting River State alone.
Okay.
It's affecting the entire Nigeria. You see, I always say that we have people in government who are not, they are not thinking, they are not even creative, they don't study. And if it were to be where we call cynical, and that people that country that is not mad, you know, that is not suffering from insanity, like we are here.
Are we?
Have you heard that Nigeria is a sane country?
It depends on the context.
Which context?
But doctor, you're a Nigerian. You're in Nigeria. You're not insane now.
Look,
I'm a Nigerian.
I said Nigerian. I didn't say Nigerians.
But there is no country without its people. Is there a country without its people?
Then we should not be calling Nigerian Nigerians. So the difference between Nigeria and Nigerians. So what I'm trying to say is that by now we'll be getting statistics. What is happening in Southeast? What is happening in River State? The impact on the GDP, the impact on foreign indirect investment, and all those things. How much the nation is losing as a result of this crisis. But you know, we stay in a way that things are normal because the foundation, the government or the governance foundation of this nation was so faulty. In the sense that anybody that is appointed to public office becomes a thing God. It's not for service, but for something extraneous.
Okay.
So that is why what we are saying, it goes across everywhere. When you talk of investment, there is no reasonable investor that will come and put his money, even not just in River State or Southeast, but in Nigeria, knowing that there are crises here and there that the government is not making effort to fix. anything can happen. 2, I also have said it here before, the legal system is so weak and faulty that these are one of the things that investors, especially foreign investors, look at their legal system. And when I say this thing, I thank God that the current CBN governor collaborated that view recently about our judiciary system, that foreign investors look at all these things. And why would Nigeria not be suffering despite its huge resources, both human and material? And in the midst of this plenty, the government is just relying on borrowing. There's not like sitting down and say, how do we mobilize our talents, our citizens, for national productivity, for to drive the national economic development of this country? There is no thinking of that. But just to get cheap money, easy money, quick money, and they allocate it. When they are allocating it, this is what is coming to this ministry, this one thing is coming to this department, this agency. The head of that agency or the people in that agency will be looking at how much they can get at the end of the day. All right. So, Ekiti, why if Fayemi made that statement?
No, it's not Fayemi. It's a report from report gathered from the papers.
Yes, but at the time of Fayemi was such investment more than what is being attracted now.
I brought Fayemi into this. I said the amount is almost like an insult to him. That I was just saying that he would have just told the governor, what's his name, Oibanji, to return that $12,000. What kind of insult is that? Return, take your money back. Write them a check and say, take $12,000. Why will you insult my state? 3 months. 12,000. I brought that part in. It's not in the report.
Yeah, it's okay. Even if you bring that part, we also have to look at his own time, whether they were having something more than that.
Dr. Thank you so much. Let me take the view of Amy Faiga on this issue. The focus really is, while the political drama is ongoing in Rivers State, at least a state like it is able to generate $12,000 in foreign investment in 3 months. We don't have report that will tell what Rivers State has been able to generate in terms of foreign investment. When are we going to realize the implications of our actions and redirect our steps?
Yes, I think the issue at play is not just about the political crisis or shenanigans on ground currently. If you check, even for the past 5 to 6 years, if I'm not mistaken, if you check the IGR of Rivers State, you discover that it's always declining per month. It has been declining. It tells you that even before this crisis, there has been lack of vision in the governance of Rivers State. There has been lack of commitment to the development of Rivers State, and it's not just limited to Rivers State. I see, I think outside Edo, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom to a little extent, the other states in the south and in the south is forget them. What they do is how to badmouth Federal and Nigeria. And if you look at the government that concerns them, nothing is actually happening. How can you have a state like Rivers State where you have Nigeria declining? FDI has always been 0.0000000 for a very long time in Rivers State right now. This is not the first. But we kept, hyping ourselves, hyping government, celebrating non-performance and things that don't contribute to the development of the state and the people. Ekiti State that managed to, generate something like $12,000 from FDI. I think I will applaud it to an extent, though it's very small. What does Ekiti State actually have in terms of natural resources, in terms of market for people to invest in? But before Fayemi left, he was able to identify that agriculture is very important right now, not just in the Nigeria state, what is happening in the world. So he was able to build a agricultural cargo airport.
Okay. Is that not Ogun State?
No, Ekiti State. Fayemi
did that?
Yes, Fayemi did that with the little resources that is accrued to the state.
Okay, Ogun State is also doing that now. They just did that.
Yes, Ogun State is doing it, but Fayemi did that before he left. He actually wanted to build it during his first tenure before the wave of Fayoshe and the federal government came and forced him out. So when he came in for the second time, he continued with that project. Fayoshe abandoned it, so he continued, and he completed it with just from that little resources. But if you check the state like Rivers, we have series of natural resources, plenty of them. Are we tapping into them? No. There is what they call Association of Natural Rubber Producing Countries. If you check, Nigeria that have rubber, we are talking about rubber to produce tire and other rubber materials and the rest of it. No Nigerian state is a member. Nigeria as a country is not a member, but you hear Ivory Coast, you have Delta State that have rubbers everywhere. To tell you that our people are not actually thinking. That is why when they say the federalism that we practice limit people, I don't actually agree to that, because in Nigeria we have states who are doing one or two things in order to, to add progress to their own states. But in the case of the South, and to our brother here, what we do is we blame. We don't look inward. We always blame and blame and blame. What stopped Delta State from looking for a means to be member into such an organization or partake in whatever activity has happened, since they have a lot of rubber in Delta?
Even River State? Even
in River State. You see, there are several opportunities untapped, but we don't look into this. River State, the most, progressing sector that is so lucrative today is political crisis and political confusion. This is what River State is very good at.
Okay.
And they have Nigeria that are declining. And I always tell people, this will not take us anywhere. Okay. The time has come for us to forget these blames and look at what can we do, how do we do it, and for whom do we do these things. We can do this, we can achieve, we have the resources.
Okay.
We have the humans. But the problem is development of this human and tapping into these resources that can actually develop these states.
Okay.
But we don't do that.
All right. Our conversation for opinion poll, I would like to know from you if you benefited from the transport largesse of the federal government. The question on social media is if you benefited. Maybe in the course of our conversation, I'll ask the views of panelists what they take of the progress report by the Minister of State for Solid Minerals, Minister of Solid Minerals, Dele Alake. We may just talk about that, but I want us to go to River State. And I like to play this again because I played it before. I'll play it again, and I'll just allow the panelists to speak on what they feel about the governor's statement really means. We'll pick it from there, all right? Because this is what I want us to focus on more today. You will have rumors already of the government of Simfubara acknowledging Martin Amewule as the Speaker of the House of Assembly. Rumors from a picture that is trending on social media, which is part of the program of events at the banquet at the government house, January 1. That is already trending and it's causing a lot of storm. And if you missed it, take a listen.
Let me wish every one of you, or one of us that are here, a very fruitful and prosperous new year. This is because every decision that we have taken, it is not born out of fear, but because we have the interest, because our intention for our state is not because of our own personal interests. It's for the interest of everyone, the interest of the development of our state. So when we are faced with this type of situation, we consider the actions and reactions. Who is going to suffer? Fubara will not suffer, I can assure you that. But 1 million supporters will suffer. So those decisions are decisions we took because we want you to still be afloat. We want you to see me as your governor and be happy. Banquet to show that the government is alive. I want to leave you with only this message. We will not disappoint you. We also will not be involved in any petty fighting, because we know that we are going to be the losers. Therefore, whatever it will take, as seen in our decisions. Yesterday, a lot of you were worried. Why would the speaker? It will tell you what we can do for peace. It's not about what we want to gain. It's not about the power we want to express or exercise. But at the end of the day, what are we leaving for our people? So we took those decisions not out of fear, but because at the end of the day, when we leave here, we want people to remember us. Don't remember us with fear. Remember us in our simplicity. Remember us in our care. Remember us that we are people who are prepared to give in anything for the interest of our dear state. 2024.
Okay. Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly. You see, for me, I heard all that the governor said as far as this particular
clip.
Well, if you call it clip, yes, because see, I heard him very well. But there's one thing he said that
he will not disappoint.
Good, he will not disappoint people. And again, there's a second one. I think there should be A of freedom. Those who are, because within that particular place he was making this pronouncement, there are those who he had disappointed already by picking his pen and appending his signature to those resolutions. See, Kenny, even though it's the president that brokered that, Emmanuel Ndukwe will tell the president, Oga, I thank you very much for your concern. But you see this, my head will not enter, because if he enters, it will not come out. Take for instance, I don't know how people judge you, but I'm talking about myself. And I will use conscience, which God is here, one to every human. Even if you suppress that your conscience, it will still be alive. It will hint you, I have told you, this thing you are doing is bad. You go, keep quiet. Okay, sir. It will keep quiet truly inside you. But it's hinted you. And it will never fail, no matter how hard you hit it. It will never, so long as you are alive, it will keep on hinting you. Is it 26 or 27, the number, whichever number of the legislators that defected to APC, that all of them should now be recognized. And of course, that picture seemed to be evolving to image and stand. Remember, these people, you with Edison, I'm talking about the governor. However they did it, now Edison became a speaker, of course, backed by something from court. I don't know, whether injunction or whatever they call it. Now, you have dismantled that angle. If all the hearing is true or anything to go by. So these people that defected are truly going to be recognized. Kelly, I said that Jesus, while on earth, said a certain man had 7 very serious spirits. 7 of them, they were disturbing him. And at a point in time, they looked at them. In fact, this our house is no longer interesting. They left 7 of them. The man became himself. They roved around. They couldn't find a place, suitable place to dwell.
They came back.
As they were coming back, they carried 7 more powerful spirits and came back. And so, as they came back and entered that man, the condition of that man at that first time It was only the 7 powerful ones. And now superior 7 others. Which one will be better? You see, when I hear we've withdrawn impeachment, and impeachment I asked severally, what brought about it, and nobody is able to say it. Do you think it's just like what these war powers will say? Is it, they call it destruction or whatever, all the nuclear weapons or whatever?
Weapons of mass destruction. WMD.
There's something they call it that maybe you reduce the whole thing and remove them, especially on chemical weapons.
Okay.
But whatever be the case, I'm not talking about the materials. I'm talking about the what has been produced to be lethal weapons.
That's the WMD now. Weapons of mass destruction. If I'm not getting it wrong.
No, let's leave that thing. What I'm only saying is that you have produced these things and you decide to limit them and destroy some.
Okay.
But remember that the think tank is still alive. So that
they can still produce it again.
Good. Anytime they could just on ad hoc basis produce them. So whatever, in fact, made these people that the tide was flowing very gently to come up with such impeachment, which impeachment only themselves know. Those who are stakeholders in that particular enterprise of theirs, they know. And they said that we've withdrawn them. They can also, in fact, bring them back anytime they choose.
Okay.
So for me, there are a lot of pitfalls. You know, that's my small head, though. Maybe those in politics, they have bigger heads and they understand more. But I am telling you, there are a lot of words. And this thing seems to be focusing on same side. On same side. Which you see, when two persons who are imperfect, who are no angels, are having issues, you focus on one side and say, this, he did this, he did this, he did this. What if you check the other side? What else do they do? We withdraw the impeachment threat.
Okay.
For me, the hole is deep.
Okay.
If it continues, let's say for 4 years, and traditionally, any politician that has occupied a position will stay for 8 years. It continued throughout the 8 years. Somebody will keep on saying, I am your godfather. I brought you into this, and I will do this. And so how do they get out? They get formula in Anambra. You know how they cut off the head of the whole thing. Cut off the head of that kind of godfatherism. And I'm saying, is Rivers State coming up with a formula that will be as sweet as Ngige own? Because if not, it will continue until a point it will be riling to the people of Rivers State.
All right. Professor Wona.
Yeah, first thing first. And I believe that if you want to solve a problem, you go to the root cause of that problem. When you visit a doctor in the hospital, with a complaint of an ailment, that good doctor will look at, first of all, your history, and then recommend that you run a test for him to get appropriate understanding of the kind of ailment you're suffering from, so that the right therapy will be applied. And it is believed that with the correct information from the laboratory and from the history, is going to apply the right therapy and the sickness will go. I've said it and I'll continue to say it. One of the unfortunate things that happened or crept into our political landscape is this issue of godfatherism. My brothers, if we can eliminate godfatherism, I think this kind of thing will not happen again. And a good number of us in Rivers State were clapping hands, clapping, singing. We didn't know that we were going to meet our Waterloo the way we are meeting it now. We are also aware of the fact that the governorship is a product of godfatherism. He knows. He knows. After all, he wasn't a politician ab initio. He just came out from the civil service, possibly without any structure, the way structure in quote. without any structure. I don't think he has any political in all these local government areas. Somebody brought him a godfather. And of course, you know that these are merchants of profit and political relevance brought in. And we also the counter reactions of those who also wanted to be governor. But because they were prevented from doing that, we saw the reactions. And we saw the after effect of that reaction that led to the promulgation of executive orders. We saw all that. We were clapping hands. Nobody said anything. And people say, remove the hand of human being, remove the hand of monkey from the soup before it become the hand of human beings. I don't like this fire brigade approach you approach them. When you know what actually led to problem, why not tackle that fundamentally? You see, any other person would have done what Sinful Brother has done. If you are there, and you know what it means to be
presently.
Yes.
Presently, what he's doing now, another person would have done it.
Exactly. Because if you know what it means, at least for the day that you have served River State as a governor, you know what that means. And of course, when you also consider the booties of office, you have done the same thing. Again, let's also look at it from the fact that we operate 40 federal system of government. In other climes where you operate the archetype of federalism in America, you know that the states also have a modicum of autonomy. They control their own police and all that. But here in Nigeria, the federal government controls the police. And you need the police as a governor of the state to work with. Others come from the hierarchy of police at Abuja to commissioner of police. Like Madukwe cited the case of Ngige. You know what happened to him? All his security details were removed from him. Mm-hmm. There was that kind of, do I call it civil mutiny against him?
But he remained.
Yeah, but he remained. But you know the implication of that. If the power that he has sustained that you want it to continue to be like that, it would have continued. So the point I'm making is there any way we can begin to fight this concept of godfatherism? Is there any way we begin to ask ourselves fundamental questions? Because for him, I think that Simba must have realized that he must have been ill-advised. Whatever thing that must have done to bring about this, condition is unfortunate. And you see, suddenly he realized that he cannot do this alone. Suddenly he realized that, look, if I do anything funny contrary to this, I may not find the governance of River State very easy for him. Every situation, every condition has its own peculiarities.
Okay.
So I think that what is important is for him to also understand the fact that the process that brought him will also give him conditions on which are for me is quite unfortunate. In the political landscape of Nigeria, it's unfortunate. Okay. Because those who are political godfathers will want to continually remain relevant in politics, in governance. They want to dictate. And if they bring you as a product of that, they will also want to control you and do what they want to do, which is unfortunate in the Nigerian political system.
All right.
And lastly, my worry is that in the recent pronouncement, I don't know if it's recorded here, it's not recorded here, but I hear when the governor said, we have the red biro. They are failing.
That's why some people say he's having mood swing.
Yeah, they are failing. And when I looked at that, I said, there should be that kind of, would I call it double standard? You are talking about, it's like the voice of Esau. The voice of Esau, but the hand of Jacob.
The
voice of Jacob.
Hand of Esau.
The hand of Esau, exactly. So how can we reconcile that? Does it mean the governor is just trying to pretend that it's going to be peace? Because that statement is invitation to war. You are making the other people feel that, well, you are not really prepared for peace. If you are for peace, you should stop these incisive statements. You have the red biro and that we are winning. I don't understand.
Kelly, if there's red biro, there's red biro. This is not something to be eaten about. So that red biro will remain being there.
You have
And
a
it's
red
in
biro.
somebody's control.
What?
Okay. Dr. Bidima.
Yeah, Kelly, two things God said in the Bible. You are either hot or you are neither hot nor cold. He will spew you out of his mouth. You know, God hates lukewarmness. And they are lukewarm in the pretense that you're a peacemaker. You can only deceive the gullible. You know? So, similarly, his actions, his authority, his attitude is like someone that is unstable as the water.
At least the water you can predict.
You know, and two, I still reference the Bible that says that woe to the nation whose king is a child. You know, so being a child is not by age. It's when you manifest those dispositions that can make you be characterized as a child, then it's a curse upon that nation. There's problem for that nation that a king cannot exercise his authority, stand firm, and he say he's a leader. No, that's not the kind of leader people like us should follow. Because that leader will lead you to ditch. In fact, will lead you to where you will just fall in and cannot come out again. And people who are prepared to follow such a leader, I pity them. Well, the battle, what is going on in River State now, has actually been segregated into three. In fact, I will call it a kind of triangular war that is going on. Same, Fobara, one side, near some wicked group, one side, the people of River State, one side. So it is, what is going on now is even beyond what he's saying. The people have taken over the battle based on the constitution. There are a lot of cases that have been filed in the court to challenge some of these things. I have said it here last week I came, that if they are talking of resolution, why is it that there's no 9-point resolution in that item where they will say the defected lawmakers to APC should return back to PDP? Why did they leave that out? And why must sin say something that is unconstitutional? Why must he pay the standard of those who are defected, who have lost their seat? They have committed impeachable offense, and honestly, we don't have parliament. If not, I would have called that they should impeach him. There's no parliament in River State. There's no parliament. River State don't have House of Assembly presently, based on the constitution. Because the one that had the semblance of parliament, the speaker had resigned based on certain extraneous reasons that they know. A situation where today it is giving high blood pressure to Rivers people. Tomorrow he will turn to give high blood pressure to yes or wicked group. You know, it's neither here nor there. I say, can you conceptualize what you are saying about peace? Do you know what peace is? Peace, in fact, let me tell you, people say the only war will continue to exist, and without war there will be no peace. What brings war is injustice. When there's injustice, it will create a situation of war. And when that battle is fought to a point that, yes, we agree to end this battle, then there will be peace.
And then there would have been casualties on both sides.
There must be casualties. In fact, the Bible says without remission of sin, blood, there will be
no shedding of blood.
No, without shedding of blood, there will be no remission of sin. So there must be blood. Why must we always fear that people sacrifice to make society better?
Okay.
Jesus Christ came, sacrificed for us to enjoy the salvation we are enjoying today. So it is not the issue of fearing Allah. And let me also tell him, it's a new fact politically. There will be no development in Rivers State under this condition. And I want to also serve him a notice that if the people don't impeach him, don't remove him before 2007. In fact, he should not just go 2027. He should not go and collect form because he will mess himself up in Rivers State.
Okay.
We don't want such a leader in Rivers State again. We will pray and fast. God, don't give us such character again in Rivers State.
Okay.
It's quite unbecoming of somebody who people donated power to and Constitution conferred authority. You know, and you are just pandering to one person. And that's why River people will not stop fighting this battle. Because if this thing is not fought to the end for the people to gain victory, we'll see that in 2027, the same Godfather will want to bring somebody that will succeed him. And he will not have any mark on the person that will succeed him.
Okay.
Kelly, the absurdity is going on in River State. And that absurdity, that monster must be cut off.
Okay, so we'll take the views of Amy Feiger after the news. After the news, we'll return and we'll take your views. I have tons of questions. But
we also have tons of answers.
Dogs, guys, like anyway, you look for trouble.
But I wanted you all to express yourself from what you heard, and then we'll interrogate certain aspects of it. For now, let's get set for the news. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation. Do stay with us.
Hello, season's greetings. And we have good news for you and your business. We know it's holiday season, but your profit doesn't have to go on holiday, does it? Nah. Do you want double your profit in this season of celebration? We bring to you our Pay Less and Get More December promo. That is, you can now pay for 3 jingles and get 1 free. Pay for 5 and get 2 free. Best of all, you can pay for 10 and get 5 free. Wonderful. Fantastic. Do you also want to record your program or do it live? You can now pay for 3 recorded live programs and get 1 free. Better still, pay for 5 recorded or live programs and get 2 free. This is best Christmas for you and your business. This promo lasts from December 11 to January 15. Terms and conditions apply. For more inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. 0818-389-2850. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Every Monday to Friday at 6:30 a.m. for a rundown of all the major sporting stories making the rounds on Sports Attack, right here on your premium news, talk, and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Sport Hardcore. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The federal government says passport application process will begin from January 8, 2024. It said Nigerians will also be able to apply and complete their passport application online without human contact. Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji made this known while inspecting facilities of the Nigerian Immigration Service in Abuja yesterday. The former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Umar Farouk, is expected to appear before the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, operatives today for questioning over an alleged 37.1 billion naira fraud. The development follows the arrest of the head of the National Social Investment Program Agency, Halima Shehu, after her suspension by President Bola Tinubu yesterday. Shehu was indicted concerning the alleged 37.1 billion naira fraud as the former national coordinator of the Conditional Cash Transfer Program under the ministry then supervised by Sadiya Umar Farouk. The National Union of Nigerian Students, NANS, has asked the federal government to reassess the suspension placed on the accreditation and evaluation of degree certificates from neighboring Benin Republic and Togo. The federal government yesterday suspended certificates from the two Francophone West African countries following a report detailing how a degree was acquired from a university in Benin Republic in 2 months. In a statement by NANS Senate President Akintei Afiz, the students' body said the government's commitment to upholding the integrity of academic qualifications was commendable, but urged the government to carefully consider the impact of the decision on legitimate students who have pursued their education in these countries. NANS noted that many of the students have completed 1, 2, or 3 years of study, while others have successfully graduated and are eagerly awaiting the approval of their evaluation list to participate in the National Youth Service Corps NYSC program. On the foreign scene, Sierra Leone has charged 12 people with treason and other offenses for their roles in what authorities have called an attempted coup on November 26. One of those charged is Amadou Koita, who the government says was one of the organizers of the coup attempt. A former soldier and bodyguard of former President Ernest Bai Koroma, Koita was widely followed on social networks where he criticized the government of current President Julius Maada Bio. He was arrested on December 4 and is one of 85 persons arrested in connection with the events of November 26, most of them military personnel. According to a press release signed by Information Minister, the 12 alleged perpetrators, including former police officers, were handed charges including treason, misprision, harboring, aiding and abetting the enemy. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
This is Today 90.
There was a suspension of Edison here and 3 other members. Now, how do we have a speaker in assembly? The law is very explicit. Section 92 of the 1999 Constitution as amended states how a speaker is elected from among the members of the House. Edison here voted for Honorable Amir Hule as a speaker, right? Then in the same section of the Constitution states how a speaker is removed. So on Monday, after the incident of the fire at the Assembly complex, if they have sat and suspended Edison here as a majority, because if you go by the version of a Constitution, Section 96 states how the House can transact their business. And number 1 criteria is that the House must form a quorum. And the quorum says 1/3 of all members of the House. That is what the law says. Rivers State has an assembly of 32 members. 1 is dead, remaining 31. So if you are looking at quorum, it should be around 10 because 1 is late, right? You are around 10. And the Amir Hule group constitute quorum. And the Constitution went further to say if you must transact business, it must require the consent of 2/3 majority of the House. And Mefule Fashion also met that constitutional requirement in taking whatever decision they took. And the rules of the House allow the Assembly to so suspend which Edis was suspended. Then a day later or two, we now have Edis that he sat with his own faction, right, and took a decision by also suspending the majority. Democracy is a game of number. Democracy is majority rule. Most especially with a constitutional democracy, right? Okay. The majority took their decision in line with the constitution. But NDCA with 4 members does not constitute a quorum to transact business of the House. Besides, you are also under suspension. So the foundation that baited NDCA is faulty or constitutional. That is why I see stand today. NDCA was never a speaker and is never a speaker, has never been elected a speaker of Rivers State Assembly.
Okay.
The law is also explicit. In electing a speaker or deputy speaker of the House, the constitution did not include the court as a participant. He said, from among the members of the House, they shall elect a speaker. So later on, when Edis declared himself as a speaker illegally, we heard that the court then affirmed whatever, Rivers State High Court gave backing to Edis as a speaker. It's illegal. The law did not include the court, and the court cannot choose the leadership of arm of government in the Nigeria Constitution or the Nigeria political framework. The court can never, and it will not.
Okay.
Then moving forward, we now heard that this man, Governor Sifubara, later submitted the budget to a 4-member House that is all constitutionally constituted, because there was one pronouncement somewhere. That piece of document is still stand as illegal. It stand as something that is not recognized by law. So if we go by the law, the backdoor court order recognition that is gotten for Rivers State will not stand the test of time. It will never stand. So if Sifubara goes along to implement this, it's actually creating room for what the assembly can say he has committed what they call gross misconduct that they can use to impeach him.
Okay.
Then later on, some people now realize, Supreme Court has given a judgment at the time past that if you defend, you have lost your seat. And it's also enshrined in section 109 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. If you defend to law, but the Constitution, that provision of the law is not automatic. It must be invoked. And the person that is recognized by law to so invoke the provision is the speaker. You can't build something on nothing. If the processes that the Constitution recommended that a speaker can be removed wasn't followed, that is unconstitutionalism, meaning Edis here is never recognized or authorized by law to declare any seat vacant.
Okay.
So as it stands, Amir Wuli, whether he defected or he didn't defect, still remain the speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly, because the person to declare the seat vacant, he himself is the speaker. So if God called a meeting where people can consent to peace was called and they sat, in the Nigerian legal system, out of court settlement is recognized. It's not all constitutional. People can decide not to pursue a matter before the court, and they resolve after their whatever settlement, they can go back to court. We no longer want to pursue this matter, and the matter dies. It will be struck out. But that will be the end of the matter. So, but in Rivers State, some people or some elders, some groups are now saying out of court settlement as unconstitutional. It's never unconstitutional. It's recognized by our legal system. So now, if there is a peace pact that elders sat, people of matured mind, not children, they are both 18, they sat, and this one look at this say, yes, I agree, and this one say, I agree, we will implement. Then what is the issue there? What is the illegality that is there? What is the unconstitutional that is there? Are people expecting Governor Sifubara to implement that budget? That if the court rules tomorrow that whatever action of Edis here that that is taken by his faction or his group is illegal and not constitutional in the eyes of our law, then what happens?
Okay.
Have you not endangered his seats? So these are some of the issues people need to consider.
All right.
People should be calling for peace.
Okay.
People should be seeing how Rivers State. We wake up from this non-performance in government house, in brick house over the years, where poverty is ravaging people, unemployment is ravaging people. There is no course of direction. Everything we see is visionless kind of governance and government. This should be the concerns of people.
All right.
Rivers State, with all the huge resources, is declining in terms of rating. As if you remove the revenue from FAC, if you remove revenue from oil, that is equivalent to Rivers State, I tell you, Rivers State economy is almost dead. What is driving Rivers State economy as it were today is buying and selling. The trucks of food that are coming in from other states or other part of this country. And people sell and sell and sell. This is what is driving Rivers State economy. Okay. If you remove this, Rivers State will be in severe crisis. We are not looking at this. We are looking at how to create more division. And some people are tell Rivers people is not good with Rivers people. Who is not a Rivers person?
All right, so
here's the wicked from Rumi Precom is Nobia. So those people are Rivers people. Sifubara group are Rivers people. So this is a matter that concerns Rivers people. So Rivers people should be looking for peace and not how to create more division among them.
So for you, his line is his actions are in order.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it should go for peace. Samuel Autumn was hailed to the high roof. Hey, do this, because when Samuel Autumn was misbehaving as a governor, they were hailing him. They hailed him into massive defeat in Benue State.
Okay.
They hailed Sheikh Usami out of Senate. They hailed Bukola Saraki to the point that Bukola Saraki was disgraced in Kwara State, politically struggling. Dino Milaye that was so hailed today has become a political comedian.
Okay.
So Simfubara should not be another victim. He should use his tongue to cut his teeth.
All right.
And avoid wolves in sheep clothing.
Okay. Let me turn to other person. Let me go to Mr. Ndukwe. We started with you, and Cobra says he wants to be remembered as the guy that stood for peace in Rivers State. If his moves birth peace eventually, would he have left that as a legacy for himself?
Of course, peace is never indeed something that people frown upon, no. If all that he's making as moves now eventually turn out to bring peace, but you see, Kelly, the snag is that particular peace it will bring. Will it be permanent? Or is it peace that will just be shaky as it comes and sometimes it leaves? Because what I'm saying is, you see, whatever it is that brought in this godfatherism, that godfatherism has come to stay. And once it stays, it might not be godfather number A, it might be godfather number C, but he's still going for the kill because you must give him exactly what he demands.
Okay.
That made him to bring you. And at that time, the wings of whoever is supposed to be the chief executive, which of course is the governor, will not be intact. He will be taking instructions from that godfather. Can you call such peace? That is what I'm asking. Take for instance, while Ewike was the governor of Rivers State, can anybody die this kind of thing? No, now. You see, why are we doing as if we were sleeping? We don't know exactly what. You cannot. In fact, if you stand up, there you will stand until you just peacefully leave. But see, when we are talking about same, was Wicked not brought in by somebody?
Yes.
When are we talking about this? I said the same was brought in by Wicked. Yes, so himself was brought in.
Yes.
By the powers that be there in Abuja.
Jonathan, the wife.
What is this? So let us be very truthful about the whole thing. That so long as a system comes in true godfatherism, it will never bring peace, no matter whatever you comply. And I'm asking, Same if he picks his pen and said, yes, we agree this, we agree to this, we agree to this. And the people in Rivers State, that's why I say they should be air of freedom. Don't look at people as not supporting you because they are saying this thing is not going to bring peace to us. And as a result, we are not looking at it. There should be that kind of freedom. Then it may even warrant even those who are godfathers to come back and sit and say, if we entrench this godfatherism system, it will burn up our state instead of doing us good. For that reason, let us remove it. Because if you don't, you are sent to all that they have told you for peace to reign. That peace may reign in your own era. Then as you are living, you bring somebody, you that was also a godson, will bring somebody this time round, he has a godfather. And there are certain demands you must make so that your legacy will continue. And that person says, I'm not going to give it to you. What you were running away from in year 1 has come back to year 20 to haunt you. So what kind of peace is that?
Okay. So at the end of the day, it means that he would have a legacy that's in question.
That is it for me. For me, because Kelly, when you have started something, it's supposed to, because there's a time man must get tired. Even if you are not dead, you must get tired and hand over to the younger generation. Now, that younger generation, you are still squeezing from there because you are the godfather. What kind of peace when you are looking at it? I heard my friend Amy said, agreement is agreement. Not agreement that is not reasonable. What kind of agreement is this?
Okay.
See, I'm asking, Kelly, look at, in this River State we are living. When there were people that filed out to vie for governorship in 2015. At that time, the FCT minister has not even made inroad into the fray. He has not. And when he came, it was his own that was hurricanic, as it were, and it torpedoed every other one. He's dead. Why? Because the force behind him was high and big. You cannot remove the force that was behind him. When there was somebody that was controlling a River State as a police officer, he was in Calabar. It was either 2 a.m. or something after that particular day that he was removed. It was removed. See, when we are doing all these things, let us also understand that, you see, that particular sheep that is lying, sleeping, is also hearing something. It might not say a word of it, but is hearing. And when he reaches, he will say, I will not accept this because you didn't do it in your own.
Okay. Dr. Bidima, let me ask you, because we're still looking at everything the governor preaches is peace, 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 and nothing is too much for peace. Nothing is too much to give to attain peace. Without peace, there cannot be any kind of progress. He believes that if he's able to broker peace, he can deliver good governance to the people of Rivers State. That's what he believes. So I'm curious. Amy reeled out some seeming facts, I would say, as to the sequence of events and the numbers and legality and illegality. I find it curious, though, Amy, that you will say a court pronouncement is illegal, but that's a conversation for another day. You have a right to your opinion. But when a competent court of jurisdiction makes a pronouncement, it's like me sitting down here and saying what the Supreme Court said about Tinubu's the election is illegal. It's nonsense. One moment.
Just one second.
One moment.
It's called my name.
I do not. I really do not think it's appropriate.
Pronouncing legal things.
That's the logical prof. Making logical arguments. But like I said, I find it a bit curious. Let me go back to Dr. Bidima. So when he looks at 8-point resolutions and he says, I'm going to represent the budget to a house chaired by Martin Amewule. I will re-nominate the commissioners that resigned to be members of my cabinet for them to return and work with me as governor of the state. Are those too big a price to pay to restore peace, so that you believe that with that peace you can deliver development for the people?
Well, first and foremost, I listened intently and patiently when my friend Amy was saying certain things. And I just observed that a lot of things were put in a way to confuse, deceive our listeners. I don't want to go into that historical voyage of how this thing started and the issues in court. And I just see a lot of manipulation in the whole thing. It's even analyzing the issue as if River State belongs to Fubara or Nyeson Weekend.
Well, why not answer my question?
It's not their business.
They can respond to some of the things you said.
So,
let's progress from there. Because I'm trying to manage this space. If I
No, it gave me time on. So I was so patient. I said, I will have more time to say
everybody had time. I gave everybody time. That's why I started by saying the way you feel about what the governor has said. So let's progress to something with this.
There, before maybe I come back. I find it difficult to even address the governor the way I'm supposed to address him, because I'm one of the critical stakeholders of this state. As a citizen, as somebody who has contributed one way or the other to the development of this state, who have also seen this state in the 70s, in the 80s, and the good part of 90s, and seeing what is going on today. Anybody in my shoe will be angry. You went and signed a resolution that is unconstitutional in the name of peace. Is Tinubu the Oba of Nigeria?
That's the monarch of Nigeria.
Are we practicing monarchical system of government? In a federal system of government, there are limits, boundaries, created both for the national and the state. There are also powers conferred given to the president and to the governors. And because our leaders don't read the constitution, and sure, both Tinubu and CM, they don't read the constitution. In fact, they don't know what the constitution is saying. The sections of the constitution. Both the people who are in the assembly, they don't read the constitution. If they do, they will use the constitution to shape their actions. How can a problem that is going on between two individuals, in the name of there was an agreement, like Ruben Abati rightly said, this agreement, is it satanic agreement or godly agreement? They should come out and they make it public the kind of agreement they entered. Why must that agreement be shrouded in secrecy? Why must we not know, Rivers people not be given the benefit of this to know the content of that agreement? And you are telling us, respect the agreement, honor the agreement. What kind of agreement is that? Is that agreement that you should, anything you want to do, even when you want to go to toilet, tell your godfather that you want to go to toilet. When you want to eat, tell him that you want to eat. When you are generating revenue, make sure you tell him how much you generated and how much should be shared. That's what we want to know. What kind of agreement and what kind of structure in that agreement that people agree that should not be tampered with. Is that structure Rivers people for the benefit of Rivers people or for the benefit of one individual? We want to know. This thing should be made known to us.
Okay.
So, if these things are not meant to us, and we must say that every action they are taking here and there, one is illegal, unconstitutional.
So, an illegal action cannot birth peace. That's what you're saying.
Definitely.
Oh.
Definitely. It's as if the people have entered into this battle. So it's no more the issue of and whoever that is saying, in fact, it's insane for anybody to come out to say that people should not interfere in a political matter like this and all those things. Who told you? In fact, I will see that person that he had not even gone to elementary one. Yes. He has not gone through elementary one. People think that the issue of government belongs to individuals. So, the representing budget.
Representing the budget.
That is signed, recognized, because the time this budget was presented, these people who defected to APC have not succeeded. It's a constitutional provision that the only way you can defect, the only reason you can defect is when there is crisis in your party, division in your party. There was no division in PDP. And those issues have been settled in Cross River State, in Ondo State, by Supreme Court, not even lower court. And they lost their seats. There's an unenlightened primitive people. These people whose minds are so callous hardened against the people want to ride roughshod on the people with their very low mentality.
Well, they may not have a low mentality.
No, but we are seeing them manifested.
Well, you don't appreciate the outcome.
I'm not a member of APC.
No, you don't appreciate the outcome. Doesn't mean they have low mentality.
I'm not a member of APC or PDP, and that is why I was so disturbed when my friend was making his analysis because he's benefiting his master, his father or grandfather, Bola Tinubu. Yes, he died while support because
your friend who?
Amy.
That's an accusation.
He said, what did I do?
You're accusing him of bias.
Definitely now, because they are defending the APC. He will not say anything wrong. He will come here and begin to list.
Okay.
So
making attempts to implement the resolutions cannot birth peace.
Kelly, have you seen where a matter in court, a defendant will go and withdraw a matter as if he took the matter to court? They were seeing the absurd happening in our society, in our state.
All right.
But the people have risen up. Whatever Sim is doing, whether he's returning the commissioners, he representing the budget, when these issues now start in court, different courts, the Rivers elders, in fact, the same river elders and leaders are also in court.
Language.
No. There's nothing like language. I said the same leaders are. Did I call anybody that is not saying?
I know what you're doing.
I said responsible leaders. They are irresponsible leaders and leaders.
Okay, so now you just said responsible leaders.
Leaders and leaders.
I can understand responsible leaders.
But
not the same.
Anybody that is responsible is sane.
I know it's not. They are different. They are different things. So completely different.
The point there is that when these matters are, anybody who is saying that this defection is a right, is constitutional in other places, not the it's a global practice. When once you defect from one party to the other, you lose your seat.
All right, doctor.
And we have decided cases here.
All right.
ADC here was the Speaker of House of Assembly, even if they were 3, because there was no more by that defection. And he also declared by a court order, he declared as if vacant and wrote to INEC. Even if there are 3, there is not the issue of that 3 or 4 are majority. That is the parliament waiting for INEC to conduct an election to fill the vacancies.
All right. Professor Werner, how do we How do we deal with the issue of godfatherism in our politics?
Well, first off, let me say that, from the biblical background, a certain man came to Jesus Christ and said, Master, what should I do to inherit the kingdom of God? And Jesus Christ wrote out all those conditions. He said, I've been doing all these things. And Jesus Christ said, okay, sell all your property, give it to the poor and follow me. And the man frowned his face. He couldn't, the price to pay, that's where I'm coming. The price we have to pay in this regard is that, look, you see, the political system has been orchestrated in such a manner that, you find people who choose certain aspect that favors them and hinges on tax. Other people find another place that favor them without that kind of holistic approach in terms of expressive analysis, very objective analysis. Like me, that's what I do. I don't mind what happens to me in the final analysis because I was trained in that aspect. That you do a very holistic, unbiased analysis. I have said it before. That what we need to do is to ensure that the democratic process, right from the word go, is sanitized. Part of what we're experiencing in the political landscape is that over time, this thing is graduating. If you look at what happened in the First Republic, you know what I'm talking about. It seems like a child's play to what is happening now. To the extent that at this point in time, you have a condition where people can clone the electoral materials, people can do all kinds of things. The thing is getting sophisticated as the day goes by. So what we need to do as a people is to begin to reposition the democratic institutions, and not only that, we need to imbibe democratic culture to the extent that we are going to apply it the way it is supposed to be. Godfatherism came in because, the electoral process was toyed with, the electoral process was abused, and nobody seemed to be doing anything. The state and its actors hijacked the political process to this pitiable condition we find ourselves. We have brought in prebenda politics. People follow political godfather because they want to get something from them and not even considering the interest of generation of people. And so we find ourselves in this kind of mess. He raised the issue of those who defended in Ondo State on the court. The court brought them back.
No.
They lost their
seat.
They lost their seat. And in the same Nigeria, we saw David Umahi, who left PDP and came to APC. I think he was a minister in the last dispensation, right? Or is it now?
No.
He's a minister now, exactly. And nothing happened.
Because the law is silent on that. There's no provision
for the governor.
For a governor that defects.
Oh, no provision for the governor?
Yes. No.
Okay. So let's grant that, let's believe that is the case. That the law. So the law is only applicable for
lawmakers.
You see? Sometimes we also look at the inadequacies of the law. You see the symbol of justice. That person is blindfolded like this, and there's a weight scale. What is good for the gander is also good for the geese. So, at that aspect, the law has some kind of incumbrances. The law is not also fair in that regard. Because all of them apply, it's not the same political party. The argument will be based on the party that brought you to office. The governorship position is a public office. The same with those in the legislature, they are public offices. So why should the law be biased in that aspect? Be that as it may, I am saying that you cannot be asking for legality when you, in one way, you are also projecting illegality. The last time I came here, I said it, and I want to repeat it. We have, under normal circumstance, the provisions and laws, rules of engagement in the House. We know them. Rules and orders that govern members of the House. And I want to believe that, just like Emi Fega rightly pointed out, we have how many members in the Rivers State Assembly? About 31 or 32 or thereabout of them. And before this time, that house sat, before even the house sat and pronounced the suspension order on Edison Ehi. Suspension order. Well constituted. We have not started hearing about this crisis. I didn't know. We didn't know when they placed that order. Suspension order.
It is in the beginning of the crisis.
And as at that time, I don't think those 27 members have defected. They have not.
No, they didn't.
They were impeached.
Exactly, which means the house was intact as at that time.
Yes.
And when the crisis actually got to its peak, its climax, its apogee, then we saw court order. And somebody says the court does not pronounce illegality. Court in Nigeria pronounces illegality. You know why? You look at what is happening in court. There was a case of PDP where a high court in Port Harcourt here, on the same matter, gave a different ruling. The same high court in Abuja, on the same matter, gave a different ruling. And why do we also have a situation where, by the hierarchy of court, a higher court will say, we have set aside the order of a lower court based on points of law, which means what the lower court did was outside the purview of the law, which is illegality.
Can't that also be the interpretation of the judge who was making a pronouncement at the time?
You are coming to the next point.
No, but isn't that correct?
No.
Because the courts in making most of those pronouncements will say the judge erred.
Good.
In making pronouncements
based on points of law.
In this direction.
Beautiful.
Right? And it says this is the way we should go.
Good.
And interestingly, the same court that would have made that pronouncement, by the time it gets to the apex court, the court says, no, you made the mistake. The lower court was actually correct in what it did.
Beautiful. I think we are saying the same thing. What we are saying in effect is that courts can also, make decision on illegality, because any decision, any ruling by the court that is not in tandem with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that decision is null and void. Set aside.
Who calls it not in tandem? Is it by the ruling of a superior court, or is it in the space of public opinion that will decide what is? Can I finish?
Okay.
Is it in the space of public opinion that will decide what is legal and what is illegal?
No. I didn't say public opinion here.
I'm asking a question.
Yes, I was talking about points of law. You have a hierarchy of courts in Nigeria.
Okay.
So if you move from a lower court to the higher court up to the Supreme Court, okay, and so when it gets to the Supreme Court, it's a decision of the court, the Supreme Court, to decide whether the lower court was right
or wrong.
Okay. And we have seen cases, that's what I'm talking about. We have seen cases where higher courts have actually set aside the judgment of lower court based on points of law.
And we've also seen cases where the Supreme Court has set aside the court in between.
I am not objecting.
No, you know where this is coming from.
The only point I'm making is that
the reason I have stayed calm to allow everybody to express themselves.
Yes.
So that we can have some kind of a clear and objective conversation.
That's right.
But I take exceptions to certain things that will ridicule our institutions.
Good.
When the Supreme Court made a pronouncement to say the election of Tinubu is affirmed, a lot of people don't feel satisfied with that pronouncement.
Good.
But I cannot in public space say that ruling is illegal.
No. I think...
One moment, sir. That's why I'm giving reference to the courts. If there's a case at the first court of instance, the parties have a right to appeal that matter.
Good.
Or that matter has not even been fully decided. Why are we rushing to make pronouncements? Because we sit in public arena to say this is illegal. What if eventually when the matter is settled and they look at all the issues involved, they say, oh, you that brought this case was even wrong in the first place?
Kelly, let's trace the origin of what I'm saying that. Somebody here said court cannot make pronouncement on illegal pronouncement.
No, you said the pronouncement of the court is illegal.
No. You didn't get what I said. What I said was that I said whatever action that was taken by ADCA are illegal. I'm talking. Hold on. And I said, though whether they court, I say, though they court affirm whatever that was done by anything, it cannot stand the test of time.
It's still legal now.
That's what it cannot stand because it was from that perspective. That was why I made reference that peradventure the other court now quash whatever that was done.
One moment. See, I sat down and I listened to everybody.
Good.
I wasn't interjecting at all.
Good.
And it's not even my style of presenting. It's not I listened to everybody, so I heard what everybody said. They are intellectuals, they are academics like yourself, bro.
Yeah.
They are indigent people, less educated people.
Good.
Thousands listening to us at the same time. They are trying to sift through the information that we give to them. My duty is to listen as everything is pouring and ask questions. This one you said, in the spirit of a nation that is guided by rule of law, is this correct?
Good.
Can we sit in this space and begin to say that order from that court is a kangaroo order when a process is still ongoing? When the matter has not been decided, there's an interim. One moment, there's an interim order, right? An interim order. It makes certain pronouncements, right? In that interim order, which we've talked about, we've established. The matter is still ongoing. It has not been terminated. It's not been vacated. Why are we in a hurry to jump to say this thing is illegal? It is kangaroo. Why are we quick? Why are we quick as a people to shoot down things from people that are whether we have the best of judges in the judiciary or not? At least there are judges in the judiciary. They have to sit over cases. They have to hear arguments from different parties to come by a conclusion so that there can be seeming harmony in our society. But if we want to run like this, we can have the case of Rwanda. It was on radio platforms where they say, kill them, cut the cockroaches. It was on platforms. They went on free. And when the thing broke out, they were killing people like cockroaches on the streets of Rwanda.
Okay. Kelly, let me also come in here because sometimes we need to be very specific in this analysis. Now, for the issue of the court that gave a certain interim injunction, to the Edison Ehe faction, I want to also believe that the court is also aware. I want to also believe that in the order given to, or the interim injunction given to him, that the court did not expressly state that Edison Ehe is now the Speaker of the House of Assembly.
It did not.
Good. You see, in court order proceeding, but the Bible says, "You don't remove our hearts to the word of God." What is there in the order pronounced must be strictly applied, strictly followed.
Okay.
The court order, I want to believe, did not say Edison Ehe, now go and become the Speaker of the House of Assembly.
Okay, I think we talked about this the same day when this matter came up.
Exactly.
And we mentioned, good thing, I think Dr. Chimon was also in the studio.
Yes, I was
and
there.
he talked about how things are filed. You did not agree with the argument. You didn't agree with the argument that day, right?
Exactly.
Somebody filed a matter saying complainants, defendants, I don't know the exact order now, right? Speaker, River State House of Assembly, Edison Ehe, right? River State House of Assembly against factional speaker Martin Amewule, River State House of Assembly, right? Like this. Has the court to grant certain prayers in the interim, ex parte, right? Ex parte. In the case of ex parte, you don't necessarily need to hear the other party. You say, okay, for the sake of peace, right?
Do this
so that the institutions will continue to run, right? Do this until we hear this matter. So the court looked at that prayer and said, for the sake of peace, on this ex parte, do this. You that have brought this matter, carry on like this until we hear this matter. Who brought the matter? Edison Ehe. As what? Speaker of River State House of Assembly. Court said, you that brought it, based on this, act like this until we hear the matter. When the matter is fully heard and the process is exhausted, and the court finds that, okay, how are you Speaker of River State House of Assembly?
Exactly.
When you have 4 persons against 31.
Yeah.
How did you bring this matter to us in court?
Exactly.
Don't you realize that this is a waste of our time? You don't have a case before the court. We haven't reached that point. The process has not reached that point, and we sit and shoot down the judiciary.
No. You see, what the point is that the court is in Rivers State.
Yes, it's blind.
And it's blind. But the court is not seeing.
It doesn't know who is the speaker.
Fine, the court is not seeing.
But you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not.
Because if you say justice is supposed to be blind, it means that the court will not.
And in the Nigerian context, it appears it's no longer blind.
You're contradicting yourself.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You are contradicting yourself. That's what you're doing.
Ideally, if it is blind, the blind in terms of actually, dispensing justice, no matter whose us is God. That's the blindness.
Correct.
Doesn't look
to that point.
Fine, no. Just get my what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The blindness there.
Yeah.
It's not that he didn't see and then he went and touched Ogadimma. He didn't see and touch Emmy. He didn't see and touch Kenny. The blindness there is that no matter whose cause is there, justice must follow its trajectory. That's the blindness. But now it appears in the judiciary in Nigeria, that man is now, there's somewhere opening, there's a fiesta opening that he can now see and begin to know where to place the justice and where to follow. Okay. That's the point I'm making. Which is quite abnormal.
So I asked the question.
In the administration of justice.
How do we
Sorry, let me finish. The judge in Rivers State is aware as an independent, as a citizen of Rivers State, is aware of what is happening.
This is the beginning and the end of contradiction. It's like
Are you also aware that a court can also refuse an interim order? Exactly.
So if you bring the point of argument to say Prof, one moment.
The court is where you make
one moment.
It's not a real expert order because grants.
I have equally questioned ex parte order. There are times when an ex parte order comes and the court grants. I'm like, how did the court grant this order in the first place? But it's an ex parte order.
Yes.
It's a judicial instrument, right? There are also times when the court has said, this order you are asking for, I can't grant it now.
Beautiful.
Go and invite the other parties to come.
Beautiful.
We see all of these things play out. But it still doesn't mean that puts an end to the matter.
Exactly.
You see?
It still doesn't mean that the matter has been decided because the court either granted an ex parte order or rejected an ex parte order.
What is also in the final analysis is the court is there to ensure that there is peace.
Exactly. So the matters are in court.
You see, what this particular court has done is that, you granted an ex parte order, which, for me, will also generate more crisis. That's the thing.
I need to move on from. So basically, the question is, I'm not sure you answered the question. How then?
No, thank God you agree with me that same particular court that was apt to generate more crisis.
No.
That's your opinion, Prof.
I don't agree.
And it's not in my place to agree or disagree. No. You have a right to your opinion.
No, everyone will say yes now. No, Bola Tinubu is his grandfather.
When you look at situations,
gentlemen,
when you look at situations, there's what is called situational theory.
Prof, gentlemen, can we have some order here? This is what I try to avoid from the beginning. But human beings are not robots. So human beings would have their will, their opinions, they would object, they would agree. I do understand it. And even when it is clear that the point of argument has questions, you find a way to go around it to make a point. No issue. My question to you, Prof, again, was how do we do away with Godfatherism?
Okay.
That was the question.
It's okay. I tried to explain and I said the only
quickly
thing,
just summarize it because we have to go for the news update. When we come back, we'll take
the only thing we need to do as a people is to begin to reposition the institutions. For now, we are very far away from the tenets of democracy. And that's why those things are coming in. That's why you have Godfatherism. So if all of us together we absolve ourselves of prebendal politics, where you sing the praise of one man, a governor or a president, just because you want to get something from him, personal, let's absolve ourselves of this parochial, selfish, ethnic sentiments and interests, and then as a people, make sure that we pursue to the letter democratic principles, no matter whose ox is gone. What I see in Nigeria is that people, it's just like when people are looking at the masquerade. The side you are looking at the masquerade, when they ask you, that's where you interpret. This is how the masquerade is. The other person from the other side will interpret the masquerade differently, depending on what that person can see as at that material time. So that is the fundamental question we should ask ourselves. And this is where all these problems are coming from.
Thank you, Prof.
All right. Let me go to Emi Faiga. I know you may not conclude before we go for the news. So, and then we would take some of your contributions. And now I'm thinking I should read some messages. So let's read some messages, because this is really what we'll just talk about today. Basically, this is what we'll talk about today. And the drama I was trying to avoid, apparently I couldn't avoid it for long. But nonetheless,
the drama that is coming. Because we started this thing.
This is how it has gone. Dr. Pedro, this is how it has gone. We started by taking everybody's opinion.
Exactly.
After everybody's opinion, I asked individual questions to every other person.
Thank you very much.
I've not asked Emi's individual question.
Okay.
After that question, I open the phone line.
Okay. Good.
You've not asked me individual questions.
No, he has asked you now.
They have asked you now.
The peace that Fobra intends to birth in River State, if he goes on to sign those resolutions, what kind of peace are we going to have? Exactly. Remember, Doctor? You remember?
I didn't remember that. I didn't remember that question. You have to be very objective.
I try my best to
don't skew it.
It's not skewed. No, it's not skewed. You had your question.
No, you see, you say you have tons of questions.
Mr. Ndiko, did I ask you a question?
Anything about individual.
Exactly.
No, after we finished 1-1, did I ask you a question?
No, I'm not sure.
No, he asked you.
Did I ask you a question about
Doctor,
the kind of legacy?
Kelly, Professor Warner.
Yes.
Professor Warner should understand that the issue of a buried man is different from a man that is alive. And it's sitting here.
Okay, so one moment. I have it. It's my style to do follow-up questions.
Yes.
To probe as much as possible. But today I decided to allow people just talk.
No.
Hold on, doctor.
You know where the issues are.
Doctor.
As long as you make sure that you're going to take them.
Counter. Dr. Obidima wants to counter some of the things that you said. He wants to counter it.
I'm not countering anybody.
I'm not allowing him. I am not allowing him to do that. That is what is the problem. I know that is what the problem is. But Mr. Ndukwe, I asked you about the legacy of Sim.
Okay.
Sim talked about leaving a legacy. And I said, if this legacy, with what he's doing, he gets peace in River State.
Okay. Is that the individual question?
No, it's the individual question.
Kelly.
He has remembered.
I want to ask you. If that is the case, you also ask me individual questions.
I'm not asking him.
They cannot give him another right.
No, but I haven't asked him his individual question.
Kelly, you have to amend this thing before we come back.
So that you have.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello, season's greetings. And we have good news for you and your business. We know it's holiday season, but your profit doesn't have to go on holiday, does it? Nah. Do you want double your profit in this season of celebration? We bring to you our Pay Less and Get More December promo. That is, you can now pay for 3 jingles and get 1 free. Pay for 5 and get 2 free. Best of all, you can pay for 10 and get 5 free. Wonderful. Fantastic. Do you also want to record your program or do it live? You can now pay for 3 recorded live programs and get 1 free. Better still, pay for 5 recorded or live programs and get 2 free. This is best Christmas for you and your business. This promo lasts from December 11 to January 15. Terms and conditions apply. For more inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. 0818-389-2850. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Thank you for staying with us. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Tension is reportedly high in Ikem, a local government area of Rivers State, following the alleged invasion of the community by suspected cultists. An indigene of the community, Samuel Amadi, told Today FM that the armed invaders shot about 5 persons, leaving some of them critically wounded. Amadi complained that the police failed to respond despite several distress calls put across to them in Okei. He called on the State Commissioner of Police, Latunji Disu, to urgently intervene to save the situation. The federal government has banned 18 foreign universities operating in Nigeria while warning Nigerians to avoid enrolling in such institutions. 5 of the banned universities are from the United Accreditation of Degree Certificates from the Republic of Benin and Togo. Announcing the ban in a statement published on its website, the National Universities Commission explained that the federal government had not licensed the affected universities and they have been closed down. The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, says his decision to run for governorship was divine. Shaibu, however, said Governor Gordon Obaseki is working at cross purposes with the divine mandate. Speaking during an interview in Lagos, Shaibu warned that the People's Democratic Party can only win the governorship election with him on the ballot. The Ijaw Youth Council IYC Worldwide says it will resist the 3% allocated to host communities in the Petroleum Industry Act, describing it as an aberration to the Niger Delta people. In a New Year message signed by the IYC spokesman, Princewell, and sent to the federal government, international oil companies, Niger Delta governors, and interventionist agencies, among others, the council said it's not comfortable with the 3% allotment. It also vowed that it would do all within its powers to engage oil companies by demanding the employment nominal role of the IOCs and other national companies operating in the Niger Delta region as it continues to engage the federal government for gainful employment of its people. On the foreign scene, hospital doctors in England have begun their longest consecutive strike in the 7-decade history of Britain's National Health Service, NHS. Junior doctors, those below consultant level, will walk out for 6 days in a major escalation of their long-running pay dispute with the UK government. The industrial action comes at one of the busiest times of the year for the state-funded NHS when it faces increased pressure from winter respiratory illnesses. It also quickly follows a 3-day strike held by doctors just before Christmas. The NHS said the latest walkout, which could see up to half of the medical workforce on picket lines, would have a significant impact on almost all routines. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hey there! Today 95.1 FM is ready to spice up your holiday season with this Christmas and New Year bonanza. Check this out. Pay for 3 jingles and get 1 for free. Pay for 5 and get 2 more for free. In case you're feeling extra festive, go for 10 big jingles and get 5 for free. What a time to be on radio. And hey, whether you like it recorded or live, we've got your back. Pay for 3 live or recorded programs and get 1 for free. Aim for 5 and get 2 extra slots for free. But here's the scoop. This sweet deal runs from December 11th, 2023 to January 15th, 2024. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please call 0818-389-2850. Today 95.1 FM, we are the voice of the people. Don't miss this holiday bonanza.
See, ma tell you, that man a ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time na black, blue. That man a ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so they behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time you go they change car. But I don't they observe and since.
I know they do.
Now for you.
But me I know say, you know people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get with anybody if you tell me 9 drunk.
What is it with all the hate and the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your brother. Will you let them? Hate speech is not just criminal, it is intended to destroy you. Shun hate speech. No one truly benefits. A message from Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you for staying with us. I thought the 5 minutes news break would help to douse the tension, but it's still high. At least we're all friendly. That's a good thing. So let me go to Amy. He has to get his own question.
I've not gotten
So, I know you have. Dr. Bidiba, you have.
You don't need to be rigging this thing.
Okay, if it's rigged, then no problem. I agree. So let me ask Amy this question. So if there were conditions that stifled a governor from carrying out his functions legitimately as a governor, like Yeson Wike said on, I think, December 24th, that there are rules. You must play by the rules. We still do not know what exactly caused the feud between himself and his political godson. None of them have told us publicly. In fact, the closest we have to what will be substance from the rumors will be comments by Yeson Wike. That's the closest we have. He has given voice to a lot of those rumors.
Yes, true.
In trying to either dismiss them or subtly trying to speak about them and talk about a structure. After all, those that are speaking of where were they when we chose him to come out and be our governor. He gave a lot of voice to a lot of those rumors, right? But I can't say substantially that I know what the issues are, right? But if the issues are such that this man cannot work as a governor, he can't choose people to work with him as a governor. If he makes one appointment out of a list given to him and he says, I want this one person, and he insists on that one person being on his team, it becomes a problem. If he goes to visit a government facility, they say, why would you visit that government facility? Did you give you approval to visit that government facility? My question is, how can a governor, yes, there may be conditions, I do not know, for whatsoever reason, he was the one that was chosen ahead of the likes of what's his name? Go round. I'm trying to remember his name. Felix Obua. The likes of Austin Okpara. The likes of former deputy governor of Rivers State.
House of Reps.
Former deputy governor of Rivers State. What's his name? From the Amechi guy.
Okay, Ikuru.
Yes. Tela Ikuru. All of these persons wanted to be governor. The current secretary to the government of Rivers State government, Tami Janagogo, these persons wanted to be governor. And somehow, the list out of all of them was the person that was chosen to be governor. And okay, he has emerged as governor. The governor speaks. Sometimes he sounds timid. We hear that when people come to visit the governor, they have to go and visit his political godfather. So as they finish on the government house, they are going to the home of the godfather to also say, we are here. So if their situation becomes like that, are you saying that no matter how difficult it is, he must stick by the terms of the agreement so that he can remain in office? What kind of governance would he be giving to the people?
Yes, Kelly, I think first he confessed. Like the names you mentioned, if you are talking about Rivers politics, among these names you mentioned, you will not mention Simfubara. You will not mention Simfubara because these other names are not politicians who have been within the circle of Rivers State politics. But somehow, Simfubara came among them. You see, there is what I call public sentiment. And there is another thing I call political interest that drives the minds of politicians. Politicians will always want to win an elections and constitute government in order for them to control both the society and the finances.
That is, control the government.
Yes, control the government. And in most cases, to their own advantage. That is the case of the Nigeria state. But however, in the course of choosing somebody to represent that group of interests, there were series of discussions. And in the view of these discussions, terms were agreed upon that this is how we are going to drive, and this is what we will do, and this is what we will achieve. And we need somebody to drive this because every one of us cannot be a governor at the same time. So we need one man. And that one man that we can, repose our confidence in, who can do this for us, is Simfubara. So every other person, let us support this. And Simfubara emerged. In the context of morality, like most of us will like push, in the context of morality, it is expected that you that is a beneficiary of such decision, you abide by the decision that brought you.
Okay. In total,
that is morality, because you accepted before you were given the opportunity and supported.
Okay.
But when we have a constitution that defines rules, functions, and powers, then it is expected that even as you have assumed that office, whatever decision you are to take in support of that interest that enthrone you should not contravene or contradict the provisions of the constitution that elects you. Because without the law, you can't be a governor. Because it is the law that recognizes that you are a governor among many Rivers people and endowed with certain power responsibilities. So this is where wisdom is very key and necessary. How do I balance this power equation? Godfatherism is not actually a bad thing. Godfatherism becomes bad when there is an undue influence to do what is wrong to the detriment of the larger society. But many persons will just condemn Godfatherism into somebody must sponsor somebody, somebody must help somebody, somebody must support somebody. Right? Okay. So, right now, the position of Simfubara, what I expected of him is not to destroy what actually made you outrightly. Even if you must do so, it would have taken the path of wisdom. Melembe. But the thing didn't appear in that manner. No, I'm speaking in tongues. I'm speaking in tongues. You see, like Dr. Obidima accused me It doesn't concern me whether we can come to APC, it doesn't come to APC. But when there are crises, somebody must sit to resolve the issue. Dr. Warner here, if I tell you that I was my lecturer in the University of Port Harcourt, he taught me. I mean, I've told you this before. He taught me. So, following that sense, somebody can just deduce that I might have some form of established relationship with Dr. Warner. That if he speaks to me in certain manner, maybe I might listen to him. So if a Kelly now discover that, and I have issues with Dr. Obidima, and they decided to approach Dr. Warner to preside over a meeting that can bring truth between myself and Dr. Warner. Has Dr. Warner committed any crime?
Well, you're moving away from my question.
I'm coming to broker the peace.
I know what people are doing, but you're moving away from my. That's why I'm asking this question. Let's go back to
yes. So for me, I think the governor of Rivers State, Simila Efubara, Sir, they call him Sir, and also according that respect, should not outrightly bite the finger that fed him.
Okay.
That is an act of ingrate. Nigerians always talk about morality.
Okay.
Forgetting what the law says. So as it stands now, the law remains the law. What I expected is work with the law. And as you are working with the law, don't go emasculating Rivers State and Rivers people, but find a way out, to appease those who actually also stood by you, stood with you,
okay,
and supported you to be who you are. Without them, you would have been a governor.
Okay.
We are condemning Chief Nyesom Wike at a time that, he didn't show that gratitude to Jonathan's wife and Jonathan's family. The same time, you are condemning Chief Nyesom Wike for doing that, and you are supporting Sefubara for doing the same thing. That is double dealings. It's double dealings. So if you are for A, let us stand where we are standing.
Okay.
That is where justice and peace can return to society. But if we engage in double dealings, like what we are saying, and as I make reference on the other time that a court judgment or whatever pronouncement, interim injunction, whatever order that was given will stand the test of time. Because I know that the law says ABC, they are very explicit in the whole of this whole thing.
Okay.
Which definitely, at the end of the day, the law will prevail. And once it prevails, and you are dwelling on illegality, you will be thrown away.
All right.
And once you are thrown away, you will not be a governor. You will not be there to fight again.
Okay. I deliberately did not want to respond to this because when we speak as though it is one side, it could flip to the other side. A matter is in court. It is not the person that took matter to court that will necessarily win the case.
Yes.
Thank you very
so
much.
The matter that you think will be in favor of the other group could turn out to be in favor of the other group. So if I can plead with you and anybody listening, the matters are in court.
Yes.
When those matters are withdrawn and they are going for political settlement, we can ask, okay, the matter is not in court. Let's say I don't want to fight this matter. But the matters are they're in court. As far as we know, Edison has resigned. Would you go back to the court and say, this matter that I brought before you, I'm withdrawing it. It doesn't matter again because I'm no longer a party in this. And he withdraws it. That action has not been taken. So let's slow down. Because a court ruling can go either way. When the governors took the federal government to court, the Attorney General came out and said, Supreme Court did not have jurisdiction to hear the matter. Right? They were hopeful that they will win. Supreme Court came out and said, no, we have jurisdiction to hear this matter. And we will hear the matter.
Because the law says so.
No, it's not about
it's not about
the process will go.
Disputing that, but the point now is this. There are three arms of government as enshrined in our constitution. One is to interpret the law. And the law is accessible to every Nigerian.
I deliberately.
Where the law is explicit,
I deliberately refuse Was it
said Martin Murphy's 27 members sat. That was the report. Was published.
That's what the report said. Were they inside? Yes, Wike was the first person that told us. Wike told us, I have 23 or even more lawmakers with me.
Now Wike was boasting.
I'm telling you that as far as this matter is concerned, one person cannot sit and act like the view I have is absolute. No. So you are interested in the piece of development of Rivers State. Professor Warner is interested in that. Dr. Obidima is interested in that. Mr. Ndiko is interested. Me, I'm most interested in it. Because when I talk to people, people sound confused. I don't even know what to tell people sometimes when they come and say, what's happening? I don't know which we don't understand. I do know in the few years I've been doing this job that Rivers politics is not for the faint-hearted. It's very confusing. Very, very confusing, and it can be very messy. So my point is, you have your opinions. Let's wait for these processes to see how they go. That's just the point I'm trying to make. No. I have to take comments. It's already 10:21. For by the time you blink, no, sir. Dr. Obidima. No, sir. We've had weeks and weeks.
I think the people makes the governor, not an individual.
Doctor,
they can make a candidate.
Dr. Obidima.
Sir.
Please, let me read comments so we can move on and take some reactions. What's up? Fubra saying he wants to be remembered as a man who did not inflict fear on his people, but rather a man who brought development and lasting tranquility to his people. This is indeed commendable. Someone, the governor of Lagos State, arresting soldiers riding against traffic is a welcome one. That should serve as deterrent to those who flagrantly disobey traffic laws. Plateau attack, victim testifying on what transpired in the attack should not be treated with kid's glove. This should inform the basis for a proper investigation, especially knowing that he claims to have recognized some of the assailants. Wazigwe from Rumalogo, thank you so much for reaching out. I can't read everything for the sake of time. Let me see. This is another long one. Let's see how many we can do. Okay, on transportation rebate for opinion poll, I asked you a question. Did you benefit? Your own is ghost benefited, Sha. Out of the millions of human beings that traveled, only 100,000 benefited. Please, can you help us with the name? The transport companies, make we check something. Louis from Rukboko. Governor Sanwo-Olu ordering the arrest of a soldier for alleged one-way driving. The soldier rode his bike in the wrong direction on a one-way road. So the governor did the right thing. Military men need to understand that a uniform and a gun do not put you above the law. Thank you so much for reaching out. Let me take another one. Good morning, Kelly. All right. Summarize. Lawson. It is a standard practice. Let me read this message out so that I can shoot you down politely. Kelly, please try to summarize what you have done on the show before opening the phone lines so that those that join late can also contribute. It is a standard practice. Lawson, come on, force me. Good morning, all. Beautiful analysis by Amy. I really enjoyed your unbiased analysis and how you backed it up with the constitution of the land. I completely go with your opinion. Great. Thank you for reaching out as well. Good morning, Kelly and the guests. Did I truly hear from one of the guests that the courts cannot determine who heads any arm of government? Oh, it seems he was not in Nigeria when the court declared someone who came forth in an election as governor of a state. Perhaps he has not been told that the court with 5 or 7 judges have been upturning mandates of electorates. In comment on the above, what is wrong if Right Honorable Edison Eye was made speaker by a court, or by the act of a court? Nigeria is indeed not okay. Harry SF, thank you so much for reaching out. John from Port Harcourt. Kelly, Governor Fubara has a reason for starting the fight, and the reason is not agreeing to the looting of Rivers' wealth so he can work for the people. But if he has now agreed to the pact, it means he has agreed to the sharing of Rivers' common wealth so he can remain there. So he can remain. There will be no development with this. John, that's your position. Thank you for reaching out. Many of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly members, including the Speaker, defected with Umai from the PDP to the APC, and nothing happened. Sapi from Ahoda. Nobody took it to court now. It wasn't tested. So that's the situation. If someone decides to test, Mr. Kelly, if there's an agreement between Sim and Wike, who knows if Wike is now asking for more than the agreement? One of your guests is blaming only Sim for the unrest in River State. Furthermore, Sim is the governor of all, not just Wike and his structures alone. No matter the process that brought him in, Sim has the right to do whatever benefits the generality of Rivers people. Uche Wachuku from Port Harcourt. Some of the messages I can take from WhatsApp. Let me go to the traditional SMS portal. Let's read a few from there. And then we open the phone lines. Please, one moment. Okay, I think I opened a message before this one. This should be it. Good morning, Kelly. Is the Minister for Solid Mineral Resources the one to trumpet the huge success of the transportation subsidy? Where's the transportation minister? And what's happening to the unannounced solid minerals? Psychophancy is not only found in the streets. The much touted peace in River State could be likened to the graveyard peace as Edison was spotted in the governor's hometown at the end of the year. At the end of the year get together, and a day after, we hear about his new portfolio as the chief of staff to the Brick House. I still don't have confirmation to that though. Let the music play on. Feel it in your heart and soul. Friday Olu from Chuba. Thank you for reaching out. This message. Good evening. I think this message came from yesterday. Yeah, it just dropped now. Your message dropped late. I see one. Gift from Port Harcourt. I see Fobra is after his personal interest. I can sacrifice his followers. The Abuja court will validate the defection of Amewule faction and reverse the declaration made by Edison. But the problem is that those who will suffer in years to come are the commissioners who refuse to resign, Darlington Orji, Solomon Abel AK, and the pro-Fubara lawmakers, Edison etc. Wike does not forgive. Gift, that's your position. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. My take on Governor Sim is this. His first action is emotional, while his recent action is cognitive. A cognitive action is one taken after having considered several factors and consequences. First, his latest action is geared toward extricating himself from the leadership pitfalls. However, this back and forth attitude of his dents his image as a human. He's not a trustworthy person. Okay, so it's a shame. Russell Blue Jack, thank you for reaching out. John from Port Harcourt, I'm sure I read this message. Fubara has a reason for starting the fight. Okay, John, I read a message from you on WhatsApp. Okay. Jerry from Port Harcourt, the analysts, they have a right to their opinion. That's why we invited them. Kelly, greetings. If Governor Sim Fubara goes ahead to represent the budget, resubmitting the names of commissioners that voluntarily resigned their positions, then the Constitution of Nigeria should be jettisoned. Since I started listening to the radio and television, I have never heard of any governor represent budget that had already been passed by the State Assembly and signed by the governor. Kelly, if such thing happened before, please remind me. Thank God Ability Atwebu. If I remember, I'll mention. But Saraki and Dogara defected from APC to PDP before 2019 election, yet they didn't lose their seats. Nigeria, the law is not stable. The case of Saraki and Dogara, I think there was a bit of a drama in the APC, but I'm not sure anyone tested it. That's the key issue.
It is the speaker or the Senate that will declare those seats vacant. Now, as it stands, the recognized person to have done that is Amehule.
Thank you.
It was not the speaker.
I'm moving on, please. Who signed illegal secret agreement with Wike before he was imposed as governor on Rivers people in 2015? Any secret agreement that is not legal, that can't be taken to court for any claim, is null and void and can be ignored anytime. We need peace. We'll wage against Rivers people. Wike or Mr. Law, I'm not sure what you're saying. No, I've tried. Gentlemen, let's blame Governor Sim less on the steps and most of his actions and reactions on this issue, because he knows there's an ambushment at the Supreme Court waiting for him Unfortunately, not by his opponents alone, but his mentor and the federal mind. The game would change if he pulls through at the court. Kanu, thank you for reaching out. Ernest from Woji, River State is a funny state. They are signing peace deal, even in Gaza and Ukraine. Up till now, nobody is signing any peace deal. Here, the peace they want so that they can continue to share the state resources. Ernest, quite the imagination. Brother Linus, Kelly, good morning. God bless you all in the house. Please, my people, I want to tell you this. I appreciate all of you and your contributions, but I want to tell you all that this nation is not a normal nation. What is abnormal about it? If you ever try to get things right here, be ready to go in or down for it until this nation is delivered from the hands of those that hold it firmly, which is the first thing that must be done. Nothing will move forward. Okay, thank you and God bless you. You want to identify Dr. Obidima and Oga Brown for reasons very important. Okay, thank you for reaching out. Brother Linus, I'll do a final message so we open the phone lines. You help someone to become governor does not mean the person should be bonded and become a slave to you. That is not acceptable to any reasonable person. Allow the governor to take initiative to his credit. Advice where absolutely necessary and nothing more. Greed at the expense and against the state should not be allowed and tolerated by Rivers people. Manager Sir Festus Digbani, thank you for reaching out. Phone lines 0817 000951, 0810 9510 951. Again, 0817 000951, 0810 9510 951. Those are the numbers to call. Phone lines open. Let's take those reactions now. Today 95.1, good morning.
Early moment, good morning.
Hi, Gift, welcome. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to everybody. Let me tell us, Kelly, I don't want to the institution is too hot. Just out for the institution, just to remain there. If you cannot eat dog meat, don't drink the person.
Gift, the signal is not clear. The signal is not clear.
Can you hear me? Never be a speaker. And he was only a leader of the house. He was suspended. And we are in support of this very illegal that they have to fight with a particular motion that oil soup that the speaker of the house. You know that house is even criminal as far as all of us are concerned. And we know it all, we know the truth. A man lied that 6%.
Okay, Gift, we'll be struggling to hear you. The signal is really bad. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Ndukwe, and Ifyaga and the guests in the studio. A blessed morning to you all, and a bad morning to all the bad politicians in Nigeria.
Hi, Sam. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Yeah. Thank you. I wish you the best of this new year. Yes. I wish you all great new year. Mr. Kelly, you see, listening at that ex-party order, a famous radio anchor political platform, Oyila used to say, even though if a judge drink whether enough alcohol, but he has passed order or judgment, that judgment stand whether good or bad until it is vacated. And that day when Hedison went to collect that order from the court, even to tell you the court is not biased, even give a clause that if Martin Mehule later is found out that what he brought was wrong, he will be found. There is a particular amount of money that they say will be found. So for the pandemonium and lacuna that was about to engulf River State, he is the authentic speaker. He should go and hold that. So he remained the authentic speaker until these 27 lawmakers, former lawmakers, will go and vacate that order. And again, I want to tell Governor Sim, any president that knows him should tell him, this Martin Mehule group, he should not in any way acknowledge them as speaker, because I tell you, the revelation I got, this man has concluded in the Supreme Court to sack him, knowing that Toyoko, one of the things in prayer is asking the Supreme Court is that Sim was still signing check as a civil servant up to the date, even the expiring date that he should resign, he did not resign. For that, they should sack him, is not qualified to be a god. And those men want to capitalize on it, to sack him on the Supreme Court. They will not even allow the court here in to even sit on the 30th to deliberate on the matter. And they will now make this man, Martin Emewule, to hold that seat for them to do new fresh election. So to do a fresh, listen, excuse me, lastly, to conduct fresh election, and that will be dangerous for him. So he should not acknowledge this man in any way, because he will be trading his seat.
All right.
And when this man, although this government of Jagaban will not last long, but the short time they will deal with him, it will be very traumatizing.
It's all right,
I just pray to take this revelation serious.
Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hello, Obed, welcome.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Oga Obidima.
Happy New Year,
and the rest of the guests in the studio. Obidima, I must say thank you so much for standing on the truth and the courage to speak. Honestly, I must commend you, sir. Both of us, to you. Continue what you are doing. Kelly, let me tell you, I think all of us know the former governor very well.
Okay.
How he wants to remain on the spotlight. You understand? He can do anything to remain relevant in the scheme of things. We know that very well. And if somebody say, must keep to whatever agreement, people have asked us several times, what is the agreement? We all know when this thing started, and as much as I know that everything I say here, the media will
Kelly, peace accord. Me, I did one side, they ask Kelly, what's the problem where they quarrel them? Before you go into a peace, if you know, say, with a drag piece of land, we say, make peace, settle land. With a drag or a pot of soup, we make the problem, like the voting governor asked. Goliath, like, they must fall. Thank you, sir.
Chris, thank you so much for reaching out. I think we'll do 2 more calls and we'll have to read messages and close. So 0817 00951, 0810 951. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir. Can you turn down the volume on that?
Yeah, on the same comment. My whole take on this issue is that if people are saying that sin should not buy from God, I want to ask, where did Governor Wike start? He started as a PDP, under PDP, as a local government chairman. He became a chief of staff. From PDP, he became a minister. From PDP, he became a governor. Now he treated PDP badly during the election. Nobody is looking into that. He wants to stand as a man, as a governor, after he's been elected. People are blaming him. Me, I'm not happy with him, with all the decisions he's taking. The government hand is not his house. Let him stand on the side of the people and fight this fight to the end. If he loses, let him lose. I don't know how people treat integrity. When he comes to power, he's afraid of that. Maybe when the matter got to Supreme Court, let them remove him. But my advice to you, Wike as well. The heart of a man is desperately wicked. Nobody can. Those people who are with him, and because they are benefiting from it, he should not trust whoever he wants to bring in. These people will still behave.
All right.
No matter whoever he brings, they will still behave.
Okay.
We are all human. He should go and ask Tony Aneni, when he brought Oshomole, he betrayed Osumbo. What happened to him? After 6 months, the commissioner Aneni appointed under Oshomole. Oshomole, all of them appointed his own.
Okay.
That is how human beings behave.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the sake of time, okay? Today 95.1, good morning. You'll be our final caller.
Good morning, Kelly, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
This is Chimezie. like one of your guests that usually pontificates whenever he gives his opinion. We know how Tinubu became the president of Nigeria.
Chimeze, can you walk away from that radio, please? Some interference.
Sorry, sir. And we know how Secondus became the man and how he was removed. And all the games that were played. I feel for the governor of Rivers State. But the most important thing is that whether he is removed today or tomorrow, let him know that he has become the governor of Rivers State. It doesn't matter who is against him. Let him be a man. At least the people are supporting him. Not that he came there by election. We know how he emerged. But for now, he is number one citizen. It doesn't matter what Abuja is saying. Thank you very much.
Right, Chimeze, thank you so much. Let's return to social media so we can take some more of your messages. On X, for Real Talk, Okafor Samuel, peace is the best option for the sake of good governance, though nobody knows exactly what the cause of the problem between Sim and Wike is. All right, let me check for opinion poll still on X and the reactions there. Quickly, just take them. I asked a simple question. Did you benefit from the program? Peter Chisomokere says, for where? Program call. Benefits, nay. I don't see anything, no. Okay. I've read and I've seen videos of people saying they benefited from it. I want to know from you, did you benefit from the federal...
Those who said...
Me, I didn't...
So let it end.
All right. Okay, let's progress. That would be a different conversation.
We're looking forward to that from them.
Okay. Don Pedro, on opinion poll, I don't think anyone benefited from this so-called transport fare subsidy. Who are the beneficiaries? Let them come out and testify. That's why I'm asking this question now. Thank God ability at Twibu, many states were left out. Only those in southwest and northern part of Nigeria benefited. Okay, so people benefited. Okay. Iberi Up Jesus, good morning to you all. The FD is supposed to reduce the price of fuel so that everybody can benefit. Honorable Biobele Bene says 95% of Nigerians did not. Mostly we the people of Rivers State. Ours is the worst. You did not benefit. Okay. I'm looking for who benefited. Chile Edwin, the program cannot be for everyone because some persons have their personal cars and many others may not have had the need to travel. But most interesting is the fact that the program wasn't a husk, but promise made and kept. Nigerians must learn rubbish everything. Must learn not to rubbish everything done by the federal government. Okay, Chile Edwin, thank you so much. Answer the question. Carlo Ojum said no. Simple, no, you did not benefit. My God. Real talk, this is where we'll have more of the drama. So here we go. I asked a question, a typo error there. I meant representing the budget, not pre-presenting the budget. Okay, so typo error. Resubmitting the names of the resigned commissioners to the assembly and going against what some have described as unconstitutional resolutions, implementing them. Are these worth it for peace? What kind of peace would that be? Odinakachuku Morris. Good morning, Kelly and the crew. Let's wait and see, because Rivers politics has always been that way. Nothing in that resolution is worth it. Fish Chooks. Mr. Kelly, if there's an agreement between Sim and Wike, who knows if Wike is not asking for more than the agreement? One of your guests is blaming only Wike. Does it feel I've read this? Uchewachiku, I think I've read a message on Facebook, on SMS. Wolo Bochi puts it this way: why are they talking about representing of the budget? For the past 8 years, there was nothing like budget. I don't know what they value, why they value budget like this. So, Nahim then no come release their own then. Kelly, the FCT minister should allow peace to reign, in as much as Governor Sim has said that he did not sign the peace accord. Are you following the trends? Okay, he signed it. Okawa Charles, so many views from the angle of sentiment and not the angle of what truly the law says. those who encouraged the governor to embark on an endless journey of war, which they couldn't achieve themselves. Peace is what Rivers people want and not to the pockets of praise singers. The governor should go ahead with the process he has started by signing the resolution. Umar Igbogidi puts it this way: the President Tinubu and co resolution for peace wouldn't have generated all these positive and negative commentaries if the document was backed with affidavit, considering the legal implications. And lastly, Michael Gift, power is intoxicating Tinubu. Weekend Tinubu must be very careful with Rivers people. The most much I can take. And General Post, Dr. Mrs. Sema Libera from Owerri, Senator asks suffering Nigerians to be patient with Tinubu. Does he know the meaning of suffering? He can talk anyhow because he's living in opulence. Nigerians have not had it this bad. It has been a season of hardship, excruciating pain, sadness, suffering, frustration, death, worries, and anger. May we never pass through this way again. Nigerians need a new lease of life. Nicholas Erasmus, suspension and delisting of schools by FG is laughable to me. What was federal government doing all this while until a journalist investigated? Is it now the fault of Nigerian students or a lackadaisical attitude of the government of Nigeria who is not proactive? This is unfortunate and disheartening. I'd like us to close this 10:49, so that leaves us a very short time. So I'll just be taking summaries from you. There's another issue of people killed in Borno State again. It's not as hot as it used to be in Borno State now, thank goodness, but people are still dying. The president said, I can't beat my chest to say we're there yet, but we're still making the effort. How soon should one expect that we'll hear less? I even get tired of asking this question. I've thought of, are there other ways to ask the same question? The military has, I feel like there's a book of excuses by Nigerian military. Once this one happened, they have the excuse. This one happened, they have the excuse. There's always an excuse, but people continue to die. How long? Amy, and your closing remarks.
Yes, I think security of life and property is the primary function of government. So government should always try to do everything possible to secure the lives of the people and their property. However, security is not left to government alone. I have seen situations where Nigerians, some who call themselves religious leaders, will stand on the pulpit to incite people against the others. People who hear this will go and implement them. Politicians all will come and run their mouth on how to divide Nigeria, incite people, and other people will implement those things they hear. Journalists, that was how some of these people lost their seats. But in the case of Rivers State, the speaker that is known by law, according to the provision of the Nigerian Constitution as amended, is Martin Amehule, who is legally recognized to have declared those seats vacant. Is still the speaker, and he have not declared his own seat vacant, so they are still here.
Well, that is in your opinion. MFI, political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Thank you, sir.
I agree to you.
Prof.
Yeah, Stanley, the issue of insecurity and killings, I think that for me, I'm tempted to believe that there appears to be a state conspiracy because over time, we've been talking about this, and it appears the security agencies and indeed Nigerian states seem not to be doing anything very, very resourceful, very, very lasting to put an end to this insecurity. I'm saying this because over time we've had these people being killed. If it happens today, the next day is another one, the next day, and sometimes in a particular area, it occurs over a period of time. And I ask, we do have military intelligence. I mean, if something happens to you, once, if a dog bites you once, you should take precaution the next time so that same dog will not bite you.
Okay.
But in Nigeria, it's almost the same thing. So it's unfortunate. I think that maybe God will help us to do that.
All right.
I want to also say that in the River State issue, I think it's very unfortunate, and it appears the governor finds himself in a very precarious situation, and he is suing for peace. If he's suing for peace, he should avoid utterances that will mean that he is not actually suing for peace. We want to see a steady, progressive River State.
All right.
And then we want to see a situation where this issue political imbroglio is resolved once and for all.
Associate Professor Emmanuel Warner, Lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Port Harcourt. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
I'm enjoying the drama here between Dr. Obidima and Mr. Ndukwe. Dr. Obidima.
Yeah. Kelly, when people say security is for everybody, lecturing is also for everybody. You know, to treat people in the hospital is for everybody. Government should do the needful.
Okay.
If they say security for everybody, they should arm all of us so that we engage in security also. I don't understand this issue, security for everybody. When there are institutions, agencies, or government that is meant for securing, after the Civil War, the emergence of APC in 2015, I've never experienced the kind of insecurity in this country like from 2015 till now. And they will tell us the same thing that Tinubu is doing now is what Buhari did. We are on top of the situation, and that's how the army will also be singing that song, and people will be dying. We are doing something and all those things, and that is how it will be. What of those in IDP camps? And these terrorists called the herdsmen and occupying their communities. What effort is the federal government doing to chase them out of their communities and return back these IDP camp people to their ancestral homes?
Okay.
So, unfortunately, this killing go on and on and on is because of some both religious and ethnic distinction that is there, and that is why most of them supported the Muslim ticket, so that this thing will continue to go on. Now, in the issue of River State, I want to correct an impression. This impression that
Dr. Obidima, we're out of time.
Yeah, but they allow people to say something about River State.
You have taken some time already now.
Yeah. River State, if Nyesom Wike brought SIM, he would have, that time he brought in a PDP, he would have kept in his house. He wouldn't have brought in to Rivers people to make him governor. The voting for him is the people that made him governor. It's not Nyesom Wike that made him governor. Okay. So if he's made governor by the people, SIM either enter into a social contract with the people, and the decision, whatever agreement that is not known to us.
I think I've given you too much time. We're out of time.
We stand for.
Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Kelly.
By the way, not all headsmen are terrorists. Not all headsmen are terrorists.
Yes.
It is necessary that this be said. Mr. Emmanuel.
Well, Kelly, until federal authorities look at the war of insurgency and remove the technical defeat and pursue it the right way, and then make sure that they crush them if there is a possibility, then once it hangs on technical defeat, it will keep on recurring. As for Rivers State, I keep on saying, whatever arrangement or agreement you entered into, think about it so that tomorrow you won't regret.
That's Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's our show. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Faustina will be here tomorrow, and Friday I'm going for my own break. I've done my bit. Now I can go and rest, yeah? Have yourselves a great day. Stay with Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Kemenjima. From 11, Entertainment Today, Dave Robots in the studio. Go nowhere. We have everything you're looking for, so just stay here. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Take it. Sometimes I just can't take it, and it isn't alright. I'm not gonna make it, and I think my shoes untied. I'm like a broken record. I'm like a broken record, and I'm not playing right. Just cynical, I
they kill me. Till you tell me on the heavenly phone to hold tight. Come on, come on. Oh, come on, come on. Don't let go. Hold tight, hold tight. It's alright, you said. I got my hands up shaking just to let you know that you've got a higher power. Got me singing every second, dancing every hour. Oh yeah, you've got a higher power, and she really someone I wanna know. Electric. This boy is electric and you're sparkling like the universe connected. And I'm buzzing night after night after night. This joy is electric. This joy is electric and you're circuiting through. I'm so happy that I'm alive. Happy I'm alive at the same time as you. Cause you've got a higher power. Got me singing every second, dancing every hour. Oh yeah, you've got a higher power, and you're really someone I wanna know. You got, yeah, you got a high. You got, yeah, you got a higher. You got, yeah, you got a high. You got, oh, you got, oh, you got a high. You got, yeah. Hands up shaking just to let you know now you got a higher power. You got me singing every second, dancing every hour. Oh yeah, you got a higher power. You once in any lifetime. I'm going a million miles an hour. When for so long I've been down on my knees and you're
With the BBC News, I'm Roisin Hasty. Lebanon has accused Israel of trying to ignite conflict across the Middle East after a senior member of Hamas was assassinated in the Lebanese capital Beirut on Tuesday. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied involvement. The French President Emmanuel Macron warned against any escalation. The head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, has condemned deadly attacks on Tuesday on a Palestinian Red Crescent building in Gaza. He described the bombing as unconscionable. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has launched more than 500 missiles and drones against his country in the past 5 days. He said 10 hypersonic ballistic missiles were shot down on Tuesday alone. The Japanese government says it's going to deploy more military personnel as it steps up rescue efforts in the wake of Monday's earthquake. 62 people are now known to have died. Vietnam's former health minister has gone on trial alongside dozens of others accused of vast fraud involving overpriced COVID testing kits. The minister is alleged to have received bribes of more than $2 million. The Indian billionaire Gautam Adani has welcomed a Supreme Court decision not to authorise a new inquiry into alleged stock manipulation in his companies. Mr. Adani said the truth had prevailed. The court said a probe by the stock market regulator should be completed within 3 weeks. Thousands of hospital doctors across England have begun a 6-day strike over pay. It's the longest walkout ever to hit the National Health Service. Archaeologists in Britain have unearthed a medieval cemetery which has provided a rare glimpse into life 1,500 years ago. At least 70 graves were discovered near an airport runway in Cardiff in Wales. Discoveries alongside them include shards of glass from France and pottery from North Africa. BBC News.
The world in 2 minutes at 8:30 GMT.
Wake up
Wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever-exciting world of sports.
Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment.
You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively?
The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door. I won't use your vehicle. This one that they are giving to us or assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be all right if you believe. Welcome to the show, Entertainment Today, right?
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today. No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are bringing IGR, they are bringing...
And welcome to today's Sport Life.
There are people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've considered 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground, they've not been able to score. So he talked about not...
Welcome to the platform on radio.
Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is... Hold on now. America is the standard.
Yes, okay. They are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought democracy?
No, they are not the fathers of waiting. They happen. You give them that in the way you talk to. Would they give anybody when they do well? Nah, this is a monkey man. This monkey man.
And just when you think we are done, come on with us. Let's interact on today's Connect.
Is it free? I want to know. Is Ikwere Road free? I want to know. Traffic situation on the road. But this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show.
Last week, you hear anything like that? This woman don't make arrest with me. I carry my eye, see them there.
Just we go to play, we go to catch cruise, we go to enjoy ourselves because all work and no play.
I don't know why we are taking this serious. Is there any law that they have passed in this country?
It is. Let me tell you. Today 95.1 FM. We are your perfect companion from dawn to dusk. Every day. Every day.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking, so join us at 11 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, this is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Our Father,
people.
waiting forever. Nobody fit collect the chair when you sit down. Okay. Brother, what you I beg you, don't be let's go. Our Father, waiting forever. Nobody fit collect the chair when you sit down. Our Papa, we bow to your pattern and we throw a salama, cause now you hold us down. These other gods, with them they carry for corporate. I cannot relate, cause my father is not their mate. These other gods, with them they keep for apartment. All of them are worthless, and I know they laugh. Cause my father is bigger than Toto, every Toto, any Toto, Toto, any Toto, Toto. Because my father is bigger than Toto, any Toto, every Toto, Toto, yeah, Toto. Your actions are not accidental. Only you know contest. Only you got the center. Everything I surrender. You they give me bonanza. At the passion of your name, and as you step in at the place, every other power go mellow, everywhere go be rearrange, nobody be say no. Number one, the cha-cha-cha, original abafata, everything go sha-bra-bra, only you I got bata, Father, waiting for heaven, nobody can collect the chair when you see now. Our Papa, we got to your pattern, and we because my father is bigger than
Crazy Mammal right now playing Odogu, one of the biggest songs, one of the biggest gospel songs, Afro gospel songs that was exported from PH City, from Nigeria, from Africa in the year 2023. So on that note, I wanna just welcome you to the show this morning. Another interesting time to be here again. Entertainment Today right here on Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news and sports station in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Happy New Year! If you haven't heard from me this year, we had a great time yesterday on the show. It was my first for the year 2024. So if you haven't heard from me, it's a brand new year, okay? So Happy New Year to you again. All right? Special wishes from Today 95.1 FM. We want to celebrate you this very wonderful year and get it going. Don't stop. Don't stop at what you stopped at in 2023. Make sure you crush all your goals in this brand new year. Okay? Welcome to the show. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy in radio. Call me your radio muse right here on Today 95.1 FM. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning in the city of Port Harcourt. Happy birthday. Shout out to you if it's your birthday today. Congratulations. And in case you're celebrating something really special, Today 95.1 FM is celebrating with you. We're super excited, super happy for you, and we want to wish you the best on this very day. The day started quite good for me. Did one thing I haven't done in a very long time. I had to take a road walk, and I'm trying to get my breath right now. It was so tiring, right? But yes, 2024, I must get those goals sorted out. If I say I'll get back to doing road walks, I will, and that's what you should also do. Okay, so get that sorted out for yourself. Okay, it's gonna be an interesting show. I got someone so special with me. I'm super starstruck, but I'm trying to compose myself here, so it doesn't look like I haven't seen celebrities and superstars before, right? So we're gonna be having a great conversation with my guest. Before that, I'll let you know everything that has been trending in the entertainment space, and then move over to the guest, and I get to tell you what he has in store for PH City in the year 2024. All right, don't go anywhere. Still Today 95.1 FM.
Okay, ready? We're rolling? Right, we're rolling. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
Okay, all right.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
All right, welcome back. It's Soul Entertainment Today right now, right here on Today 95.1 FM. Time check is 12 minutes, gone past the hour of 11. Let's just get straight into it. Now, everyone has been putting prayers up for the legendary Nigerian veteran actor, Zach Orji. And, as of yesterday, the vice president's wife, the president's wife also, went to pay visits to the veteran Nigerian actor. It was reported that he was in a crucial condition at the hospital. But the reports reaching us from Abuja have confirmed that the veteran Nollywood actor Zach Orji is now in a stable condition. The report said he has started talking. He's now in a stable condition. His wife is by his side. We really thank God for him. According to Taya Hastrop, the public relations officer for the hospital, it was reported today. So we want to just keep praying for the actor. We don't want anything wrong to happen to him in the year 2024. One of the biggest exports from the Nigerian Nollywood space, and we wish him speedy recovery. Speaking of recovery, Toyin Abraham's Malaika has become one of the biggest things that would ever grace the screens in the year 2024. Apparently, it has gotten into the UK cinemas. Now, Malaika is one of the most controversial movies right now because most especially because of the Emeka Ike saga. You know, the fact that he came out to say a lot of things about his wife and his estranged wife, by the way, and his family and things that happened. And then people said he did that to give PR publicity for the movie. But right now, the movie itself is doing well. If you haven't checked it out, you should check it out. Tony Abraham is a great movie director, great script writer, and everything she drops sort of turns into gold. She's really had a very pretty good run from when she gave us great movies in 2022, great movies in 2023 also, and Malika is set to get into that chart. Speaking of actresses who are doing great for themselves, Kate Henshaw recently made a public statement saying she's not a very big fan of Davido, but this time she has a shocking revelation about the year 2023. The Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw has revealed that during the 2023 general elections, her family worried about her life. And I can't overemphasize, you know, the pain we all went through, most especially in some of the voting centers where we experienced torture, we experienced some things words can't really explain. You know, it was not really a very great experience for most of us. But speaking with a media personality, Trudy Jidenwo, she recalled that her sister advised her to apply caution with the comment she made about the election. Henshaw saw that sister's advice was very important and she took it. She said, "I remember during the election my sister was saying, be careful. I told her that God is the only one that can take care of my life, so I let it go. That means I've been doing my own bit, but I'll still let it go. I told her, this is the combination to the safe life. Your name is in the bank as my next of kin. I told my sister that she had signed some documents in case anything happened, and I told her, please take care of my daughter." It was like a death sentence. But thank God she's still alive. Thank God she's still alive. Thank God nothing happened to, Kate Henshaw during the elections. It was a very, very terrible experience for some people. But thank God we're still seeing, 2024. Moving on to some other story. Yesterday, we saw some in fact, this year has been tagged no grief for any person. I really don't know how that thing started trending, but it's become one of the biggest trends on social media right now. And speaking of no grief for anyone, Burner has said, look, if you want to name the top 3 in Nigeria right now, when you have the likes of Wizkid, Davido, please exempt my name from that category. He said this, and a lot of people were like, okay, are you trying to say that you don't want to be part of the top 3 anymore? However, the Grammy-winning mega superstar Burna has stated that he has no interest as being classified amongst the big 3. In a footage posted on X, Burna said to a fan that anytime they talk about big 3, tell them there is only big 2, and then there's Burna Boy, the Grammy winner said. Now that's the kind of courage you have when you know your craft and you know what you can do. Take a listen to him.
Next time anybody tells you about anything called the big 3, tell them that there's only a big 2, and then there's Burna Boy.
You know, when he says something, he could do it. The brother has been having a pretty good run from the year 2021, jumped the 2019 rather, where he jumped Yay, went on to win a Grammy in 2021, had Grammy nominations in 2022 and 2023 as the most nominated African superstar right now. Pretty good for him. All right, I'll just rush up to the trends and then we get straight into the gist with the celebrity we have as a guest on the show today. Speaking of trends, my brothers and sisters, a lot of things are trending, and you should be careful out there. Guess what is trending? Guess what is trending? Herpes is trending. Now, it's not a very good thing to say, but this has been one of the most trending topics since yesterday up until today, that it was discovered by a chat that got leaked online that this singer called LAX had allegedly infected a particular lady with herpes disease. in Lagos. And then he went on to brag about his love life and his relationship with a lot of people and this particular new lady he's dating. And one very, very annoying Twitter user went on the social media handle and said, maybe you can brag about your love life and your new relationship with your new whoever, but be cautious that you have given some people herpes and maybe she should go and check her medical records. And when I saw this, I was like, my God, a lot of things are happening. So young people, be careful, okay? Before you jump into the bed of any celebrity, make sure that you know that they're good enough. Most especially, just take caution. Abstinence is the best way to prevent it, okay? Rabbi's trending. Yesterday, we saw him chilling with Justin Sky, also our star and Crayon. We were having a pretty good time. Jada Pinkett Smith is trending because of her weird looks of the year 2024. Apparently, someone said she looked like Pitbull, but she's really looking good right now. Choma Davido's baby mama is also trending because of the revelation of their new twins. That they haven't made official post of the babies ever since they were delivered, but yes. So in case you do not know what has been trending, I just got you through the trends so you could maybe, if you're not online, you could just know that these are the things trending on socials. All right, so go on a short break and get back, head straight into the gist with my guest celebrity for today. Stick around, it's still Today 95.1 FM. What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people. Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking, so join us at 11 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
We're in church already. No, this is not church. This is church, but on a different day. This is Wednesday, and every day can be church, okay? For the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm guessing you already know who I want to introduce. For the very first time in Today 95.1 FM, it's my very wonderful pleasure to have the one, the only Wari Numberi. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Oh my goodness.
Good to see you.
Yes. So let me tell you something. This is the very first time we're going to be seeing each other.
Yeah.
But on social media, we have always been fam for how many years now?
Wow.
And I always see that interaction, between you and your other brothers who do music.
Yeah.
And it's either one is performing and then it's handing over to one to take one great solo, and one is doing one riff and run somewhere.
Exactly.
Wonderful family.
Thank you.
Wonderful family. Welcome officially.
Thank you so much.
How has the year been for you?
Awesome. Awesome. It started really well, which is what I was expecting.
Yeah.
So it's just a few days into the new year, but we thank God for it so far.
All right. So what's your recipe? I'm guessing you're aging backwards. I don't know what's the thing with the Noberi family and aging backwards. Please share for every other person listening.
So let's say it's Grace.
It's Grace, right? Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Welcome again.
Thank you.
Welcome again. And it's been a wonderful experience, especially the gospel music industry.
Yeah.
I think Port Harcourt and River State has been one of the catchment areas that has represented, on the gospel scene, not just in Nigeria and Africa. I mean, look at the likes of, the Prince Emmanuels, the Mercy Chinwas, the KD Nomberis, the Wari Nomberis. Your brother performed for the coronation of King Charles.
Yes, exactly.
How was it for you?
mind blowing and
my goodness,
unreal.
My goodness.
Actually, he had performed during the birthday of the Queen.
Yes.
And then the King next. Back to back. It was amazing. These things don't happen. It's like
my goodness,
once in a lifetime.
How was it for you? Like telling your friends, this is my younger brother. I used to knock his head that time when he was.
I specifically had to mention younger brother. Not just my brother, but my younger brother.
Wow. It was an amazing. When I saw it, I never knew they were going to perform. So I was just watching the coronation, and then it got to that part, and I see the group performing. I see some black people. I'm like, oh, okay, black people in the UK, they're performing. And then I see him, and I go, this is a Noberi. Everybody come and see. And everyone's like, oh, who's this? I'm like, he's not just a singer. It's not just a black musician. He's from River State.
Yeah.
He's a gospel singer.
Yeah.
From River State, and that just goes to show that the efforts we're putting together in River State, the world is getting to see it.
Exactly. I was happy that you actually said that, because a lot of good things have come out of River State. And this is River State, like I said, Port Harcourt to the world, or River State to the world. And for those who maybe are aspiring to get out there, this is something to look up to. That River State is not just the way some people tend to portray it. The good things that have come out of the state, and more good things are coming out of the state. It's not really very easy to perform at the coronation of the king, as you know. And that was the first gospel band, gospel group that ever sang at the coronation.
Wow.
And you had someone from River State representing there. So that was really, and not just River State, actually gospel,
yes.
and Christians.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. So it's really, and not just Rivers. You guys, the OAPs, have also been pushing and helping the work of all the artists, and that's amazing. Thank you so much.
Let's take it back a little bit. If you do not know, or maybe you're wondering, he is the son of the great apostle Noberi.
Yeah.
Now, your father was one of the pioneers in the gospel music industry. And wrote one of the greatest songs, that would ever know. We grew up listening and, praising the Lord, praise the Lord. We would never know that this was done in Africa. This was done in Nigeria. This was done from River State. And would sing it at devotions, school, assembly lines, and everything. And since then, the family has kept that history, that legacy, of gospel music. Tell us about coming from that family, with so much burden. I saw a TikTok video. We are pastors' kids. Of course, we have to behave well. We are pastors' kids. Of course, we have to know what happens in church. We are pastors' kids.
Yeah, exactly.
How was it for you? I mean, being the son of the great apostle Noberi, and this is you had your life to live, you had your life planned out, but finding yourself back to that path where it's ministry for you, it's gospel for you, it's doing kingdom business for you. Tell us the journey.
And so it's quite interesting about what my dad, actually what our parents did in terms of what we were to do in life. that pressure was not put on us. It was clear with him. On the pulpit, he always used to say, I'm not running a family ministry. So don't even think that maybe I'll be handing over to my son or somebody. There was a demarcation, a distinction. This is, God called him to do something, and that calling was specific to him.
To him alone.
Yes. It's not like your family will not be part of it, but the pressure of you must preach, you must know. But of course, we had to study the Bible, we had to pray, we had to fast, those other things. But that pressure was, it was clear. And I faced it a little bit in school when I got to Uniport. But before then, because he had made it clear to us, like, you have to find your own path. That's why, of course, I went to study medicine. That was what I wanted to do. You know, you had to find. He never said go and do this or go to theology school.
Because I'm a pastor, you have to be a pastor.
Or theology school. None of those things. So I faced all of those when I got into Uniport. He used to do a lot. Like you said, he was a pioneer, and he used to do a lot of preaching on campus, evangelizing. So when I got into campus, someone saw me once and said, and I was introduced to him, and he said, "Oh, you're in Numberry." But my dad had already let us know from time. You have your own path. Because I preached and I was crusading, doing the crusades does not necessarily mean that you have to do that. We serve God in different ways, and God has given different talents. Let us know all those things. With being a doctor, you can save lives. It's part of ministry. Singing is part of ministry. Acting plays or whatever you do, all of those things are part of ministry. So you must not do exactly what I did. It's just the core things when we speak in terms of doctrines. You know, in terms of we needed to know all those things, become born again, and then there was no force to. When I became born again, he was the one that preached.
Wow.
Yes.
So a pastor's son becomes born again.
Yes.
I was like, you guys were like born again from the womb.
Exactly. So it's clear about what the Bible says about being born again.
Personal decisions with God.
Each one became born again in due season, at a different time, in God's own time. So I get that pressure. We faced a lot of pressure even from the church. You have to behave in a certain way. So like I'm the pastor, like you said, I'm the pastor's dad, so I must lead Bible study. I'm the pastor's son. All of that pressure is real, and it's always there. You have to live a certain way. You have to speak a certain way. You have to live right. But it was there, but it was in a way a bit different for us. But yes, we did have to live according to what the Bible said. But that overwhelming, we got to kind of embrace the pressure when we got to know ourselves more and follow what God specifically wanted us, each person, to do. Right. Yeah.
Speaking of each person, we know we have a KD Numberry, we have a James Numberry, we have a Warren Numberry, you know, and we also have a Thelma Numberry doing doing music also. And you know, 4 amazing people in the family doing.
That's Tammy.
Tammy doing
music.
I know all
my sister.
I know all the Numberries, and all of you doing music at the same time. Tell us about how it felt for each of you. Your personal experience. Let's come from that. You know, standing out to say, oh, this is what I want to do as per the kind of music I want to do. Of course, everyone expects me to do gospel music. Everyone expects me to do church music. But this is what I am drawn towards. I don't want to sound like a KD who is a high life prophet, or I don't want to sound like a James who, you know, has a combination of different genres together. I want to do me. How was that decision for you?
So, again, this was a process over time. I did not finally decide that this. I didn't initially decide that this was what I wanted to do. So,
sorry, before you go on, were you doing like a band, like the Jackson 5 group when you guys were growing up?
I wish. Yeah, we were not a group per se, but when my mom started this with us. When she would go to preach, she would ask us to sing. Before preaching.
Wonderful.
And initially we used to, children you were shy and you sing. She would always insist, and we'd be like, no, we don't want to do this. But she was I used to say she was way ahead of her generation. She put us went for piano lessons, things like that. When joined the choir, insisted. My sister was the choir leader of the teenagers at that point. Yeah, so I was in the choir, and one day she upset me.
I won't see you again.
So I walked out. I walked out of the choir, and I went home storming. I was storming, and I was angry.
And
then my mom saw me and said, "What happened?" I said, "No, Dami, I'm upset." I said, "Will you get back to that?" She didn't even want to hear what I said again. Like, just go back.
Yeah.
And of course, I had to obey. And so that's how we stayed and stuck together to do it. But so at that point, you know, there was a point without not much knowledge knowing about music. Everybody want to sing on the high pitch and do stuff like that. But in cause of knowing people who knew me, like one of them, you might know, a shout out to Asario too.
Yes.
A vocalist, a vocal coach. We met her at some point, and then she began to
coach,
let us like
mentor.
Yes, find your own space.
Wow.
This is how your voice sounds. She suggested some popular musicians, like listen to this person, listen to. So
a Fred Hammond in the mix somewhere.
Oh, of course, all of us used to listen to Fred Hammond. So, but then we began to naturally gravitate towards what we loved most. My sound is a bit softer. Katie preferred high life, more like my dad's stuff. James's all over the place.
Combination.
A combination of things. So as we got to now understand, like I can sing high life, but I can't do it the way Katie does. That will not be me. You know, you have to identify who I prefer more Hillsong-ish, Maverick City, certain kind of music kind of thing. So initially we all wanted to sound in a certain way, but as we got on and got to know people who knew more stuff about music, we're like, okay, identify what works for you and how you want to sound. Like I cannot rap. I can't do that. It should just be
that would be a moment to see.
The wisdom of my life. And then I would not be thriving in sometimes we want to just do what is trending and it sound a certain way, but it
appeals to a certain generation.
Yeah. But then you just realize that some people can do that. Like they're from an older generation, but they can give the sound specifically for the next generation. They can switch. It's according to how God has gifted you. So it must not be that you change for the next generation to sound like you sing for a certain group, God has called us to speak to certain people. You can't I don't know. I don't think you can speak to the whole world
at the same time.
People have different preferences, different sounds,
belief systems,
things they like,
inclinations.
Some people prefer Indian music. I can't sound that way. You know? So if you do that, then you lose your identity. You can even people who have some of the great songs or have a lot of views like Maverick City, not everybody likes them. So you have to realize that not everybody who likes, they prefer something else. So you now have to identify what kind of music you would like to do and be at peace with it, that you listen to, that certain people will listen to what you're doing and would appreciate what you're doing because you're called for that specific group.
All right, let's marry you being a gospel music minister and then you being a medical doctor. You know, very critical choice. And see, I will use this opportunity to drag my parents on air right now. You know, there has always been this narrative of, you know, go to school, study, get the degree before you can do anything related to art. I know you're gifted. I know you can sing very well. I know you could write great songs, but you know, just chill. Do one first, and then when you're done with that, you move to the next. But you know how Nigeria is. When you're done with one, responsibilities just come. You know, you're expected to settle down. You're expected to start a career. Obviously, you went to school to read something, so start with what you did. You know, maybe save up money from there, and you know, get back to your core vision. This transition, most times people lose it. A lot of people have fallen and like, you know what, let me just stick with being the engineer or the medical doctor, you know, that I practiced and learned in school. How was the transition for you? Do you advise? Do you think it is the best approach to life's purpose or destiny? You know, have a degree first and then you get to what you actually want to do.
Okay, so for our parents, in a way, we would not blame them because you look at the context from where they were coming from. That was what the system and the environment gave to them. You needed to do certain things in order to find your footing
first.
Yes, first. Then degrees in arts were not very common, right? So that's why they were like, get to do this first. But now people do have a degree. They go into school to study music from the onset, which is good if that's what you want to do. Yeah. But for me, I guess it might be a bit early to start thinking about it, but when you get into school, you also have to think of if this is what you love doing, or if you're deciding to study that, you have to ask yourself how you're going to get the funding to do that.
Yes.
And from my own experience, I mean, this is a bit nuanced. It's not. It might not be what will be obtainable for everybody, but from my own experience, it might be good to get a degree, get a
first.
job. Yes.
Before
you do that.
Okay.
I fund my own my music, or everything I do in music is from my own from my pocket, from the money I make from my profession, from what I'm doing. That's what I used to do this. It might not be the same for everyone, not everybody.
And you've been able to strike that balance.
Yes, I have been able to strike that balance. If you the thing about going to school, having a degree on or an education is, it's not just the certificate you're getting. It opens your mind to a lot of things that you need to do.
Okay.
Right. But now, like I had a discussion with my sister recently. There's so many options in terms of going to school. So if people don't want to study, I see it as laziness. That's how I see it.
Okay.
There are many options now. It must not necessarily be that you go
to a school for BSc.
There are so many things online that you can do
and get certified.
Yes, and get certified. So you don't necessarily just say, "Oh, I want to do music," and that's it. So music. Are you doing music courses? Are you building up on so you can present yourself in a certain way, which is like you're more learned about? You're not just going to the studio like, okay, let's sing. No, you have online courses on songwriting. You have online courses on how to play the piano. There's so many things you can do and become certified songwriters.
Yeah. True.
That people pay to write songs.
Very true.
So if you decide that this is what you want to do, then you need to actually build yourself up in terms of the skills required. Even the people David chose to sing in the Bible, they had skill. They were probably skilled musicians, right? So I know that there's a lot, auto-tune does a lot of things in magic out in music, and people get away with things like that. So, but if you're now deciding that, I want to be passionate, I was there at the point anyway, but I want to do music, I want to leave school, and you have to
Did you ever think of it like
I had it right
in medical school?
Of course.
Like I already have talent. What am I doing here?
It was something I struggled with up to my third year. So I had to seek counsel from someone, and it's important to seek for counsel, right? And let them. So I was preparing for my first professional exam at that point, and I met my cousin, and I told him, "What's the point of?" Because there was a lot of stress reading for exams. What's the point of doing this when I'm going to stop at some point? I'm going to music fully. So he asked me about my assessment, my continuous assessment, and I told him this course. I was like, "Oh, it's good. You know what? Just finish med school first, or finish this exam." I mean, because if you leave now, people will say you were scared and you couldn't. That's why you didn't want to write the exam. You get through that phase sometimes in school, and when you're getting closer to the finish line, you might that's the toughest point. That's where you face the most tough mental battle. So I said, okay, fine, I'll finish this exam, and then
just the exam,
just that one, I'll pass it. But the euphoria, if you've written medical school exams, when you pass, the euphoria of passing. I passed that exam. I was like, I have to finish this. So I kept. Then when I finished school, I did my youth service, and then I said I was done. So I went back to tell my parents. I always talk about the story.
This is your certificate?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. They didn't force me to do medicine, but I felt that my time for being a medical doctor was up, even though I had just started.
Yeah.
So my dad said, he now took me to the parable of the talents. Again, you need to have wise counsel. If you read the book of Proverbs, you see it a lot about wisdom, getting wisdom. And that wisdom, it's people want to sound spiritual all the time. God has put things in different. You talk to people. It doesn't have to be all your introspection all the time. That the Spirit of the Lord spoke to me. The Spirit of the Lord also speaks through people, and you get that wise counsel. So he said, like, you're a talented medical doctor. That's one thing God has given you. You're a talented musician.
Just one of every other talent you have.
And you're a talented musician. So the point is, God is got like the parable of talent. The master is going to come back and he'll ask what you did with the things he gave to you.
Different talents.
Yes. So find a way to carry both of them along.
Wow.
And then also, like, how do you intend to fund this thing that you want to do?
Both of them.
Yeah, so then I carried, and that was like the best decision I ever made.
Wow.
Because there are places I go into because I'm a musician. I can get into because I'm a musician, not because I'm a medical doctor. And there are places I can get into not because I'm a musician, but because I'm a medical doctor. So I have access to different places around the world because of the different talents that God has given me. I know motivational speakers used to say, find that one thing and do it. I don't understand it. It's not scriptural. You can get the parable of talent, you can be given 5 talents, you can be given 3.
Yeah.
So when the master comes back, you say, oh no, I kept this one because I wanted to do that one thing that no. People are multi-talented, and then find out yourself, because you look at other people and you want to do all the things that they're doing. This person is this person has a studio, is is a producer, is a singer. You don't have the grace to be a producer.
Just stay in your lane.
Yeah, do the one that and do that.
Yeah.
Some people are. And when I wanted to go into this, I didn't have many options then. Now I see that a lot of people are doing other things in addition to. No, they're doing music in addition to other things they're doing. Then I didn't have people. It sounded very absurd. Like, why would you go into music and medicine? It wasn't just making. There were not many people to look up to, but now I see that a lot of people are making that decision to do multiple things.
Yes.
And it's really, really amazing.
And your testimonies and encouragement to someone out there who is stuck. I'm thinking, I'm in medical school, I'm in law school, and I want to be a musician. How do I marry both of them? But when you were saying what you were saying, something crazy got into my mind. I mean, you're a medical doctor and a singer. I mean, we should expect a song from you, a gospel medical song. That would be the first of its kind. Or maybe create a genre, gospel medicine, maybe. Just suggested to you.
Yeah, it might be something to think about.
All right. We'll open up the phone lines, because a lot of people already called in, and I guess they want to, just hear from you. But before we open up the phone lines, there is a transition right now. The Gen Z Afro Gospel Rave is taking over, and one thing you guys should know: the new cats, the likes of the Prince Emmanuels, were born out from the vision of Apostle Noberi.
Yeah.
Wow.
Prince played the drums. Yes,
I know. Friend of mine, very good brother. Now, for this generation, there has been this argument, like, okay, the substance. I mean, we want to hear deep revelations. We want to hear God said, thus say the Lord. All those kind of things. What is it for you? Your personal perspective of the Afro Gospel Rave, and the content, the message it carries. We want to push the gospel. At the same time, people say, oh, if I hear the song and I hear a Burna Voice or a Wizkid song, what's the difference? I mean, we're all dancing and I'm not benefiting from any of them, So what is it for the Afro Gospel Rave? The young musicians coming, into the space, and then the core value of gospel itself.
Yeah, so
and then this argument about secular gospel, which is secular and which is gospel.
So part of this is, I think part of this is personal.
Okay.
Each person, you have the Spirit of God in you, and not just singing. Even when people are preaching, you can. I had a discussion with someone recently. You can hear something, and in your spirit, because you've been filled with what is right, it begins to tell you this is not correct. So that's for you. But in terms of music generally now, the styles of music are a medium. What we need to be sure about is that we're speaking to ourselves in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs. Spiritual songs start with also the lyrics. It can be the beats, right? But even the lyrics. If you look at church history, hymns also they're not necessarily within the church. They didn't start like that. Was not the church sound.
Yes.
Even when my dad started, most of the songs single. It was high life. High life. is the traditional sound for River State.
Yes.
And he was persecuted for it.
Wow.
So you get at the different when people, we also have to be careful not to impose our personal preference, what we think, as then the gospel, right? When most of Kirk Franklin's stuff came out, James was the one that used to always, James and my brother talking. I just didn't. I was not like
you were not concentrating.
No. All that and the rap and stuff. I was like, what is this? It was not my kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I talk about this often because then I look back now and with more understanding, and there were people that were reached out to
through that
sound.
Wow.
But that sound was not for me. But because it wasn't for me, did not mean that I know how to insist that it was not for anybody.
Yeah.
It's for a specific demographic. And even in church, we have to realize as we get older, and even the Gen Z will get older, and they will probably not like what is coming next.
Of course, yeah.
Because it's not for you. So, what we need to be sure about is what are the lyrics. Right, if you listen to people like Lecrae or like back then when Lecrae used to do a lot of rap, these were doctrinal things. So even the people who do Christian Afrobeat, is it that was called?
Yeah, Afro gospel.
People who do Afro gospel need to also, I think they need to also go deeper.
Okay.
Right, in terms of the content, because we need to, in our songs, be deliberate about singing the doctrine of Christ, what Christ has done, or who Christ is. Because these are things that build us up, right? We can do what in terms of the kind of language that we speak and sound that we can do all of that. But at some point, you need to ensure that the generation, what they're singing is the gospel. When I grew up, I was singing kids' praise. Those were verses that were converted to songs. So I think even Prince, shout out to Prince, some of his songs, you hear them and you can just see the theology. The things the Afro gospel needs to be based on theology, Christian theology, right? So people are singing, they're excited, but they are singing the word of God, and it's clearer to them. They remember it. I remember some verses because of what happened in his kids' praise. So when that happens, then it's quite clear. You can listen to his songs, Prince's songs, and then you see that this makes sense.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Yes,
that's scripture.
Which Jesus himself said, when you pray, this is a guide for you to pray. So, if he's saying, "Our Father who art in heaven," and somebody has a problem with it because of
the beat, I mean something is wrong. All right, let's open up the phone lines right now. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951, or you can send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962. I'll take the numbers again, 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Send a text message to the number 0701-933-9962. Pretty out of time already. It has to just have like 3-4 minutes. But while we're still expecting the calls, let's just touch on what you have coming up tomorrow. Live recording. Are we expecting a project anytime soon in 2024?
Yes. So I will be having a live recording tomorrow. The title of the album is Victory. Yeah. So the focus is on what Christ did on the cross. So my plan is.
All right. I think we have a call. So let's just take it quickly. Hello. Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. J.
Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Udwak, calling from Woji.
Udwak from Woji. All right. You want to say hi to Warren Obere?
Yeah, I want to say hi to him. It has been a long time I met him. I think he came to our church those days. When I think you should know something. Sam Kote brought him to our church. I think you know well. With his brother, then we were doing our concert. So I listened to the brother then. In fact, I was so marvelous. I was like singing like him. So I'm so happy to hear his voice again. You might not know me, but I knew him.
Well, that it should be a project of 10 songs.
10 songs.
Yeah.
And international collaborations.
Someday.
Wonderful. Or any other, home-based, high-life-ish, kind of, upbeat.
You'll see it.
We're keeping our fingers crossed for that. So Victory set to drop April.
Yes.
And Wari Nomberi Live. Is it going to be on that album or is it a different project altogether?
This album.
This particular. Yeah. So we're having the live recorded version for the album itself.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness, time is already far spent. So let's just touch on your social media handles, where people can come find you and connect with you.
Yeah, thanks. So that's just Wari Nomberi.
Okay.
Yeah, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Wari Nomberi, and you find me YouTube.
I was in Delta State, and then I was just going through some of your songs and KD songs, and somebody looked at it and said, "Oh, KD number." I said, "It's not KD number, it's KD Nomberi." Wari means house.
Yes.
And Nomberi means.
So, that's a long story.
Okay. Yeah. So let's just say that there is a full house of great content, in this person, and it's going to be unleashed. Victory, April. We don't know the date yet.
No, it will be like Easter is 31st of March.
Yeah.
So it will just be the week
before Easter. All right. So that would be one of the biggest projects we should be expecting in the gospel music space from Nigeria to the rest of the world. Thank you so much for coming through today.
So much, thank you.
Just a quick word for any person listening to you, your fans, and people who want to be like you.
First, just let me thank everyone who has supported my music and career ministry so far. I know there's some people I don't know, but they've done this for so long, so I want to thank them, and also encourage those who are still pushing or trying to get into the space to keep trusting God. And like my album said, God's grace is always sufficient for what He has called us to do. What I have is the benefit of hindsight, which some people do not have now. But you just need to step out there in faith and just put it out there what God has given to you, and it will be well. All will be well.
All right, thank you so much. Wari Nomberi on all social media platforms. Yes. Wari spelled W-A-R-I.
Yeah.
Yes, just go search for him there. Connect. Boomplay, Play Store, Apple Music, every stream. Don't just stream Borna and Wiz. Make sure you stream gospel music content and then make the best of your time there. Thank you so much. Looking forward to having you maybe before the album launch itself.
Yes.
Definitely have you again.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. At the top of the hour, the world news will be up next, and then I would have Lucky Maxwell taking you on Talk That Talk. More interesting programs coming away right here on Today95.1fm. My name is Dave Roberts. Follow me on social media, David Melford Robert. David Melford Robert. Connect with me there for Today FM, Today FM 951. Live on YouTube. You can watch us there, or you can rewatch this content even after we're out of the studio. So make sure you subscribe to the handle Today FM 951 Live, and then Today FM 951 on every other platform. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Happy New Year. Stay locked on the dial on your premium talk news and sports station, Today95.1fm.
Yourself
Wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever exciting world of sports.
Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, the news super review segment.
You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively?
The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door. I won't use your vehicle. This one that they are giving to us or assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be all right if you believe. Welcome to the show, Entertainment Today, right?
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today. No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are bringing IGR, they are bringing...
And then welcome to today's Sport Live.
The people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've considered 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground, they've not been able to score. So he talked about not...
Welcome to the platform on radio.
Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is... Hold on now. America is the standard.
Yes,
Okay.
now they are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought the...
No, they are not the fathers of...
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Dave Robert. In the headline, suspected cultists invade Ikem community in Eche local government area of Rivers State. Federal government bans 18 foreign universities operating in Nigeria. And on the foreign hospital, doctors in England begin longest consecutive strike ever. Now, for news and details. Let's begin the news report this afternoon with the story that one Omoni Ezekwem, an indigene of Rundele in Emoha local government area of River State, has called on security agencies to double their efforts in ensuring that the Rundele Ospak leader, who allegedly killed his brother, is brought to book. The deceased Christian Omoni, who until his death was a police officer, was allegedly killed by the OSPA commander on the 28th of December and buried in a shallow grave. The brother of the deceased decried the illegal activities and killing of community members by the commander, saying before the vigilante group was disbanded, on the same day his brother was arrested, members of the community have been living in fear. He also claimed extrajudicial killings were carried out by the disbanded group and have been covered up, and pleaded that the perpetrators be brought to book.
People have been dying in that community, and when they die, they keep it undercover. Now that this one is open, I want the world to know what he's doing, because he keep on denying when he kill. This point in time, it is now the community will rise to know the right thing to do before it's too late. On 27th, I had information that my brother was detained by the OSPA commander, Gift Ajiru, known as Oguchika, in Rundele community. It happened at Mbela village. The next news I hear the next day on 28th that my brother was killed. I started running around to make sure if I can be able to recover his body. I now went there in the bush where he buried my brother in a shallow grave. And I brought my brother out and sent him to mortuary. Before this happened, the paramount ruler of Rundele community have banned us back. I want the world and the community and them over local government to know what is going on there. And my brother is a special constabulary police who is serving at Igelele police station.
Meanwhile, tension is reportedly high in Ikem in Eche local government area, River State, following the alleged invasion of the community by suspected cultists. An indigene of the community, Samuel Amadi, who told Today FM that the armed invaders shot about 5 persons, leaving some of them complained that the police had failed to respond despite several distress calls put across to them in Okehi. He also called on the State Commissioner of Police, Olatunji Disu, to urgently intervene and save the situation.
Cultists invaded the place, 7 persons shot dead, and 2 is a critical condition. For more than 2 hours, I've been calling division. Not single policeman, even as we stand now. The condition of the community, nobody knows what happened. The village that is at 10 minutes left of OK division. The DPO and his men, no one is found there.
Elsewhere, 12 persons have been killed with 2 others injured in a fresh Boko Haram attack in Garamantawa community in Chibok local government area of Borno State. Communities in Chibok, some 125 kilometers from Maiduguri, have been devastated by terrorism in the past 14 years, with many abductions by the Boko Haram insurgents. The Borno State Police Command, through its spokesperson Nahum Daso, said the attack happened on Monday evening. Daso said the gunmen drove into the community in Hilux vans and motorcycles in large numbers, shooting sporadically at mourners. Governors of the North Central State have lamented the attacks and recent killings in Plateau State by gunmen. The chairman of the North Central Governors Forum and governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, who spoke when he led his colleagues to a condolence visit to the governor of Plateau State, Caleb Muftrang, described the killings as unacceptable. The gunmen attacked 25 communities in 3 local government areas of Plateau State on Christmas Eve and killed over 150 persons. The attacks affected Bakinladi, Bokos, and Mango local government areas and also left property worth millions of naira destroyed. Solo noted that the attacks had persisted for too long and insisted that the federal government must get to the root of the problem and find a lasting solution. He was accompanied by governors of Niger and Benue states. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) has blamed the failure of intelligence for the Plateau killings. President of the NBA, Yakubu Maikao, condemned the December 24th attacks on villages in Plateau State by terrorists who claimed the lives of over 200 residents. This was contained in a New Year message made available by the association's National Publicity Secretary, Akorede Habib Lawal. Maikao said the government should be more responsive to security loopholes in the country and prioritize the safety of the lives and property of citizens at all times. In other news, the federal government has banned 18 foreign universities operating in Nigeria, while warning Nigerians to avoid enrolling in such institutions. 5 of the banned universities are from the United States, 6 are from the United Kingdom, and 3 are from Ghana. The Federal Ministry of Education referred to the tertiary institutions as degree mills. This comes after the ministry announced the temporary suspension of evaluation and accreditation of degree certificates from the Republic of Benin and Togo. Announcing the ban in a statement published on its website, the National Universities Commission explained that the federal government had not licensed the affected universities and they had been closed down. In the meantime, the National Union of Nigerian Students, NANS, has asked the federal government to reassess the suspension placed on the accreditation and evaluation of degree certificates from neighboring Benin Republic and Togo. The federal government yesterday suspended certificates from 2 Francophone West African countries following the report detailing how a degree was acquired from a university in Benin Republic in just 2 months. In a statement by NANS Senate President Akinteye Afiz, the students' body said the government's commitment to upholding the integrity of academic qualifications was commendable, but urged as of study, while others have successfully graduated and are eagerly awaiting the approval of the evaluation list to participate in the National Youth Service Corps NYSE program. Some government secondary schools in rural communities in River State lack electricity and necessary technology needed for learning and writing computer-based tests, also known as CBT examinations. This is as the management of the West African Examination Council, WAEC, last year disclosed plans to introduce the use of computer in writing the WAEC exams in February 2024. Today, FM Sandra Kenneth reports that over 20 schools in Ahoda East and West and about 15 in Kana local government area of River State do not have computers and electricity. A parent applauded WAEC's proposal, but also questioned its possibility to hold a CBT test, calling on government to fast equip their schools.
Okay, talking about implementation of the CBT examination to the WAEC system, which is the computer-based technology, I think is a welcome development because it helps to improve the students and makes them ready ahead of the JAMB examination lab or a computer-based hall where the student can go and write the WAEC exams, you understand? So I don't think it will be possible unless government has to do a cross-check of every public school in Nigeria before it can be possible, and they have to supply all those computer systems that they'll be making use of.
The President General of Ngeni Youth Assembly, Onem Okenya, disclosed efforts of residents in developing their schools, noting that they often rely on self-help, construction of schools, and the purchase of some learning items.
Endeavor to take into cognizance that most of these persons are not, computer literate, and as such, introducing this CTB WAEC exam in a hasty manner would definitely deprive many from actually participating actively in this. Let me say, for an instance, a student of a community secondary school, Ikudi, who has not been exposed, to computer system, how do you expect such student to perform efficiently? This aspect should be looked into. Most of the aspect of having a strong network system in the sense that will not fail the student in the middle of their exams should actually be taken into cognizance.
It may interest you to know that Community Secondary School Baye, Community Secondary School Kono, Community Secondary School Wiyakara, Berry High School, Government Secondary School Konobwe, Community Secondary School Mbiama, Community Secondary School Ikodi, Community Secondary School Akinima, and Joinkarama Grammar School, amongst others, are dilapidated, lack electricity and computers, while some remain abandoned. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. The time is 13 minutes gone past the hour of 12. Moving on, the Ijaw Youth Council, IYC, worldwide, says it will resist the 3% allocated to host communities in the Petroleum Industry Act, describing it as an aberration to the Niger Delta people. In a New Year message signed by the IYC spokesman, Beinabe Princeville, and sent to the federal government, international oil companies, Niger Delta governors, and interventionist agencies, amongst others, the council said it is not comfortable with the 3% allotment. It was vowed by the agency that it will do all it can within its power to engage oil companies by demanding the employment of nominal roles by IOCs and other national companies operating in the Niger Delta region as it continues to engage the federal government for gainful employment of its people. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, has concluded plans to kickstart night operations before the second quarter of 2024. The managing director of the NRC, Fidet Okiria, disclosed this during a recent interview to Kano and Kaduna because of the dry ports. And on the foreign scene, Sierra Leone has charged 12 people with treason and other offences for their role in what authorities have called an attempted coup on November 26th. One of the charged men is Adamo Koita, who the government says was one of the organisers of the coup attempt. A former soldier and bodyguard of former President Ernest Bai Koroma, Koita was widely followed by social networks where he criticised the government for current President Julius Nandabayo. He was arrested on the 4th of December and is one of the 85 people arrested in connection with the events of November 26th, most of them military personnel. According to a press release signed by the Information Minister, Shenoba, the 12 alleged perpetrators, including former police officers, were handed charges including treason, misprision of treason, harboring, aiding and abetting the enemy. Still on the foreign scene, hospitals in England have begun their longest consecutive strike in the 7-decade history of Britain's National Health Service. Junior doctors who are below consultant level will walk out for 6 days in a major escalation of their long-running pay dispute with the UK government. The industrial action comes as one of the busiest times of the year for the state-funded NHS when it faces increased pressure from winter respiratory illnesses. It also quickly follows a 3-day strike held by doctors just before Christmas. The NHS has said the latest walkout, which could see up to half of the medical workforce on picket lines, would have a significant impact on almost all the routines. In sports, Chelsea are reportedly considering a transfer move for Girona's Artem Dovak as a short-term alternative for their long-term target Victor Osimhen. Osimhen looks likely highly to join Chelsea this January transfer window after he recently signed a new deal with Napoli. The Blues are keen to bring Dovbyk, who has been impressive for Girona, the La Liga, this season, to Stamford Bridge this January. His contract with the La Liga club will expire in 2028, which will make him costly, but not as much as Osimhen. In entertainment, days after being accused of sexual assault by singer Paula Abdul, veteran TV producer Nigel Laithoge has also been accused of sexually assaulting and harassing 2 contestants 20 years ago on a reality competition show. The women were contestants on the show All American Girl, which aired for 1 season in 2003, and Laithoge was a producer on the program. The woman who was filing as Jane Bowes are suing Laithoge as an unnamed production company for sexual assault and battery, sexual harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligence. And now to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Suspected cultists have invaded Ikem community in Eche local government area of River State. The federal government has banned 10 foreign universities operating in Nigeria. And from the foreign scene, you heard that hospital doctors in England have begun their longest consecutive strike in 7-decade history of Britain's National Health Service. And that was the news. Is edited by Prince Ajubo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your email to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Dave Robert. Good afternoon and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are 2 sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they're going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Pawtucket, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Of your love for me.
Well, now that I'm older, could you say it again? I remember I was afraid, and oh, the hand I felt lead the way. For the first time, and the violent wind gets to blowing, will take me back, all the way back, will take me back to my first love. I remember when I was blind, and then your love opened up my eyes, and all the light that flooded my life. Well, now that I'm older, could you show me again? Or would you show me again? 'Cause when the storm's out on the ocean, and the violent wind gets to blowing, oh, take me back, all the way back, oh, take me back to my first love. 'Cause you are real to me. I've known it from the start, and there's no space between the heaven and my heart. You are near to me. I've never been too far. Hey. And in the in-between, you brought heaven to my heart. Yeah. 'Cause when the storm out on the ocean, and the violent wind gets to blowing, oh, take me back, take me back. Hey, oh, take me back, take me back. Hey, oh, take me. I wanna go. Oh, take me back to my first love, when it was all simple and loving was easy. When it was all simple and trusting was easy. When it was all simple and loving was easy. When it was all simple, hey, and trusting was easy. When it was all simple and loving was easy. When it was all simple and trusting was easy. Hey, when it was all simple and loving was easy. the violent wind gets to blow, when oh take me back, back. Come on, sing it out. Oh take me back, back. All the way back. Oh take me back. Take me back. Yeah. All the way back. Oh take me back to my first love.
I will trust in you and know that you are with me forever. I'll confide in you, 'cause you're the only answer that matters. Even in the darkness, you will be my light. Even when I'm hopeless, you will be my guide. I will not be shaken, I will not be moved.
You still chose me. How can it be? Every scar, every flaw, you see it all. You see it all. You still love me. Love me. Yeah, in spite of me. In spite of me. I don't cross every T, I don't dot every I. Got more flaws than a little, and I messed up 1,000 times. I don't always commit. Sometimes I give up way too quick, and then I get tired of trying to run away from who I am to who I wanna be. Some days are better than others. I can be up and I'm down, but beyond my mistakes, I'm found in your grace, and this one thing will never change. You still love me, in spite of me. Woo! You still chose me. How can it be? Every scar, every flaw, you see it all. You see it all. You still love me, love me. Oh, in spite of me. I'm stubborn at heart, quick to put up a guard. Do it all by myself, I won't ask for help. But sometimes my mouth is smart, I can be insecure. Counting other people's blessings, I never stop to notice what I got. Some days are better than others. I can be up and I'm down, but beyond my mistakes, I'm found in your grace, and this one thing will never change. You still love me. Woo! In spite of me, you still chose me. How can it be? Every scar, every flaw, you see it all. You see it all. You still love me. Love me. You still love me. In spite of me. Hey, you still chose me. How can it be? Every scar, every flaw, you see it all. You still love me, love me. And then when you say yeah, can I get a witness? You didn't give me what I deserve. Love so relentless, and me singing hallelujah. Oh, can I get a witness? You didn't give me what I deserve. Love so relentless, got me singing, and you still love me. In spite of me, you still chose me. How can it be? Every scar, every flaw, you see it all. You still love me, love me. Oh, in spite of me. It's hard to believe you have a choice, and daily you choose me. See, it's hard to believe you have a choice. Oh, and daily you choose me. It's hard to believe you have a choice. God, and daily you still choose me. Say it's hard. Oh, you have a choice. Oh, and daily you still choose me. You never gave up of me. In spite of me. It's so hard to believe you have a choice, and daily you choose me. It's hard to believe, oh, you have a choice, and daily you choose me. You choose me. Oh, it's hard to believe you have a choice. You have a choice. You keep on choosing me. You knew me before I knew myself. You have a choice. You have a choice. Oh, and daily, you still choose me. One more time. It's hard to believe. You have a choice. Oh, and daily, you still choose me. Yes. Never gave up on me. Never gave up on me. Never gave up on me. Hey. Never gave up on me. 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 Just shout that out in your car. Say you never gave up on me. 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 You got one more time. Sing it like you mean it now. Never gave up on me. 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 Just lift up your praise right there.
Hey, it's called Like You Love Me. Always something trying to steal my mood. My crazy thoughts trying to kill my groove. That's when I hear a voice whisper through the noise that brings the bigger picture into view. Whenever the clouds come into my mind, I won't forget it's you who tells the sun to shine. Every worry, every night, every second thought about tomorrow's wasting time. Hey! You give the sparrows everything they need. You light the stars and you paint the leaves. Yeah, you grow the lilies with your majesty. And you don't even love them like you love me. No, you don't love them like you love me. No, like you love me. Oh, like you love me. Come on, like you love me. Hey, like you love me. Who am I in light of everything that you and choose such your eyes on me? It blows my mind to think that you would know my name, and I'm adored by the King of Kings. Whenever the clouds come into my mind, I won't forget it's you who tells the sun to shine. Every worry, every night, every second thought about tomorrow's wasting time. Hey! You give the sparrows everything they need. You light the stars and you paint the leaves. Yeah, you grow the lilies with your majesty. And you don't even love them like you love me. No, you don't love them like you love me. No, like you love me. Oh, like you love me. Break it down one time. Whoa! Like you love. Why should I worry? Why should I care? 'Cause nobody loves me, no. Like you love. Why should I worry? Why should I care? Every second thought about like you love me, like you love me.
Lord, you should know I've tried it on my own, but my faith in me, but the truth came to be. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you.
And I'm sure you can tell that I ain't been well. Away from your presence, getting lost, getting desperate. I need you. Lord, I need you.
And living on my own, and everything's going wrong. Didn't want to admit it, but now, Lord, I get it. I need you. God, I need you.
And I want you to know, wherever you go, I'll follow you, Lord, and you'll see me through. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you. Lord, I need Lord, I need you. Lord, I need you.
Oh, Lord, speak to me, 'cause your word is true. Now I can see in all that I do, God, I need you. God, I need you. I just want you to be pleased with my life, with whatever I do. Now I realize, Lord, I need you. God, I need you.
Lord, here's my heart. No gimmicks, no strings. Do it my part. You can have all of me. Nothing will ever come between. Lord, I need
Bothered, babe, I've been feeling brand new. I don't know why, but I do. I'm winning, minding my business. No time to stop and start thinking about you. Now you. Lately it hits a bit different. Realize the wave I've been missing. I let it get too deep. Now I'm living blissfully. Smiling roses all the time. Can't mess with my peace of mind. at the sky, put our problems to the side. Yeah, we put them to the side. Yeah, yeah. Smiling roses all the time. Can't mess with my peace of mind. Used to be so blue, but I'm, yeah, now I'm bothered, babe. I've been feeling brand new. I don't know what but I do, but I do. Woke up this day, might just spread the good news, the good news. Just because I want to, just because I want to. Can't be bothered, no sir, not today. Too many good times on the way. Unbothered, yes sir, not today. Too many good times on the way. Unbothered, babe. I've been feeling brand new, feeling brand new. I don't know why, but I do. I don't know why, but I do, yeah. Woke up this time, might just spread the good news, just spread the good news. Just because I want to, just because I want to.
Hello, season's greetings. And we have good news for you and your business. We know it's holiday season, but your profit doesn't have to go on holiday, does it? Nah. Do you want double your profit in this season of celebration? We bring to you our Pay Less and Get More December promo. That is, you.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon, many thanks for joining us. There's a business news on Today, 95.1 FM. I am Lucky Maxwell. The external reserves of Nigeria's economy has recorded a drop to the tune of about $77.23 million in December 2023 due to the lingering foreign exchange instability in the country. As of December 28, 2023, according to figures obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria, Nigeria's external reserves, also known as foreign reserves, stood at $32 billion. At the beginning of the last month of the year 2023, the external reserves figure was close to $33 billion with $32 billion available for use, while $750 million was blocked. Foreign exchange reserves are cash and other reserve assets such as gold held by a central bank or other monetary authority that are primarily available to balance payments of the country, influence the foreign exchange rate of its currency, and maintain confidence in financial markets. The market capitalization of the Nigerian Exchange Limited rose by 1.63% yesterday, adding about 666 billion naira to the wealth of investors. At the close of trading, the market capitalization stood at a new high of 41.583 trillion naira, and the all-share index crossed the 75,000 mark. ASI gained 1,270.11 points during trading to close at 75,990.88 points. Market breadth, which is the measure of investor sentiment, was positive, resulting in 50 gainers and 18 losers. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has urged the federal government to clear the current $7 billion forex backlog. The Director General of the association stated this in its manufacturing sector outlook for 2024, where it also predicted that 2024 may not be a good year for manufacturers. According to MAN, in 2024, sectoral real growth is expected to hit about 3.2%. It also stated that contribution to the economy will most likely exceed 10%, and the manufacturer CEO's confidence index is predicted to rise above 55-point threshold by the end of the fourth quarter. It noted that the
Utilization is expected to hover around the 50% threshold as the forex-related challenges and high inflation rate limiting manufacturing performance may linger until mid-year. Aviation stakeholders have urged the Federal Inland Revenue Service to reconsider its recent policy requiring travel agents to pay taxes on air ticket commissions. The appeal was contained in a communique issued after the Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative Q4 breakfast business meeting in Lagos recently. The FIRS policy not only mandates travel agents to pay taxes on ticket commissions, but also imposes an additional tax on the corporate activities of those organizations. Industry players argue that the dual taxation approach raised concerns about the fairness and feasibility of the taxation system in the sector. The Nigeria Railway Corporation has concluded plans to launch night operations before the second quarter of 2024. The managing director of NRC, Fidet Ohiria, disclosed that one of their major challenges is night operation, stressing that it is not the way trains should operate. He said they intend to bring back passenger and freight trains from Port Harcourt to Aba, Lagos to Kano, and Kaduna because of the dry ports. Fidet explained that due to the security situation in the country, trains have been limited to only day travels, but added that if they start night trips, the corporation will begin 6 trains daily on the standard gauge train across the board. On the foreign scene, the United States has announced that Uganda is no longer a beneficiary of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. The United States also removed 3 other African countries, the Central African Republic, Gabon, and Niger, from AGOA, effective from January 1st. The decree by U.S. President Joe Biden will effectively end Kampala's ability to export certain commodities to the U.S. without added tax. It could have a serious impact on the Ugandan economy, which has significantly benefited from the program since its establishment in 2000. The decision was made after Uganda passed its controversial Anti-Homosexuality Act last year, a law which could impose life imprisonment or even the death penalty for same-sex conduct. And that's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Lockie Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hey there! Today 95.1 FM is ready to spice up your holiday season with this Christmas and New Year bonanza. Check this out. Pay for 3 jingles and get 1 for free. Pay for 5 and get 2 more for free. In case you're feeling extra festive, go for 10 big jingles and get 5 for free. What a time to be on radio. And hey, whether you like it recorded or live, we've got your back. Pay for 3 live or recorded programs and get 1 for free. Aim for 5 and get 2 extra slots for free. But here's the scoop. This sweet deal runs from December 11th, 2023 to January 15th, 2024. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please call 0818-389-2850. Today 95.1 FM, we are the voice of the people. Don't miss this holiday bonanza.
Do you know I can feed you and feed your entire family? Why don't you get your crap out of the way?
Okay, move your car.
Madam, I beg. We can move this car.
I don't understand what's going on. We've been sitting in traffic for the past 1 hour. Like, oh my God.
Everywhere you go.
Do you want to share or get the latest traffic updates in and around Port Harcourt? Then listen to the traffic update show on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Weekdays 6:30 to 7 p.m. Days 6:30 to 7 p.m.
Hello, my people. Are you ready for an electrifying experience that would send shivers down your spine? Welcome to the thrill. Hold on tight as we dive into the hottest high life tracks that will make your pulse race and your feet move. It's not just a show. It's a musical and talk adventure that would leave you craving for more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrill. Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get your total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
We are not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves one of the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good to have you. Good afternoon. Welcome on board. My name is Lucky Maxwell. Good to have you. Happy New Year. I missed you. Yeah, I don't know if you missed me. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm back. This year, it's, every new year, we hope, pray that, of course, things will get better. But basically, there are actions we need to take. There are things we need to do. Nothing happens on its own. Even in your personal life, you have to take some drastic decisions. You have to take some new decisions. You have to change the way things are done. even in your own personal life, the way you have been doing things, if you want a better result this year. Because like someone would say, doing the same thing and expecting a different result is insanity. So if you want a better result this year, 2024, you need to do things differently. In your business, there are ways you've been probably treating your clients or your customers. You also need to change your pattern. You need to devise new strategies, how to reach out to your client, how to reach out to new clients. You must also appreciate your old clients, you know, that have been with you all through 2023, even the ones that came once. And then you build on, you find out what are the things you did in terms of your dealings with them that probably they didn't like. That's why in some places you have some form of box where people put suggestions. There are things people don't like. They can write it and put it there. Later you go through it, do a review, and then change the way you've been relating with your clients, the way you've been relating with your customers. Even if you have a small shop, but you have customers who come to patronize you, whether you sell food, you sell wares, you sell provisions, you are a taxi driver, you're a keke driver, there are people who are your major customers. Yes, you carry a lot of people daily, but there are people who are your major customers. There are people who carry you, who book you for drops. You know, you do a review, speak with them, all right? Try to reach out to them, call them, how are you doing? Happy New Year. Send a text message to them. These are small, you know, people buy, there's a way they put it. People buy emotionally. That's the truth. There's a way you will treat your customers, your clients, that they will always buy from you. They will always patronize you. They will always need your services. It depends on how you relate with them. So if you want better sales in 2024, there are basic things you need to do. Firstly, you need to do a review. What were my mistakes in 2023? The kind of goods you sell. Maybe you run a restaurant, and sometimes you sell old food. You need to calculate what are, you know, those days when I don't usually have enough customers. You cook the ones you can sell off. Then probably if you have 1 or 2 plates remaining, you can eat it off. Instead of selling old food or selling old meat, using an old meat to cook a new food. You know, don't worry. There's a reason why I started from food. I'm into food. You go to some restaurant and then you're eating a particular food. The stew is an old one. Or the meat is an old one. How do you know, Maxwell? I'll know. Once I eat it, I'll know. If they bought that meat today and they cooked it today, I'll know. If it is an old meat, I'll know. Don't ask me how I'm going to know. Once I taste it, I'll know. It's my area. So if you're one of those, you need to, you know, drop that attitude. Yes, you need to drop it. Some people might not speak up. They will just taste the food, pay, and go. It has happened to me not once, not twice. Gone into a restaurant, asked them to give me a plate of food. I tasted it. The rice was old. The meat was an old one. I didn't eat it. I gave them the money and left. And they didn't ask me any question. They didn't bother. Are you telling me that I'm going to visit them again? No, I won't do that. They've lost their patronage. I wouldn't do that. I won't go back there. So find out from your customers, your clients, at least the ones you can reach out to. Please, are there areas let me use a local parlance, I didn't do you well? Are there areas I offended you? From the sales, from the supplies I did? Please let me know, tell me. I'm willing to change. Own up. That single act alone will send some form of message down the spine of that client or customer. It shows humility. It shows commitment. It shows that you care about the feelings of your clients and your customers. I was having a conversation with some of my colleagues and I said, why is it that Nigerian businesses don't last? Why? Why is there Nigerian businesses? Haven't you asked yourself that question? There are businesses you heard about let's say 10 years ago, 15 years ago. While I was in primary school, there are businesses I was hearing about. I can't hear them. I don't know if they still exist again. Why? But there are businesses abroad that you can point and say, this business have lasted for the past, for instance, this soft drink. I don't want to call their name, but you know them. There's no village you go to that you won't see a brand of that soft drink. You know them. They started with kettle in the 18th century. They are a brand. Do you know there's another one also, another soft drink that belongs to that same family, but they created it to compete against each other. That brand has been in existence since the 18th century. There are other companies, tech companies that have been there for the past. There's a particular phone company, when you buy their laptop or when you buy their phone, if anything happens to it, you can send it back and they'll give you a new one. But here, Nigerian businesses, let's not go far. Go to a restaurant, eat, and then you discover that maybe there was sand or stone. They won't even offer to give you another plate. They say, if they even tell you sorry, just take it. So why is it that Nigerian businesses don't last? There are small, basic things we don't do. Sometimes we don't care, or most times we don't even care about our customers' feelings. We don't care about them. If they want to buy, make them buy. If they don't want to buy, make them leave. And sometimes business owners don't see businesses outgrowing them. They just feel, oh, let them do this business. Once the owner dies, the business is gone. So we don't take some basic things into consideration. Look at our banks. They are also businesses. Look at our banks. There are banks abroad that have been in existence for the past 50 years, 100 years. How many Nigerian banks? I'm not talking about the ones that were founded abroad and probably they have a branch here. No, I'm talking about the Nigerian banks here, local banks, that have been in existence for the past 40 years. So you now see that there are some principles that we're not practicing. And that's why I started with you reaching out to your clients, reaching out to your customers. They are the reason why you're in business. Just like you listening to me, you are our client customer. And that's why I always thank you for listening to us. Because it's not easy for you to put on your radio to listen to me. It's not as though I'm too knowledgeable, but by the help of God, we just dish out the ones we can. You are very important. So please, if there's anything I've done in 2023, let me start with myself. If I've done to you, probably I spoke to you in a manner you didn't like. Just go to my Facebook, Lucky Maxwell Nna. Send me a review. Just tell me the areas probably I didn't do well. I'll take it and I'll change. Believe me. Lucky Maxwell Nna. Send a DM to me on Facebook. All right? I'd love to change my strategy. Or probably if you have our number 0701-933-9962, before the end of, between now and 3 p.m., you can just send it, and trust me, I'll look at it and I will improve. All right? I'm just a human being, okay? So I'm bound to make mistakes. But you are there to listen and then correct me, right? Good. So go back to those clients of yours. Even if you're a taxi driver, there are constant clients that have been booking you for rides, right? Ask them this question. Call them, you have their number. Or when you meet them the next time, ask them, sir, madam, 2023 is gone. Are there ways I offended you? Please let me know. Are there ways I talked to you that you didn't like in a manner you didn't probably fancy, but you just overlooked it? Please, apologies. I'm sorry. And then you move away from there. You now look at your strategies. What strategies were you working with in 2023? You see how you can fine-tune them. Then you also look at the price of your goods. What is the profit margin? You know, I told someone it is better for you to sell 100 pieces of a particular material, make maybe, let's say, 500 naira as profit on each of those materials in a day, than selling 1,000 pieces of those materials, or selling, let's say, 100 pieces of those materials and wanting to make 1,000 naira each as profit. You will make more money when you sell 100,000 pieces of a particular material and make 500 naira profit in a day than selling 100 pieces and making 1,000 naira each as profit in a day. So the more you sell, the more profit you make. So you take a look at your profit margin. What is my profit? Am I being greedy or selfish? Yes, we know that price of goods, especially staple foods, have gone up. But I have a friend, a northern friend, who sells provision just close to my house. The reason why I patronize him, one, each time I'm in need of cash, he gives me cash. Two, if I go, when I patronize him and probably I buy goods worth, let's say 15,200 naira, you know what happens? I'll pay 15,000 and he will let go of the 200 naira. So, and from time to time, you know, when we ask me, how you day? How things now? Hope say you day fine. Hope say no wahala. You know, he has been able to establish that relationship, not just with me. I discovered he has established that relationship with almost patronizing. And guess what? Anytime you go to his shop, it's always filled up. Not that he's the only one selling provision around there, but he has been able to. And the guy was, you know, I don't know who he was chatting with, and he was smiling. And, you know, the owner of the shop was like, what do you want to buy? And I talk now. Okay, this one. This other guy who wanted to buy the stuff was, will I say confused? I think he was engrossed in that conversation. Maybe he was talking to a babe though. And you know what my Aboki friend did? He just went to his ear. Hey, babe, they confuse you. And we all laughed, you know. So, you know, you discover he has a way of relating with people. You should imbibe that attitude this year. Don't be quarreling with your client. Do you know most times the most difficult client you think, in quote, is difficult might even be the one who will bring more customers for you if you're able to manage them. Because you're going to meet different characters. You're going to meet different species of human beings. Some might not be nice, but if you're able to relate with them at their level and ensure you don't annoy them, you'll discover, you'll be shocked that they will keep on coming back to patronize you over and over and over and over again. I see people jump 1, 2, 3, 4 shops just to come to this guy's shop to buy stuff. Why? Relationship. So you might as well try as much as you can to imbibe that relationship. I usually tell people, business is not for angry people. If you're always angry, antagonistic, please don't go into business, because you're going to meet a whole lot of character. Even when you see someone going to the next shop, someone who has been patronizing you, going to the next shop to buy stuff, do you get angry with them? No, that's not a good character. It's not a good attitude. Don't get angry with them. Don't get angry. Still remain friendly with them. But do you know there are people, once you jump their shop and you go to another shop to buy stuff, if you greet them, they won't answer. Change that attitude this year. If you want to make more profit this year, you need to, learn new skills. How do you engage your customers, even the most difficult customer? How do you engage them? You need to learn that skill of communication. You need to also know your boundaries. There are things you don't ask customers. You don't go into conversations that are a little bit private, except if they bring it to you. Even when they bring it to you, tread with caution. Don't just jump into what does not concern you. Tread with caution. You need high level of wisdom this year for you to be able to make maximum profit. Profits is not all about adding so much money to your goods. No, that's not the best way to make profit. Cheating people, cutting corners, selling fake goods for, and then terming it to be the original. No. It's just a matter of time. People will discover and they won't come back. You need consistency in business. If you have 50 or 100, no, let's not go far. 50 full-time customers, you are sure of a particular amount of money daily. If you have 50 consistent customers, then the other ones can be, like they'll call it in local parlance, jara, will just be extras. If you have 50 consistent customers, you are sure of your daily bread. If each product they buy, you make a profit of 100 naira, multiplied by 50. So this year, for you to make profit in your business, these are the things you need to look at. I'll still mention more. So don't add too much on your product. Yes, I know things are, somehow in the country, but that doesn't mean you should cut off people's neck. In one place, someone will sell rice for 300 naira. You go to another place, that same portion of rice, they are selling it for 500 naira. The same buka, same mama put. Not the bigger restaurants. No, there's normal mama put. What's the difference? This one sells and sells off, makes a profit, goes to the market, buys stuffs again, cooks for tomorrow. This one will always sell probably just 3-4 cups of rice, whereas this one might end up selling in a day, he or she might end up selling 3 custard rubber of rice. And you say, they use something. Okay, you use something now. This person might have a cordial relationship with his or her client. You don't have that kind of relationship. When you want to put the food and people say, mommy, this food's small. You say, and so what? If you don't want to make it go now, if you don't want to make it go now, those things they cost for market. It's a bala blue 90 day. No, it's not necessary. There's a way you can still communicate. You say, at the country where we dey now, how we go do? You just carry small thing and add. It doesn't remove anything from you. Okay, make I add small for you so that it go belle full. You just add one small chinkly something like that. You say, God go help us. No worry. Yeah, make you buy extra so that it go belle full you, my pikin. There's a way you go about it. Not that you start quarreling with the person. It's not everybody who would probably, when you're dishing the rice, the person will just keep quiet. Some will just protest, mommy, this rice small, add something now. You two, just carry small thing, and just add small thing like that, even if it's 3 seeds of rice. And you tell the person, if you know how would they take buy rice, oh, my pikin. There's a way you can just relate with them. The guy who sells provision, my Boki friend, I was to buy sachet tomatoes, that was last year, and he said, you better buy plenty. For January, they don't tell me, say, this thing go add money. And I was like, are you serious? Do you know I ended up buying 4 rolls of sachet tomato from him? Because he told me by January, he has been told from his supplier from Abba that the price will be toppled. I ended up buying 4 different rolls so that at least I'll use it for a while. These are small things here and there. So you don't need to add so much because you want to make profit. Then another thing you need to look at to change your strategy, you need to look at the welfare of your workers. Welfare of your workers. How you treat your workers. Maybe you have 2 workers, 3, 4, 10, 15, 20. Do you want your business to grow? Take care of your workers. Relate with your workers as human beings and not as animals. One of the major problems Nigerian businesses have is that business owners feel they are doing you a favor when they employ you. I don't know where they got that mindset from. They feel they are doing you a favor, so they treat you like trash. And one of the areas where you see such, it's almost everywhere in all industries, but one of the areas you will see that kind of anomaly is in the private schools. Last year on Andrew Goji, the lady called. She was being paid 20,000. A graduate. She was being paid. From the way she narrated her story, she has passion for teaching. I have met a lot of people who said the passion has died because of the way we are being treated. Most of them prefer to teach in government schools than in private schools. So the private schools where they will pay you 50,000, they turn you into a modern day slave. Talk to you anyhow, treat you anyhow. You stay in school. Parents are coming with their own wahala. The owner of the school is coming with his or her own wahala. You have to contend with the children's wahala. No. If you're a private school owner, change your pattern. The people working for you are the ones driving the system. You, your husband, and your children can't drive the system. That's why you employed people. Share your vision with them, but treat them as human beings. Please, everyone should listen to this. Nigerian businesses don't last because of this major issue. We treat people like slaves. You might not be paying so much, but the way you treat people matters a whole lot. The way you treat people matters a whole lot. Go to so many businesses, you will see this particular attribute being displayed daily. People are treated as slaves in some industries, as though they don't matter, as though we can fling you out of this system and get someone else. No. Yes, you can get people, you can always get people, but you will not always get good people. When you have people who have good character, are humble, and then are professionals, please maintain them. Maintain them. Relate with people well. Treat people well. Treat your drivers well. They are your staff. Treat your cook well. Treat your gardener well. Treat the laundryman well. Treat people nicely. People can go the extra mile for you when you treat them nicely. CEO, chairman, MD, listen to me. People can go the extra mile for you, even if you are not paying them enough money. Everything is not about money. The way you treat people matter. I don't know if it's a Nigerian, if it's an African thing. I don't know how the black man reasons. So I've met with people who got international jobs. And they tell me that the first time they sent them their letter, they were wondering if it was a scam. Because you see this allowance, you see this allowance, you see this, you see that. So a friend of mine was telling me, Max, I've been saying a scam. I said, no, it's not scam. It's the company that sent you. I said, oh, because you worked in Nigeria where they treat you like a slave. It was, an international job. It was to tour some African countries. So he said, Max, I thought it was a scam. I said, no, be scam. You're used to slavery. So accepting this one now is like picking somebody from the village and putting the person in government house where everything is available. The person would think it's a scam. The person would think you want to use him for money ritual. So, when you're used to being there are bosses who call people stupid, idiot. Within the office environment, they talk down on people. When you do that, you demoralize people. They won't deliver their best. That same person, give that person to another CEO who knows how to manage human resource. You'll be shocked. It's the same thing with football teams. You see, why is it that some players, some teams, you see the way they relate with their coach? They will go the extra mile to win the cup. Why? The relationship between the coach and the players. But in some teams, the players will gang up against the coach, probably because of his own character, the way he relates with them. So you want to maximize profit in your business? Treat your employees well. If you don't have the, flamboyant financial muscle to pay them very well, there are small things you can do. You want to find out those things? Come to my DM. I will tell you what to do. Because I will need to size your business first. What kind of business you do, and then at that level, I can tell you some small things that you can do to boost the confidence of your staffs. They can go the extra mile for you. Human beings are like that. If you come with this boss thing, because I employ you, I can dictate your life. The person can say, go to hell, take your job and get out. The person might decide to save small money, go and get a POS and have rest of mind and peace of mind. Yes, the lady who called in, who said she was teaching in a school, she had, stillbirth, for God's sake. With the little knowledge I have in medical science, that lady is supposed to be on bed rest for some time. They will do a evacuation. She's supposed to rest. Thank God she didn't even die. She couldn't complete her CA. A simple thing that the owner of the school would have just told one or two teachers to help her finish up, and then even pay her a visit. You know what they did? 20,000 that they were paying her, they removed 5,000 from her salary for that month. And she even begged for that 15,000 to be paid. Excuse me? Are you a devil? Why would you behave like that? I'm talking to the boss now. Whoever did that, you don't have, I don't know if you have blood in your veins. And she vowed never to go back to that school. So this term, they are going to employ new teachers too. Her assistant teacher had already gone. She was the one remaining. And she said she has passion for teaching. So you see, you have lost someone who had passion for teaching. You will go and bring one ogbologbo that will come and teach the children. That's the truth. So you see someone who is your sales girl, who is sincere, who does 3 jobs in one, and then you don't value the person, and then you still boss the person around, deal with the person, and the person says, Auntie, today, I no go feel come work. I know they feel well. And you say, you no go come work, Abi? You no go come work. You deduct money from the person's salary. And then the girl decides to stay a little while, save 1 or 2 months' salary, and leave. You will now go and find someone else. You put sales girl wanted. You know the kind of person you get, ogbologbo, that will be stealing your money. Since you didn't value the good gift that God gave you. I have seen businesses like that too. When they lose good person, somehow they'll get, don't ask me what ogbologbo means. But that's the truth. And we see it in Nigerian businesses, small, medium scale, even big businesses. They do it. They don't treat their staffs well. And then you see them, they'll be jealous of another organization that is treating their staff well, that their staff can go the extra mile for them. Do you know, haven't you seen people who will say, hi, they want to resign from a particular job, not because of anything, but because probably they want to go into another industry or they want to relocate. And then you see them say, hi, I'm feeling so emotional. And I don't want to resign, but I'm now married. I have to relocate and go and meet my husband. Do you know why? They were being treated well in that place of work. And you see so much encomium pouring on them. When they want to leave, the boss will host party for them, wish them well. And then you see such people, they will still be communicating. If even possible, they will even be bringing clients for their former organization. That is how it's supposed to be. Not that somebody will leave your place and then the person will be rejoicing. The person will go and give testimony in church. No. So if you're a CEO, you're an MD, you're a business owner, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 staff. If you can't treat them well, when you have 50, you won't treat them well. If all you think about is yourself, you talk to people anyhow, you're not even paying them well. No health insurance, no allowance, no pension. Some of you have 20 staff, no pension, no, they are not complaining. Although, legally, once you have up to 10 staff, you're supposed to put them on pension and health insurance. But of course, you know how our system works here in Nigeria. But you don't do that, or you relate with them well and treat them as human beings. No, you won't do that. So one of those employees reached out to me and she said she was sick. One of those days, called her boss that she was extremely sick. I think maybe she was newly pregnant or something. And then the boss said, okay. She said, go to the clinic, the company's clinic. Go and go. Go and have your bed rest. Do you know what the boss did? Sent some money to her. At the close of work that day, the boss and some few people went to visit her at the hospital. Some of you don't know what these things do. How far these things, this small kindness here and there, how far it can go. She said, she was telling me, she said, Max, I felt on top of the world. In fact, I got well instantly. The boss said, don't come to work until next week. I think it was on a Wednesday. He said, take a break that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't want to see you at work until Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, she resumed on Friday. Your boss had to chase her home. He said, okay, you are well, Abby. Go. Go and meet your husband. Go and rest. I told you not to come here till Monday. She told me, Max, when I came back from the brief rest, I had to give my all. That's how far these things can go. So this year, tell yourself, as a CEO, as the owner of the company, I'm going to treat my workers well. Even if I'm not paying them so much, that doesn't mean you should not pay them well. Oh. Please don't. I didn't say, before you now say, hey, Max said, even if you're not paying them well, no, money motivates. Oh, money motivates. Let's not deceive ourselves. A little bit kindness, treat them well as humans. Then, if you have the resources, please motivate them. Last year, before the end of the year, I also talked with some CEOs. I said, small this thing here and there. Give them small rice. It will go a long way. Small allowance. You know, the governor did his, and civil servants were happy. Although, we'll talk about that later on. Pensioners were not really happy. So feel free. Let's talk about these issues. 0817 00000951. Everything is not about profit maximization. Profit maximization comes when you have done the basics. What's his name now? Richard Branson. He says, take care of your employees. They will in turn take care of your business. Africans lack this. Africans lack this particular principle. Or even if they know it, they don't put it into, they don't implement it. Richard Branson, that owns one of the big businesses in the world, they said, treat your employees well. They will in turn treat your business well. Oga and madam, you won't be there all the while. You won't be there 24/7. If you treat these guys well, yes, I agree that there are some staff that no matter what you do, but generally, be kind to your staff. You know what will happen? The good ones will end up chasing the bad ones away. It is the good ones, or they will cover them up to ensure that the business does not collapse. Only someone who doesn't have conscience will want a particular business to collapse. So if God has given you good stuff, you have 10, and 8 are good, you are covered. Even Jesus had Judas in the midst, right? If you have 8 good stuff, treat them well, relate with them well. All of us, last, we are equal, right? It's a relationship, a symbiotic relationship. They are not doing you a favor, neither are you doing them a favor. You are both doing each other a favor. It's a business principle. Treat your employees well, they will in turn treat your business well. 0810-9510-951. These are the numbers you can call to be a part of the conversation. Ernest, I'm seeing your message. Ernest from Woji says, yo, is it yo? Okay, he says, you are just wasting your time advising Nigerians. A Nigerian business person would keep goods to expire and throw it away instead of selling it cheap. You go to abroad, you see people working for rich men like Elon Musk. You go to their company, you don't even know who is the boss because they are all relating like staff. An average Nigerian businessman behaves like a president. Since I left my former job due to lack of appreciation, now, them day on a blink of shutdown. Then things say it's easy to find good person. Ernest, thank you. Thank you for your message. No, well, I'm not wasting time. I'm just doing my job. These are business principles. If you apply them, it works. Hello?
Mark, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please not.
Yes, please.
I am a security guy. I don't say you two have not handled our...
Sir, we can barely hear you, sir. Please, can you speak up, sir? Thank you.
I am a security guard.
Yes, go ahead.
And you guys have not handled our issue for one day. I think sometimes you should look for some of these security companies and buy them so that we can question
Firstly, let me apologize. I'm so sorry. Maybe it skipped my mind. I'm so sorry, sir.
We really are facing most difficult situation in the hands of both the client and the company. You know, when you don't even know what your client is paying, and the company will not let you know what the client is paying. The client also will not let you know what they are paying their company. And they just give you anything they like. Nobody cares about your welfare. You know? And even the people you are working with, the public, no encouragement from the public. So it's very, very, very pathetic.
Thank you very much.
I think you should try and handle our issues so that we can.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. Those guys are doing great job. Security guys in every organization, they are doing a great job. So we should be nice to them. Even we who are probably clients, try as much as you can to be nice to them. Please, be nice to them. 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. Oji, Ernest, is that true? Well, okay, I'll do my findings. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good to have you. Good afternoon. Welcome to Business Today.
Yes, my name is Solomon.
Yes, please, go ahead.
95.1.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm listening to you. I'm very happy for your advice. Like me, where I work in my boss more than 10 years. So yet the 3 years. Some of it are empty. Only God will help them. but and some of them they will listen. So I'm not sure some of them are listening to radio. Some of them are listening to radio, what they are talking. Some of them will mistake. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe one day they will hear it and then they will change. That's my first time call.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Feel free to join the conversation so we can wrap up. Okay. Sorry, if you're trying to call and you're having difficulty, maybe you can just do a message, very quickly. 0701 9339 962. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good to have you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ozairo Meso. I'm calling from Rumodara.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I know of a school in my area. The owner of the school was not treating her staff very well. They all resigned, and today the school is no longer in existence. It's just the building that is there.
Are you serious?
If you want to do investigation, you can come to my area. You just I don't want to mention the name of the school. The proprietress was not treating the staff very well. They all gang up last year. Okay, let me use the word gang up. They resigned last year, second term.
All of them?
All of them resigned. All. And today the school is no longer in existence. At the time, the proprietress became the teacher and everything. So parents were like, what's this? No, they withdraw their children. And today the school is no longer functioning. So it's important with the proprietress treats and they treat their staff very well. In the first place, the salary is meager. Yes, they don't have freedom, as in you subject them to one abuse or the other. It's terrible.
Wow.
That is the Nigerian situation for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If my child was in that school, of course, I would withdraw my child. There are children who have... they have to be taught by about 4 teachers in a particular session. So I can assure you, this January, in a lot of schools, some teachers won't go back. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Master, good afternoon.
Good to have you.
How are you today?
Great.
Okay, this is Vincent Woody.
Oh, welcome, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Happy New Year to you.
I wish you the same. Welcome.
Yeah, like the issue on ground, like in my neighborhood here, in my place here, there's one private school here. The way this proprietor treat the teachers there, they are quarreling every day. They don't know how to handle their workers. They don't take care of their employees. They treat them anyhow. They treat them like animals. Just like the last caller said, that a school was closed. Maybe that the school is no longer existing. That's exactly what established with the school around my neighborhood here. So they learn how to treat their workers well. Then the other one you said about one Aboki friend, yes, I have one of them here too, close to my house. Do you know that this Aboki man, each time I go to buy something from him, the way this man treats the customers, he gives me money, sometimes 15,000, he don't collect charge. I tell you, he's a very good friend of everybody. And if you see the way people rush into his shop, some people will begin to say, hey, he's not selling that thing with anything. And I said, no.
Story. That's what they usually say.
Yes, they will say that. I said, don't say it. That is the way you plan to do his business. You don't know how to do business. Go and learn how to do business.
So most of these companies too, the way they treat their workers. Imagine the woman who reported that she was not feeling fine. She couldn't go to work, and the boss say at the end of the month the boss deducted 5,000 from 20,000 naira.
She had a miscarriage. She was in the hospital.
My good God, is that what happened?
Yes, she had a miscarriage. So she was on the hospital bed. They had to do evacuation. And of course, doctors will tell you to stay in the hospital for a while. They deducted 5,000 from her salary. She had already finished exams, everything. She has done only CA, just CA alone.
So wicked. That so wicked. I don't know. Anyway, my brother, try. You are doing a good job, eh?
Thank you, sir.
You are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's take some. Time has gone. Max, always in your element. You're not wasting your time. Have you not noticed the street lights being changed to solar panels? Anyways, the orientation of most traders is that they are doing you a favor for your patronage. Thank you, Kanu. It says, I won't lie, the Northerners have taken over business sense in this country. The rest just wants profit. Ernest, thank you. That's much we can take. On the flip side of two, that's after the news. We'll be taking a look at something very important. Yes, I'll be dropping some tidbits here and there to water the ground. But some government schools in some rural communities, have you noticed they lack electricity? That's one. They also lack technology to do what you call the computer-based tests, CBT examinations. And you know that WAEC said last year that they will introduce CBT. The question is, are they going to write these exams in the moon? We'll look at that after this short break. Stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Many thanks for joining us. Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. The spokesperson of the River State Civil Society Organization, Solomon Lenu, has called for the Ogonis to unite. Lenu made the call in a statement ahead of the annual Ogoni Day celebrated every January 4th. According to him, there must be an end to division amongst themselves if they must succeed as a people. Ogoni Day is celebrated to remember the Ogoni's peaceful struggle against discrimination, suppression, and the destruction of their environment and livelihood by international oil companies and the Nigerian government for over 6 decades. Traditional bride price in Idoma land in Benue State has been codified and fixed at 50,000 naira. This was disclosed by the Idoma Area Traditional Council at the end of its meeting at Otukpo. The IATC said it arrived at the decision after widespread consultation with rulers, political leaders, and their subject. It also said some self-imposed barbaric and harsh cultural practices have been expunged from the practice of the culture and tradition of the people. The IATC enjoined all Idoma-speaking people to strictly adhere to all decisions of the council in the interest of its people. 12 persons have been killed with 2 others injured in a fresh Boko Haram attack on Gatamawa community in Chibok local government area of Borno State. Communities in Chibok, some 125 kilometers from Maiduguri, have been devastated by terrorism in the past 14 years with many abductions by the Boko Haram insurgents. The Borno State Police Command, through its spokesperson, Nahum Daso, said the attack happened on Monday evening. Daso said the gunmen drove into the community in Hilux vans and motorcycles in large numbers, shooting sporadically at mourners. The Nigeria Railway Corporation (NRC) has concluded plans to kickstart night operations before the second quarter of 2024. The managing director of NRC, Fidet Ohiria, disclosed this during a recent interview. However, he said insecurity is the major hindrance to the commencement of night operations. He said the plan is to bring back passenger and freight trains from Port Harcourt to Aba, Lagos to Kano, and Kaduna because of the dry ports. On the foreign scene, the Democratic Republic of the Congo's main opposition candidates say they will not challenge the re-election of incumbent President Felix Tshisekedi. The Electoral Commission on 31 December declared Tshisekedi winner of the poll with 73% of the vote, with billionaire businessman candidate whose team say they will not contest the result at the Constitutional Court. The deadline to file a presidential petition in court lapses today, but if no petition is filed, Tshisekedi will be sworn in on 20th January. And that's the news. I am Lucky Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hey there! Today 95.1 FM is ready to spice up your holiday season with this Christmas and New Year bonanza. Check this out. Pay for 3 jingles and get 1 for free. Pay for 5 and get 2 more for free. In case you're feeling extra festive, go for 10 big jingles and get 5 for free. What a time to be on radio. And hey, whether you like it recorded or live, we've got your back. Pay for 3 live or recorded programs and get 1 for free. Aim for 5 and get 2 extra slots for free. But here's the scoop. This sweet deal runs from December 11th, 2023 to January 15th, 2024. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please call 0818-389-2850. Today 95.1 FM, we are the voice of the people. Don't miss this holiday bonanza.
It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get your total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it. Been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment, then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty? Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Hello, season's greetings. And we have good news for you and your business. We know it's holiday season, but your profit doesn't have to go on holiday, does it? Nah. Do you want double your profit in this season of celebration? We bring to you our Pay Less and Get More December promo. That is, you can now pay for 3 jingles and get 1 free. Pay for 5 and get 2 free. Best of all, you can pay for 10 and get 5 free. Wonderful Fantastic! Do you also want to record your program or do it live? You can now pay for 3 recorded live programs and get 1 free. Better still, pay for 5 recorded or live programs and get 2 free. This is best Christmas for you and your business. This promo lasts from December 11 to January 15. Terms and conditions apply. For more inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. 0818-389-2850. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever-exciting world of sports.
Today's quest on Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment.
You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively?
The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door.
I won't use your vehicle. Just know that they are giving to us or assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be all right if you believe. Welcome to the show, Entertainment Today, right?
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today. No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are bringing IGR, they are bringing...
And welcome to today's Sport Live.
There are people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've conceded 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground, they've not been able to score. So he talked about not...
Welcome to the platform on radio.
Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is... Hold on now. America is the standard. Yes, okay.
They are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought them?
No, they are not the fathers of waiting. They happen.
You give them that in the way you talk to. Will they give anybody what they do well? Nah, this is a monkey man. This monkey man.
And just when you think we are done, come on with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Lucky Maxwell. Happy New Year to you. Please go to my DM on Facebook, Lucky Maxwell. Now, let me spell it for you. LUCKYMAXWELL. That's another word. Then NNA. Please send me a DM. We've related over throughout 2023. Are there ways I offended you? Probably spoke to you in a manner you didn't like. Please, just do a review. Just send me those things you feel I didn't do well. All right? Send it to me. I'll apologize to you personally, and then I will improve. I will change. I promise. All right? Just tell me ways I have offended you. Things I did probably on air, you feel, no, how will Maxwell do this? Send it to me, and I'll respond appropriately. Thank you so much. And firstly, I want to congratulate every one of you listening. I am glad that you saw 2024. Once there's life, there's hope. That's one thing I want you to know. It doesn't matter what's happening around you. There's always a better place. In your career, in your job, in your business. Maybe you've been struggling with your business. Something can still happen. A miracle can still happen. You want a new job? A miracle can still happen. Just keep on working hard. Keep hope alive. Keep on working. God will remember you. That's just what I know. Keep on pushing and keep on demanding for the best. I'm talking about demanding for the best. The only way our governor can perform this year is if we keep sentiments aside and we demand the best from him. Let us keep sentiment aside as a people and demand the best from the governor. I've always said it, the monies that come into this state belongs to Rivers people. It doesn't belong to a few political elite. However, in our system, we have maybe unconsciously, we have been able to build strong men, and our institutions have collapsed. And we also fan the embers of these men who are the strong men. We fan their ego. Instead of telling them the truth, we fan their egos. River State is too politically divided. We should pay much attention to economic issues. Politics is not revenue generating, so we can't depend on politics. Politics is, it consumes. Politics is not revenue generating. So we need to demand from the governor to push money into the system for economic boom. In return, government gets her taxes and government will have less issues to deal with. Quell insecurity, ensure that monies are given to the right people, the right farmers. There should be food. Money should be given via grants and loans to the right business people so that there will be economic boom. Investors can come in, invest, people will get jobs, pay tax to government, and everywhere will be booming. So, leave sentiment aside and demand for the right things to be done, the right infrastructures to be built in your community, the right infrastructures like fantastic healthcare, ensure that all these roads are fixed. I've talked about, instead of using generator-powered street lights, solar light will, of course, be better. We have enormous sun. Solar light will be better. Government will save costs. I'm glad that they are also doing it. I'm also sure that the governor will look towards tech in River State. The youth, if you don't engage them with meaningful things, the devil would engage them and they will become a menace to the government. And you will now use that same money you have refused to invest in meaningful ventures. You invest it in buying guns to chase the criminals. Instead of waiting for these youth and teenagers to, be used by the devil against the state, why not invest that money into tech, invest it into agriculture, invest it into health, invest it into education, ensure that these sectors are working, invest it into the mainstream business. When there's enough money in the system and people are busy with one thing or the other meaningfully, insecurity drops, government have less headache, the governor will sleep in peace. And then the political gladiators will also take whatever they have taken before and go and enjoy their life and allow the governor to work. But talking about infrastructure, if you go around some government secondary schools in our rural communities, if you go to Ogubolo, go to Emoha, Eche, Omuma, Oyibo, Kana, Gokana, Tai, Eleme, apart from Obiakpo and Port Harcourt, you go to Asari Toru, go to almost all the local governments. In the interior villages, you discover that some of the schools are dilapidated, let alone the communities having electricity. There are some communities that have not been hooked to the national grid. We don't have a state grid yet until the governor probably decides to use the instrumentality of the 2023 Electricity Act to put into action. Then we'll probably have a state grid. But for now, it's still the federal grid or national grid. Some communities haven't been linked, so these schools don't have electricity. In fact, these schools don't even have roof, let alone have electricity, because the communities have not been linked to the national grid. And if you don't have electricity, how do you want to have network in those schools, in those communities? Yet, last year, the West African Examination Council, said they have introduced a plan to use the computer-based test or examination in writing WAEC from February 2024. According to our correspondent Sandra Kenneth, reports that over 20 schools in Ahoda East and West and about 15 in Kana local government area of River State do not have computers and electricity. We discussed that issue here. I discussed it with Dr. Moses, a few weeks back. And these are the questions we asked. If you don't have electricity in these schools, if you don't have computer sets, some of the schools don't even have maths. So how do you want to even have network in those areas? Do you know there are some communities, before you make a call, you climb the tree to be able to, connect to the electromagnetic wave so that you can make that call. So if the schools don't even have roofs, the communities themselves don't have electricity, how feasible is this proposal by WAEC? Is it that we are putting the cart before the horse? Now, in preparation for the next WAEC in February, what is government doing? Will there be some form of fire brigade approach in ensuring that at least maybe a quarter of the schools? Now, she just talked about Ahoda East and West and Kana. What about Emoha? Go to Ishiokpo and the rest of them. Ikwere local government. What about in Gokana local government area? What about Asari Toru? Akoko Toru? Degema? I'm not calling Obiakpo and Potako because averagely, the areas have electricity, averagely, not 100%. But these other rural schools, where you even have insecurity issues, we have not put that into consideration. Will there be a fire brigade approach? How feasible it is for the state government between now and February to ensure that these communities have electricity? I don't know what Governor Simfubara is going to do. I don't know the magic he's going to perform to ensure that between now and the end of January and first week of February, some of these schools will probably be connected to electricity. Because if you say you want to buy generators, it means you also need fuel to power them. Who is going to provide the fuel? Is it WAEC? These schools normally were even supposed to be powered via solar, right? But of course, that wasn't in the plan. Places where you have the model primary schools, if you say, okay, these guys can go to the model primary schools within those areas where theirs have been completed. There are some local governments that have these model primary schools that have not been completed. So if you say the WAEC candidates should go to those model primary schools to write, you don't have solar to power the system that will in turn should be able to power the computer systems. Then let's now talk about network. Maybe you can have routers. So what magic do you think will be performed between now and then by the state government to ensure that these schools, look at, according to the report, 20 schools in Ahoda East and West and 15 in Kana. You've not talked about Emoha. You've not talked about Asari Toru, Akoko Toru, Ilime. Okay, Ilime is a little bit developed. Oyigbo, okay, partially. But there are some communities that if you go to these schools, it looks like a graveyard. Nobody attends these schools again because grasses have taken over. You have reptiles running all over the place. So is this feasible? What is also the relationship between WAEC and the state government in ensuring that at least averagely we have some of these facilities upgraded? Maybe the governor can do an SOS, call the commissioner for education and say, okay, let's take pilot schools 1, 2, 3, 4 in this community, 1, 2, 3, 4, or local governments, as the case may be. Fix them It's possible though. You know, once there's money at hand, workers are there. Fix these schools, ensure they have computer sets, then buy routers, you bring the tech guys, install solar in these schools, because if you talk about generator, you spend a lot of money, and someone in government might tell the governor, we need 2 billion naira to buy fuel to conduct WAEC. And you know what that means? Some people will share good money.
That will not feel, this student in the middle of their exams should actually be taken into cognizance.
Now, let's take a look at some schools that are dilapidated. They lack electricity and computers. Community Secondary School, Ben. Community Secondary School, Kono. Community Secondary School, Wiakara. Berry High School. Government Secondary School, Kono, Bowe. Community Secondary School, Mbiama. Community Secondary School, Ikodi. Community Secondary School, Akinima. And Joint Grammar School, amongst others. They are dilapidated. They lack electricity. They don't have computer sets. And up until this moment remain abandoned. Will this WAEC be written in the sky? What magic is the state government going to do between now and February, so that at least averagely, or will they also say all candidates should converge around Obiakwa and Port Harcourt? How feasible is that? You also have to look at the issue of transportation. Where will these children stay to write this WAEC for, almost 30 days? And what also do you think can be done to ensure that our schools are up to standard? Because these are just some few secondary schools. By the time you add the others and then you talk about the primary schools, aren't we supposed to even have these facilities on ground? Aren't we supposed to have at least our secondary and primary schools facility on ground, so that when bodies like WAEC or NECO are coming up with something, that at least you have infrastructure, that all you now do is look for a way to implement whatever proposal you have. Electricity is a major infrastructure. Then you talk about the physical building. Then you now talk about the chairs, the marker boards, and the rest, and then computer sets. Even if you want to now write WAEC in these schools, what is the security architecture in these villages? Are you going to deploy the military to go and guide WAEC and these children? These are things we should look at. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. These are the numbers you can call to be a part of the conversation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Reginald, good to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Maxwell, when WAEC into computer-based thing, I cried. You know why I cried? Because of the facilities in our school. Mr. Maxwell, let me say this thing, that it's not that I have I always want to criticize the former government. I have every reason why I always do. Because I was in a primary school as a security guard during the Amechi era. And I saw the good work that the former Governor Amechi did when it comes to issue of model primary schools. And what he did was to try to equip the children in case of something like this today. I want to tell you that this what former governor Messi did in the various primary schools. Since the administration of former governor Wike was able to continue with it, what we are saying we would have been celebrating, because our children that are supposed to be writing this exam would have been celebrating, would have been happy today. Because as then we have about 45 computers at the ICT class with a standby soundproof generator, equipped with a library. This is complete. Mr. Mas, if this is these schools as at then, I am using the one I was supervising, because I know I was supervising the one within my community, Chogocho, Okomoko, Akwa, and somewhere at Omoma. I was supervising these schools, and I knew what was there. But unfortunately today, Mr. Mas, go to these schools, you will cry. Ever since the removal of security guard in that school, ever since the former governor abandoned these schools, go to these schools, you will not even see desks. You will not even see any of these things. These things have been looted, vandalized completely. When we River State schools get to that standard again, it's quite unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I think government will have to, I think it's time that government should be able to see that whatever investment done belongs to the state and not the individuals who was there as the governor or anything at all. It's a pity. It's a pity what has happened to this experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. 0701 if you want to send messages, 9339962. If we had these facilities in place, would we be complaining? Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Zion, good afternoon.
Good to have you, sir. Welcome. Go ahead.
And Happy New Year to you.
I wish you same.
In the course of the discourse, when you are giving your prologue, I get to observe something. We the people, what has been our position for the demand of these items for infrastructures? Government cannot provide such materials or provide such infrastructure if, one, their attention has not been drawn to it, number one, and number two, the people representing that particular environment are not educational friendly. All they need is give us money, go carry girlfriends, go travel abroad, go buy property.
Mr. Zion, which one is make you go carry girlfriend?
Are you not aware that they gave somebody money along with a Rodobia coalition to go and construct roads? He took the money to Egypt. You are aware of that story now? In Egypt.
Oh, Mr. Zion, your line is breaking. Please call back. Please call back. Which one is girlfriend again? Hey, Mr. Zion, it's too early. 08170000951. How feasible to fix these infrastructures within the time frame so that WAEC can conduct their exams? What magic will the state government perform in fixing these schools between now and February to ensure that these facilities, some of these schools are dilapidated? I don't know, the one in your own area, in your own community, is it functional? I'm talking about, does the school have chairs? Is there a roof over those schools? Then I usually ask, these schools, who usually vandalize them? These schools are located within communities, right? Who usually go there to vandalize them? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, good to have you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Ben. I'm calling you from Ikodi.
Yes, please.
One of the communities that you mentioned in the course of your discussion. If you come to Ikodi, the community secondary school Ikodi is in a very bad state. And I don't think there can be anything like a computer-based test in that school, except the government will come, renovate the school. In fact, if I will shock you, since that school was built, it has never been electrified. No fence, nothing. That is, the school is in a very bad shape. So I don't think there is anything that they can do until they will renovate the entire school. In fact, let them renovate the school first before even thinking of having a computer-based test. As I speak to you, none of those children in that school knows how to use a computer. Even the ones that are in their SS3, they have not even seen a computer physically, except the ones they see on television screen or so. So a lot has to be done. The government has to do a lot. If not, those things, they will just be stories that
so right now, you mean the school in Ikodi is not being, students don't go there for learning. Where do they stay?
Students go, the entire school, half of the entire school is in a very bad shape. No roof, no seats, no desk. That is very bad. I have a picture of it that I can even send to you if you
please, I love it. Yes.
Okay. So it's a very bad situation. I'm calling you from Ikodi.
Yes, sir. First-hand experience. So the school in your community, do you think it will be possible for the children to use the CBT for the examination? WAEC CBT. Is the school, are the structures intact? Are there desk, roof? Is it secure? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ibozog. I'm calling
from where?
Rumokuta.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, I hear in this discussion you are making, it is surprising. I watch on the comedy. A white man make comedy about national leaders, African leaders rather, and the man was like, the project is we are going to drain all the thoughts from the water so that there will be water, enough fresh water for people to drink. That is referring to the sea water. That's the kind of project to have. Otherwise, I Cambridge level and I take IGCSE, International General Certificate of Secondary Education, and they have, even at the time of COVID-19, they have never been having online examinations. In IGCSE or Cambridge level, AS, and H2, all of that. It is not written on computers. When Nigeria will come here and say they want to start writing WAEC, how do you write particular examinations? And another thing is that they tried that during the elections, only election that is only one day, they could not transmit elections, just to transmit elections. And they now say a whole school, whole examination that has 3 papers, for instance. A thing, you write paper 1, which is multiple choice. Yes, that could be done. You have theory, you have practicals, and other science subjects like that. How can that be on computer? So you see, we are just trying to drain us from the sea so that there could be enough fresh water for people to drink.
So for you, it's not feasible.
It's not feasible. It's nothing like it is not even possible. It's not possible. They tried it during the election. I think all of us were in Nigeria now. Were they able to transmit, just to transmit a text message, send text message? Were they able to do it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your program.
Thank you. Ernest from Woji says, the education system in Gaza is far better than River State education system. Even with the Israeli blockade, if you bring an average Gaza child to compete with a Nigerian girl, they will take us to cleaners. Ernest, what do you mean? What do you mean? Anyway, but you got the point. Even the last caller, he has a point. Are we putting the cart before the horse? Are we ready for this CBT test? Look at some of the schools our correspondent visited. They don't even have ordinary roof chairs. Although it's really disheartening that in this 21st century, we still have, in a state like River State, with so much money, that we still have schools without roofs. We still have schools without chairs. We still have schools overgrown with weeds. Like, okay, for instance, let's just put down all the schools in River State, primary and secondary. How much will it take to fix all of them? Will it be up to 100 billion? If we say, okay, we want to just focus on primary and secondary schools now, and the governor says, give me a list of all the schools in River State, primary and secondary. Do a list of what they need. How much do you think we need to, one, rehabilitate those with partial structures, probably build new ones to complement those other ones? Will it be up to 100 billion? I'm not sure if it will be up to 50 billion. I'm not sure if it will be up to 30 billion. I'm not sure if the money will be up to 20 billion. That I'm not talking about contract padding now, where to build a school, if it will take 500 million, someone will say it's 2 billion. No. And for you to bring out 500 million to build a school, you know the standard now. It's not beans. That school should have almost everything it needs. So do you think WAEC is moving faster than its shadow? Have they visited these schools to know the state of these schools? Or will they end up, piling up all the children within this local government, bring them to Obiakwa and Port Harcourt? Good afternoon. Yes, good to have you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Nobody. If actually the budget will reach 100 billion. In fact, you see people that will pass the budget. If you pass, it will even reach 1 trillion.
To build just schools.
I'm telling you. In fact, if you need a work, we are individual. We need a very serious work, Maxwell. We are lacking behind. Just let government just explain it now. So, everybody, all the schools, write down what and what you, both the ones that have what and the ones that do not have what. They will come just for them to collect the money and eat. My dear school, I don't know how you are going to do this. We are lacking papa behind. Look at somebody. Even when you are, if you see this for 1950, it's even better. I don't know. You don't even know. We are stranded, Maxwell. I don't know. We don't tire. If you have this Nigeria, they give me headache. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. When you go to some schools in rural areas, you can't just but weep. And you're wondering, there's a flow station in that community. There's a flow station. I mean, a flow station where they are sucking oil and gas. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Master Mr. Zion,
yes.
Let me conclude my
yes.
thoughts. If these inventions alone have even failed a lot of intelligence also transpired. Because there are no use to it. So people will answer no question. Because I think the timer is maybe 1 minute and 2 minutes back. So it's not that before this child, we want to even assimilate what he has read to the person 1 minute has gone. Before we want to consider his options, 15, 30 seconds have gone. Before you click, things have gone, so definitely you don't answer that question. Can you see the problem? And we tend to celebrate this WAEC. Even WAEC issue is scrapped. WAEC has no economic importance. It has no educational importance. is a blind educational process that is still primitive. The WAEC are talking about, I want to ask, sir, tell me, what example have you seen a WAEC certificate produce? Even the president, former president, has to have a WAEC problem. He matter how to take it to the Supreme Court to the president. I want to ask, how this nation are doing? Amidst that, the WAEC or the results, it looks like a license. You are on your
Mr. Zion, your line is breaking again. But anyway, we got your thoughts. As we had inconclusive elections in Nigeria, so shall we have inconclusive WAEC examinations. Adeyemo Dari from Ogbogoro, you sent in that one. So you're saying it's not feasible because you're bringing the issue of elections. Yes, agreed. Elections have had their own shortcomings. INEC have had their own shortcomings. But do you think WAEC will also fail? Hello?
Hello, Master. Good afternoon.
Yes, good to have you. Welcome.
This is Armand Vincent Muzi, Tokoteche.
Yes, please.
Yeah, concerning the state of some government schools in our rural areas, or the one I have in my community here that was built by former governor Rotimi Amechi. When that governor built that school, the school was fixed with everything, computer, this soundproof generator, everything was put in there. But my brother, do you know that for lack of security there, at the time, the place became dilapidated, everything there was stolen, the windows, doors, everything was looted. If not for the intervention of one of our brother here, I'm talking about the Right Honorable Ephraim Wuzi. Yeah, the former lawmaker Ephraim Wuzi. Yeah, he came, used his money, and renovated the place, fixed all the stolen windows, everything. And now that particular place is still left without security. And in time to come, those ones fixed now may also be stolen. I want to use this medium to call on the executive governor, our amiable governor, Siminalayi Fubara, to do justice concerning the security of the government school in our area, so that the things will not be damaged or stolen any longer. Thank you. I will listen to the Chokoche.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. This one says, happy 2024, Maxwell. Sorry, out of your program. Okay. I've seen it. Okay, I've seen it. I'll mention it tomorrow. Okay? I'll mention it. Thank you so much. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Master.
Yes, good to have you. Welcome.
I think this has been calling from you.
Yes, please.
I want to speak about the issue. No, I'm not against it. You've seen when the government House of Assembly got vandalized. Not vandalized. Case the fire incident there. How they responded to this with speed of light because the police are illicit and they are lawful activities. Now, they say the children are the leaders of tomorrow, and we are giving them under the sun in the course of learning, just to learn. Children are under the sun. Now, there is a saying that means who plans to fail, who fails to plan, has automatically planned to fail. So I want them to put this my speech now to thought on how our tomorrow will look like since our children are being placed under suffering in order to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. Mr. Max, good afternoon. WAEC should suspend the CBT for now and liaise with the state government and do the needful concerning the schools before embarking on the CBT WAEC. 77 you sent it out. Because I was going to ask, have WAEC also met with the governor through the Commissioner for Education? These are things we should look at. How will they conduct this exam when most of the schools lack electricity, are dilapidated? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Dakuku, good to have you. Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. This is to you, my good friend. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
How was your station?
We're great. We're doing well.
You people are talking about certificates, those who collected certificate from another country.
No. We are talking about schools, dilapidated schools in your community, and how WAEC wants to do CBT test in those schools.
My brother, what you're talking about, all this WAEC and the school of the thing. Government of the day, we don't ever have trust on them again. Whatever they want to do, the parents should be able to tie something on their waist to make sure that they raise their children and sponsor them in anything. Because all these private schools, government are not doing anything. All the government of the day, look at the news where 200 naira. What they think for the month? So much when I'm already relaxed in this country. Whatever I see, I take in this country. Even if I see water for the day, I drink. I'm not telling you. It's not the country again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you. What do you want me to do now? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, Mark. Good afternoon.
Yes, good to have you.
Yeah, talking about, my name is Manuel, calling from Port Harcourt. Talking about WAEC, telling us we're going to using CBT for exams. They shouldn't think about it for now. We've seen the disaster jams. At the time I wrote my JAMB examination, I was supposed to write by 6 o'clock. Sorry, is it by 9 o'clock? But when I wrote it was about 12 o'clock. And these are just designated areas for this JAMB examination. This is an exam that would probably all the government secondary schools will be used. And how many facilities like computer systems and the rest are in these government schools and the rest? It's not going to work. We shouldn't think. We should fix the schools first. The power system, power supply, the computer systems to be used and everything before thinking about doing CBT on either WAEC examinations.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. So we should fix the schools, ensure that they have electricity. The communities themselves lack electricity. That's one thing. So except it is when you have been able to link up the communities to the national grid, that's when you can now connect electricity to these schools. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. This is Honorable Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Yes, please.
I've heard some people saying people should go and meet the governor on what they need in some secondary and the primary school. The governor they are talking about to go and meet, is it a foreign governor? Just like myself here now. They elect me in a different position for me to know what Nigerians need. I will wait until one man from that primary school will come and meet me. Sir, you know that we don't have where we used to go and easy out. I have a primary school in front of my father's compound. The children do make use of our own toilet. Sorry for using that word. They leave the school, come to our own compound. We even give them and they carry to drink. The school, you can't even drink for your own enemy. No tears. The roof to our compound. So the governor wants to wait until they bring the picture of the school for him. He knows everything about, unless he knows a Nigerian governor, if he is a foreigner, even a foreigner know what the students need. So he should not wait until when one minister will come and meet and governor, do you know that this primary school, they don't have chairs? You don't know that they don't have chairs. They don't have ordinary ceiling fans in some of them. If those politicians, would they allow their own children to go and learn in that kind of environment? The way they cherish their own children, do they like their own children to school there? ordinary councillors said none of their children is schooling in our local community schools. Who is disciplining who? We know what you're supposed to do. Let him bring out the money. Nigeria, we have money. I ask them to give me the tax I'll be paying, bring it and keep our primary schools.
Right.
I know I don't have the opportunity to go the other high. It is not because of ordinary primary school and the Karawa. So I don't know.
Thank you, Honorable Chris. Thank you.
I beg them to do something.
Yes, they will do something. Dear Presenter, I live in River State. During Amechi's time as governor, he provided computer sets to many schools, but teachers vandalized or shared them amongst themselves. Many teachers are wicked. Anonymous from Elele Alimini. Greetings, Max, and welcome to 2024, the year of overflowing grace. For me, WAEC as a body should think deep before taking certain decisions. As for the schools in the state, Max, I will plead with you to talk more on it this year so that the government can think towards revamping this for better use for our kids. Honorable Malon, thank you very much. You sent in that one. Well, if WAEC goes ahead with the CBT, many schools and students will be denied WAEC examination, not just rural schools, many schools in the city too. Skipo, thank you, sent in that one. And that's what I can take on this conversation. I appreciate everyone dearly for being a part of the program. Keep hope alive for pensioners and retirees. They've also been complaining that the governor should extend his lagees to them. Last year, civil servants got 100,000 naira as Christmas bonus, but retirees, pensioners probably didn't get, and they're asking that the governor should also extend a hand of fellowship to them. So, Your Excellency, if your aides are listening or somehow you're listening, please, you can also extend your hands to the elderly. One of the people we shouldn't joke with in any sense society is the elderly. Overseas, they provide for them. We'll talk about social programs one of these days for some selected set of people. Women and children, pregnant women. Then you talk about the elderly. Respect the elderly so you can live long, right? So if you respect them, you live long. So we need to take care of our elderly people. Good afternoon and thank you very much. The Sports Scan comes up next. Stay with us.
Hey there! Today 95.1 FM is ready to spice up your holiday season with this Christmas and New Year bonanza. Check this out. Pay for 3 jingles and get 1 for free. Pay for 5 and get 2 more for free. In case you're feeling extra festive, go for 10 big jingles and get 5 for free. What a time to be on radio. And hey, whether you like it recorded or live, we've got your back. Pay for 3 live or recorded programs and get 1 for free. Aim for 5 and get 2 extra slots for free. But here's the scoop. This sweet deal runs from December 11th, 2023 to January 15th, 2024. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, please call 0818-389-2850. Today 95.1 FM, we are the voice of the people. Don't miss this holiday bonanza.